Okay, hello everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm going to be casting with Mbl later today. That'll be the second set. Hera versus Barles. Hello on YouTube. XFKB, hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Hopefully the stream is okay, quality-wise. I seem to have fixed the issue I was having the other day by swapping my Twitch server around. That was a weird one. I think we're all set. And I'll just make a post on Discord that we're live. And hello, LLDD135. Hello, hello, hello. Lovely cat in a box. Right, there we go. Did they start the game? Did I miss the game? They're in the lobby. Okay. In the lobby. It'll be cyan versus purple. I hope we can keep those colors. I hope we're okay with those colors, chat. Those are my favorite pair of colors. So we'll be co-casting with Mem for the second set today. I think we have vodka spectating when we do that. So yeah, I'm in all likelihood gonna have just Mem's stream, I guess. So game one is starting. Let's go. Oh, I should start the game. That would help if I start AoE 2. That would be good. We have a spec delay. It's okay. I'll wait for the spec delay. I need to turn my mods on real quick. Just my audio. Restart, then we're good. First game of the day. First game of the day. Swapping from playing mode to casting mode. Always got to change all the settings in the world around. And I did remember to turn my capture H mouse cursor on today, which is something I don't always remember to do. And my coffee's also upstairs. That's what I was forgetting, my coffee. Alright, let me get my coffee. Don't want to forget about that. We have 14 seconds to grab my coffee. Hello, Ganuga Gap. You will have to hold down the chat for me for just a moment, because I need to get my coffee. Okay, I've got my coffee, and I'm good. Good to go. Webcam on. There we are. How's everyone doing? What do we do? Did we have a lame? I didn't miss a lame, did I? I got my coffee. So hello, we got XFKB, LLDD, Ganuga Gap, Freezing Point, LC River, Antisar, Baron. Everyone here today. Carpet check, carpet check. We have a duplicate pair of carpets here for MBL. Wait, MBL's in the purple. Okay, MBL's in the purple, ACCM's in the cyan. Okay. So MBL will be in the purple. Let me know if I can keep these colors. And then ACCM, he's got some duplicate carpets himself. They'll have the purple Vietnamese for MBL to the south and the cyan Romans for ACCM to the north. I don't have duplicate game and out of game sound, do I? Nope, that's just capture age that I'm hearing because my headphones, I turned them up. There we are. It's MBL. Could there ever not be a lame? Yes, there could ever not be lame. Sometimes he doesn't lame. Sometimes he doesn't lame. See, both players have a boar still. So I'm guessing, was there a lame? Did I totally miss the lame while I was getting my coffee? Hello, Bailo, how you doing? Right, so change cyan to something? Snow White Soldier, you don't... Oh, cyan's the best color, though. Cyan's the absolute best color. Are there really going to be issues with these two colors? These are my favorite pair of colors. I'll be sad if I have to change these. Cyan's too rare, we have to keep it. I think I'll keep the colors this game. Who knows, maybe they'll change the colors throughout the set. We should just do flags. We should do flags too on the overlay. Flags, we have MBL from Norway and ACCM from Vietnam. You'll get plenty of cyan. Aw. Yay, Baron. Have you gotten to 2K yet, Baron? If you get to 2K, I can do some Baron 2K casting. Here's Feudal Age on the way. ACCM, he'll be up first, 18 population. No surprise to see the Romans going up there that quickly. Can always open for scouts. Forward gold for ACCM, but he has a safe second gold over to the side. He's pushing in that Gazelle. 2 means 2K, meaning your ELO, right? That's what I'm assuming your chat message means. I'll look at that. I'll put the most positive spin possible on that. And completely different build order from MBL, going up on 20 pop. I've seen MBL going up slower quite a bit when I've casted him on the ladder. Maybe he'll carry that into KOTD. I had the feeling that was mostly because of chickens, though. And the way he's walling, he'll aim to keep his berry safe and his woodline safe. And everything will be over to the right. One of his veils is a bit stuck on that woodline. There she goes. Be like Leary, change colors every match. Every match, hello, Albert. I'll randomize the player colors every match. How about that? Don't need a fast up time to full wall and spam trash? I guess you don't, although it does help. I mean, the Byzantine forwards usually are done with fast up times. It's been a while since I've really been using a camera. I need to get back used to it again. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, so hopefully things will be better then. My hair is so long, as I've just had that migraine last week, and I put off getting a haircut because of it. I was already putting it off, then I'd extra put it off. Anyways, Romans haven't been very impressive so far this tournament. Romans impressed me with their economy, and that's about it. I love their economy. And maybe you could do some type of Phosphoro Scorpions in some situations. I don't know if KOTD is that type of situation, though. I have a range coming up from MBL. I've loved the great diversity of strategies we've seen. From scouts to men-at-arms to drushes to straight ranges. So far, these two are content to wall up ACCM opening scouts. So separate openings here is scouts versus defensive range. And question then for MBL is how does he time the blacksmith along with farms? And does he do horse collar? He already has done horse collar. So when you're up this slowly, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you do horse collar. 2 farms for him. 3 farms for him. a few scouts are still hoovering around. I see a great siege tower gameplay from MBL. We might. We might see that from ACCM too. I remember years ago he once messaged me asking about siege towers, so he's been preparing them, I'm sure. But skirms and spears, classic AoE2 from MBL as his scout goes down. More scouts from ACCM keep running about, but the skirms and the spears will come forward and find an archery range going up for ACCM, a range after 7 farms, so quite a good food eco established before the range goes up, as far as these days are concerned. I remember the days you'd go 12 farms before the range. And let's see, MBL gonna keep running around, get to the outside of that wood line and have a wide open area to the top left of ACCM's base to run through. ACCM not going to be able to get through with the spear under the TC, and now 8 farms for MBL. 8 horse collar farms, no horse collar for ACCM. It's a bit of an eco advantage for MBL by virtue of going up later. And I feel that's the way I've mostly been seeing Leary playing, going up rather late. And preferring to have a better economy. Hello, Kai World, how you doing? Lots of housework done today? DM today? Maybe that's housework dungeon mastered today. Little plants out here. Guys, welcome some Siege Tower gameplay. Personally, I think we've overextended towards siege towers being a bit too strong. They are a complete hard counter to a monk rush right now. That makes me feel rather sad not having the monk rush. Skirms come around and the scouts keep hoovering a bit. I have a couple of houses going up here. So ACCM trying to wall, and MBL taking ACCM off the berries. And so far, I think so good for MBL. Not harassed at home, defended with the skirms and the spears. Got all of his farms up nice and early, with horse collar. Vietnamese have a smooth economy, already doing wheelbarrow. And ACCM pushed off of some of his farms, pushed off of his berries. Vil difference there being wheelbarrow right now. So MBL certainly ahead. And even with a tower on his gold, with a few spears chasing, with this many farms added in early on, should be able to click up without needing to worry too much about buying his way up at the market. We'll even have bloodlines and forging invested for ACCM. So he wants to take a big fight in feudal then with his scouts. And he has a few skirms, he's going forward. And double range for MBL. Face the scouts and the skirms. And he'll have skirms at home. ACCM will be diving into the wood line. And he needs to get some advantage here. He's fighting before bloodline starts though. And running under the TC. Gonna lose quite a bit of army there. And the Vils will turn and fight, but those are now upgraded feudal scouts. How well can these Vils fight? How well can they fight the scouts? So far, only 2 kills. Lots of Vils are low on HP. Some lingering Vils might go down. A couple low ones are there, but they've done a great job of fighting those scouts so far. That's 4 Vils killed, but the entire army of scouts and skirms thrown for ACCM. And at the same time, looks like he took a bad fight on the scouts, or on the farms at the other side near his base. And yeah, he's up by a couple of Vils, but MBL has wheelbarrow, he's up to the castle age, and he has a much larger army at this point. Tons of spears, tons of skirms, and he can keep pumping them out on his way up. Once he gets up, maybe he'll want some stone, but he's looking like he's in a good spot. I liked how that went for him. All those blue corpses, those cyan corpses dotting the farms. Skirm's taking out the Vils. Vils going down over here. Skirm's doing some damage to them. And a Vil goes down. Okay, okay. That was an exposed villager. And I think ACCM has to be careful with his wood now. He's doing horse collar, and he's adding a stable. So double stable knights to clean this up might be the play for him. Has to be careful about needing to reseed the farms now, since he hasn't had horse collar. MBL will have a bit more wood accessible now. He can throw into his gates. Still no crossbows from him. Or no archers to turn into crossbows. Only skirm spear. Buying stone, so it looks like he wants to plop down a town center right away. Here could be a location for it. By the gold and the outside of that wood line could keep it a good area safe there. Has to be aware of the hill still. But with the hill, that's about as good a place as he could place it. Yeah, right there. And there's Bodkin Bloodlines Bosar. So Bloodlines actually, is he gonna go elephants? No, he's going knights. I got excited for a second. I was hoping for elephants. But it will just be knights.
Salve, Impera. Salve. Impera. Prontus. Salve.
Salve. Impera.
Salve.
Eus.
Impera. Tibi Sergio.
As they see him up to the castle age. But much later, just now doing bowsaw and adding in a defensive workshop. And I think MBL with some cav archers forward even is in a great spot. He gets his TC added while forcing the defensive workshop. Yeah, the Romans do want scorpions. But if Vietnamese have some knights added in, you can go for that double gold comp of knight plus cav archer. They can be able to deal with the scorpions. You see MBL far ahead in score. And 30 military to 2 right now. ACCM is forced to do that workshop to defend. He doesn't have any army of his own. There's a skirm that goes down. Skirm's hitting the Vils on the wood line still. Bunch of spears come to poke the knights away. Ooh, TC taking out some spears. Fighting under the TC. Finally a bad fight for MBL, and that is actually great for ACCM. With those knights, you can clean up those skirms. They're all pretty weak. And doesn't look like MBL's even trying to run them. He's distracted somewhere else, but all the skirms will go down. Now there goes some of that advantage he had. We can get a good fight with a Scorpion or a Mangonel shot that might turn things around. But still, it's against Bloodlines Cav Archers from the Vietnamese that have all that extra HP. And now MBL get his own workshop forward. Deciding to add for the workshop rather than a TC. Just arrived to see MBL having a massive advantage. All he did was play Skirm Spear and defended, and worked out pretty well for him. Didn't go forward until he felt comfortable. And did a ton of damage while he was forward. ACCM still hasn't been able to go back to those berries. Just leave them out there now that they swapped so heavily into farms.
Salve.
Monk wants a conversion on a knight, as the mangonel will get a shot on scorpions. Okay, there goes a scorpion, there goes a scorpion. And Mbl, well, great pressure. He can even get another shot on scorpions and gets 2 more. 3 scorpions for 1 mangonel. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Res collected, he's 1,000 ahead. Vil counts are still even. ACCM hasn't fallen behind in Vils, but he's taking a ton of pressure here. And Bomb Squad with the Norway flags. We got some MBL fans around here. Another TC going up for MBL, as Handcart will be on the way for him. We'll have Husbandry and Wheelbarrow both on the way for ACCM. Nice Kimura. Oh, there is still a hole where MBL had left the woodline earlier to go for the TC. ACCM does not run through it, though. Wouldn't mind seeing MBL even doing another house. Maybe a missed opportunity there. Have to be careful and wall everything up again, which he does. Okay, fighting with those Vils is not ideal. But he has a couple extra Vils to spare since he had his 3rd TC added in. ACCM will again lose a couple of knights and have to run out. Vils going to the lumber camp in the rear. Bunch of low HP Vils over there. ACCM has been out of army for a long time. And I think MBL has been doing a good job of maintaining pressure while also booming. Making sure he's not falling behind in the boom, going all in. While also making sure that he's not letting ACCM recover freely. It's a tricky situation to manage, balancing both aspects. And the Scorpions will go down, a couple of light cap come over. Oh, he's walling the monks, he's quick walling the monks. Doing what he can, he wants a conversion on a knight. Not gonna get it though, the light cav are there. And he will lose the mangonels. Cav archers coming over. Hard to defend mangonels when you only have cav, and that will be a few dead mangonels. So nice fight from ACCM trying to claw his way back into this. But he's doing this on 2 TCs. Adding in a university now for ballistics, and that'll slow him down even more compared to MBL's TCs. MBL doing his university now, but better able to afford whatever he wants to research there. Hello, Chivalry. Yeah, this entire time, ACCM, his golds, 1, 2, 3 are forward. He tried to TC his main gold, but still can't take it. And he's on the second gold to the right. That's why his military count still is so low. He doesn't have any gold for pumping units. Go Morton, we have another MBL fan. And there's the GG from ACCM. Not going to try to hold this one out for a while. We'll call the GG. And honestly, it felt like this game was decided in that early feudal opening. ACCM went scouts. MBL went skirm spear. ACCM decided to do upgrades on the scouts and dive. But MBL had too much military population, both forward and at home. He was causing damage, and ACCM killed a couple of Vils, but wasn't enough eco damage to make up for all of the army he lost, and could never recover that military count. Once MBL started pulling ahead, one big fight, and yeah, MBL lost a couple of Vils, but he had all the map control he could ever want at that point. Are you still a backed fan? Been a while since I've seen some backed gameplay. There's MBL winning game 1. And that was Vietnamese over Romans. GG and hello also Timberloy. And hello again LL. Just get an ad between games, and I'll be right back myself just a moment. Still waking up. And we'll get game number 2. Hello, Igor. Satoru released a video about his concern with the future of AoE 2. I did not see it. I'll have to look it up. Personally, I feel like they've been stagnating for a while now, and that they're kind of at a loss of direction, where they've tried a whole bunch of different things, which just amounts to the only thing that they do is add civs. And it hasn't amounted to real improvements to the game. Stuff that they've been doing that is gameplay changes, like changing to the bore mechanics on the TC, is, I think, the wrong way to go about if they want to attract new players to the game. Because you look at the Reddit right now, and it's filled with reports about Arabia goes out of sync, the team game queue disconnects all the time, people are smurfing and dodging because they have to play maps they don't want to play, and it's a mess. Or you have the good old I played several hundred games to get to my elo, and I had to lose a whole bunch before things started. It's not a good new player experience. And I think, unfortunately, there hasn't been any movement on that front in years, despite all of the DLCs or whatnot that they've done. And that I think has been a point of concern for a while. There's Make a New Game. Well, they tried that with Age 4. I mean, there is an Age 4 community, but I think by and large it was a pretty big failure to attract the existing AoE 2 player base. But anyway, we will have this set continuing. MBL will be the Purple Byzantines. He will be to the northwest. He will have 3 rugs of one kind. There, that red and green rug. ACCM will be the Cyan Korean. He will have 2 blue rugs. He'll be the Cyan Koreans to the southeast. For a while, since the launch of DE. Well, there were very small changes since the launch of DE. Remember, DE launched when you could not actually ban maps or favorite maps, and you was randomly whatever map was there in the map pool. There was, when it launched, there was no quick play system. There was no quick play. It was probably even better not having a third separate thing separate from the other two, but that was added. They added the Battle Royale mode. There were some changes. They didn't have the Alt F4 penalties right at the start. But those changes have, even those meager changes have dried up. I feel that the HD edition, other than Portuguese Vitorias, other than that, I think the HD edition civs through Rajas are all in really good spots for the most part. But I think if you could take the DE civs, cut them in half, remove some of the gimmicky things, and just get a really good core civ experience, there was probably still room to continue adding, but it needed to be done more judiciously and carefully. And it feels a bit haphazard with now. Shroud Shredders were bad enough, but with the hero units and various other things they have. I want to see Byzantines versus Koreans. And yes, it's going to be a skirmisher war, but it's going to feel like a game of AoE 2. Hello, Chicho. Hera versus Barles was best Warlord series. Okay, you know, I don't even remember that. Warlord. When was the last Warlords at this point? That would have been May before Cartographers, right? So I'm going to hope that Barles puts up a good fight, because I'm going to be casting that with Memb. If we cast and Barles wins, it'll be remembered for years. We have two villagers on the wood line at the front. Four to 3 Hera, you're calling it. You don't have faith in Barles? Well, that was the Warlord set, 4-3 Hera? Is that what you're saying? Was that the Warlord set? Okay. Adding the new non-unique units. Yeah, that's a thing, right? Every civ had one unique unit, but when you played AoE 2, you played one civ and you knew what everything was. Oh gosh, look at that. Villager. Hiding among the sheep. ACCM. He's pushing a deer. How long will it take to notice that? And the only exception were the Eagle Warriors for the American civs. For the most part. Everything else everyone had access to. When you played one civ, you at least knew what all the things did. And that was the problem I always had with Age of Mythology or AoE 3. When you played a civ that you hadn't played before, that Vil is still idle. You'd have the problem that you'd start playing and you wouldn't know what they were doing. Such as the Dutch banks in AoE 3. They'd have all these banks all over, and if you didn't know exactly how they worked yourself, it'd be really confusing to figure out how to play against it. And you needed to learn a lot more to play the game. As ACCM, what is this? Runs into the TC. Oh, Capture Edge wasn't recording the Vil as idle, and it probably wasn't showing up on the idle Vil. I'm guessing the Vil was trapped in the sheep and wasn't showing up as idle. Can you like clip that so I remember to look at it when I'm done with the stream? I'll take a look at that. That's an investigation maybe. If the Vil doesn't show up as idle. Because sometimes Vils get trapped and they're trying to work even though they can't work. And they don't show up as idle even though technically they are. It might have been a situation like sometimes when your villager gets trapped on a lumber camp, or trapped between two other vills, you have a third one who can't drop stuff off. That might have been a situation where the sheep were trapping the villager and she simply couldn't pathfind to the woodline. I don't know if those are the only two choices. I think that there are ways that they could monetize the game through proper, well, maybe not multiplayer DLC, but proper single-player DLC. Like they've been trying, but I think they haven't figured out the right way to do a single-player DLC incorporated with multiplayer that doesn't involve lots of new civs. As new civs are something it's not a net positive, or a strict positive. There are some pros and cons to them. Versus something like adding campaigns, which, yeah, they can add campaigns, and if you don't like the campaigns, then you ignore them and it doesn't matter. But it doesn't make it harder to keep playing the thing you're playing. So here's ACCM. This time he's the one going for some skirms and spears, and MBL's going for scouts. As well as Horsecollar on the way for ACCM. MBL did add that in himself this time. Idleville not ticking up. All right, thank you. I'll check that out and investigate after the stream. Okay, so trading a scout for a villager? No, I'm not too upset about that if I'm MBL. I'm fine to clear a scout. And now you're going scouts and skirms and the military's down. Yeah. If it's one or two villagers, I almost always prefer clearing military. Even if it's sacrificing some vills. More so in team games than in 1v1s, because I think military snowballs there more. But at this point, now he's cleared both spears, he's attacking the skirms, and if he had microed properly, he wouldn't have taken a hit on the scout. Monthly campaigns. I don't know if monthly is too frequent, but something like that. Maybe twice a year you have some type of campaign, or 3 times a year. And you integrate it with your tournaments or your calendar. More precisely. At the front, ACCM running his army headlong into skirmishers that are stationed atop a hill. All that spear being so annoying, not going down, and got pokes on the scout. But now the skirms will be running, and the remaining scouts will come over. Mbl will come back and add to his KD lead by cleaning the rest of the skirms. Skirms still fighting on the hill. Get a sip of coffee here. And hopefully I'll drink my coffee during this set and then be more awake when I'm co-casting with Mem for the next one. That triggers the idle mark if the Vill isn't gaining res as a gathering Vill. I think Capture Age tries to do that in some ways. And that's captured in the idle eco stat. That their stats reflect vills that are walking rather than collecting resources. I don't know exactly what they do for that, but I know I've talked with them about that years ago. The scouts will run around, come in, and find a vill downhill from that house. And the spear comes over and pokes the scouts. So skirms actually, ACCM managed to get a good skirm lead here as the Koreans. And now he's taking that hill, he's running up that hill. So despite the KD difference earlier, he managed to amass more skirms. And now he's coming to the top of the hill. Scouts come over, but there are still spears there. ACCM pushing forward. And he's gotten the skirm numbers up now. MBL forced to fight with Vills, fletching on the way. Ooh, he didn't have fletching in that fight. Because it doesn't really matter skirm versus skirm, but it's a bit less range. And MBL has to pull everything to fight. He has to clear this army now from ACCM. The Vil counts are still the same. He will idle things, but he's fine to idle as long as he can get the skirm numbers down. And all that, he's thinning them a bit. Still till he actually has a KD lead still 2-1, actually up in Vils, but now it's 1-19 military. All of a sudden, one fight. MBL wasn't aware of how many skirms ACCM had, and even on double ranges, he's now going to be hard pressed to catch up to this big of a difference. He has to run off that wood line, get more scouts out to fight the skirms. Things suddenly look very rough for him, and he does not have an area to wall in the back to keep himself safe. He's on gold, and that might even make it harder to pump out skirms. MBL has been out-skirmed, yes. And hello, Jafar. 22-7 army now. Oh, look, there's a sheep out there. Hello, sheep. MBL now walling, trying to take the top of the hill. Glad to catch a cast. Well, glad to have you here. And marker going up for MBL. How is there not a hole there? These are MBL walls. MBL's a professional. MBL's not going to leave holes in his walls. As the skirms come around, still do some more damage. Skirms on the front, being dealt with by the light cav. They go down, skirms come over. So the thing is, AoE 2 has had, what is it, 26 years of you can play multiplayer, and you don't have to pay for a server. I think there would be an absolute disaster to put some type of pay-to-play server on it. Hey, without the grid mod, game looks better, walls look worse. And you know, different genres tend to have different payment models. And a sim racing community tends to have a very niche and hardcore community, from what I've gathered from it. That's a bit different than people who just want to play AoE 2 RTS with friends. AoE 2 is the type of thing you pick up, maybe play a few games every once in a while, and not everyone's always grinding hardcore multiplayer. Some people just want to start in the feudal age and fight the extreme AI with a handicap. Yeah, right, and it's also a bit scummy to add a cost to something after it was put out, as Baron says. As it's like, you're already paid for something, and now you're removing a service that you paid for by changing that. Yeah, it'd be different if it was released like that, and that was always the model for it. And you'd have a very different overall user base if that's how it developed. There's another workshop going up. And the skirms come over. MBL needs to get elite skirm, and he's going to be off of gold until those skirms are able to come fight this. This is not walled in the back from MBL, and that could come back to haunt him if this army is able to run around. Now, one thing that could happen, though, if MBL can bring his skirms over here, is he could wall this and trap the army. And ACCM has to be careful. And MBL's going to do... Where are those vills? Is he going to do exactly that? Let's see, that could be an option for him if he can get Elite Skirm and hold a hill. He needs to get to a hill. No ballistics for either player yet. And these skirms... I think the one thing MBL shouldn't do is let them escape this way. They escape this way, that's fine, but he could be walling them in right now, too. I actually think MBL's in a great spot if he can trap this army now. That'll split ACCM's numbers up in half, and MBL doesn't have to fight both halves at once. He's a rocket cart. One rocket cart. I think more than that. He just needs a bit of walling back here. And ACCM's gonna run out the back. Imagine this army were trapped. That's 15 skirms to 19 skirms. He wouldn't win that fight. Even if MBL's missing the armor, I think MBL still would win that. And this is now gonna escape. Okay, skirms the hill going down. And now this army is being... Okay, never mind. It's being cleaned, but that's because at the front, ACCM's pushing. He has his rocket cart. And the ram is pushing. Here come the camels. Camels can help out against the skirms. MBL didn't quite clean that up yet fully. But he will have closed the KD quite a bit, and actually be ahead in military now, while maintaining parity in the Vil count. Couple of rams forward. Oh, but here come the Fire Lancers. Here come the Fire Lancers. And this is a unit I think the Byzantines struggle with when they want to go Skirm Camel and Fire Lancer counters both. And I'm not exactly sure what the transition is here. Part of me thinks crossbow, but probably not when so many skirms are out in force already. At least the Mangonel can defend against the rams. If MBL ever can get to Cataphract, he can wreck the Fire Lancers. But that's a big if. Those are expensive and require a castle, and one of his stones is already forward. He's defending pretty well, though. Oh, here comes the siege. Here comes the nail in the coffin, the siege tower. If the Mangonel shots don't land, then the Mangonel just dies to the Fire Lancers. I think they might have hit the skirms rather than the Mangonel there, though. So maybe a bit of a misfire. Mangonel goes down. Mangonel hits the skirms. Siege tower shouldn't exist. I don't mind the siege tower existing as a unit to go over walls, but I think it has become way too silly of a unit with the transporting of Fire Lancers and the fact that it shuts down monks. Camel goes down, the Mangonel finally takes out the siege tower. And MBL still is holding. His skirms are overall cheaper than those of the Koreans still. But he's still missing that next armor. And scale barding armor on the way. Oh, those Vils. MB almost touched all the Vils. But I think maybe he's moving them on purpose. If it's slow, then it's better. That's for sure. I think it also doesn't need to garrison units. I think if you have it set up so that it dumps units over the walls, but without carrying them, so they walk over towards it, then hop over, then it works better. Without needing to worry about the garrison, ungarrisoning. That's kind of clunky to deal with anyway. I don't know, maybe that wouldn't work, but it's how it works once it gets to the wall anyway. If you just set the garrison capacity to 0, I think it's probably fine. But yeah, it definitely should not be as fast as it is. The fact it is one of the fastest units in the game when it's fully garrisoned, especially with Mongols as drill, is very silly. Hill's going down. And the skirms go down to the TC. I mean, it's only been in the game for 10 years. Eventually they'll balance it correctly, right? Gosh, African Kingdoms was 10 years ago now. University on the way for MBL. It was the same speed or slower than a ram, it'd be fine. It would definitely be better. Definitely be better then. But the garrison speed is what really makes it awkward now. Longsword time? Do you counter fire lancers in siege towers with longswords in siege towers? Is that the counter? All the stones are so far forward for MBL. And even against all the skirms, cataphracts are awkward with how little pierce armor they have. Hello, nose zombie. Sure, no zombie's no stranger to the siege tower. No stranger to the samurai and rams. Oh, here comes again. Here comes another siege tower. Let's go. Let's go. Mangonels, they can't even hit it. They can't even hit it. It's so speedy. So speedy. Goes to 1.3 speed. Remember, knights are 1.35 before husbandry. So it's basically as fast as a horse. Camels go down, and oh, okay, that's what MBL needed. A good mangonel shot. 2 good mangonel shots. Oh, the skirms go down. And Imp on the way for MBL as the Byzantines. ACCM doesn't look anywhere close to Imp. Yeah, he's pulling ahead in res collected. But all of a sudden, MBL took a huge KD lead. With white feather, there's no white feather guard for either of these civs. Tetracycline. Siege towers are APCs. There's a guard tower for ACCM. Okay, this is really difficult for the Byzantines to deal with, though, Korean guard towers. Especially if the unique tech ever comes in. MBL 0 stone, but he's on stone now. Now, what makes the towers particularly difficult is the Byzantines do not have siege engineers, so their bombard cannon get outranged by Korean keeps when they're fully upgraded. Need to be an imp with bracer and the unique tech. For +2 range, but they get to 13 range versus only 12 range cannon. And ACCM wants a castle drop. He's staying in the castle age, going forward for that castle. MBL hasn't reacted to this yet. It's only 11 villagers. MBL, part of me thinks he could turn and fight, but that's going to be right on top of his stone, and that'll take his stone out of the game. This castle might just win it, because now MBL is not going to have any stone. No stone at the front, no stone on the side. And 1 or 2 guard towers. I mean, MBL, his only option is to go cannon, but cannon, Byzantines versus Koreans, that's rough. And this entire game hinged on that one fight where ACCM was able to get the skirm numbers up in feudal. take the early skirm win and hold on from there. ACCM's trying for more towers. It's trying to make a Tato versus Spring number of towers. All the vills keep going down. Going down though, and MBL is holding on. He has cannon on the way in queue at the workshop. His base is not completely taken out by towers yet, although he doesn't have any more stone. And he's running looking for stone, but ACCM recognizes that. And he's out there trying to find him. MBL doesn't find the stone. He doesn't have the outposts. He didn't outpost rush early enough to scout. And ACCM's trying to continue adding more towers. He has enough vills, he can YOLO some of them forward too. Greens are great for taking map control, yes. We unironically need a map-based mercenary camp system. You can do that with some custom map scripting objects. I'd imagine that'd be such a system similar to the AoE 3 American Indian villages. Here we go. Imp, Gold Shaft Mining, and Heavy Plow all on the way for ACCM. House goes down, Ram keeps pushing, Mangonel takes out the Ram. The Fire Lancers are free to hoover, they get in the siege tower. Hills go down. Yeah, and Imp on the way, so a minute and a half to flatten as many as possible. Upseong on the way, but these towers have to do their job against the keeps. And this is a perfect guard tower for ACCM because it protects his castle from the cannon. Is that War Wagon in the castle? No, it's behind it. And that guard tower goes down. He has to flatten the siege towers too. Every tower out here is a pain for MBL. Kills more vills. He's fallen behind a bit in score, and the score is going to flip even more once Imp comes in. ACCM is doing his best to keep that tower up. He's adding more towers behind for more map control even. Huge res lead for ACCM, and now he's up with keeps. He can equal the range of the cannon. He has 12 range and is only but clicking Bracer from outranging the cannon. Oh, look at that siege tower go. Look at it go. All the javelins it absorbs. And Fire Lancers feel like a unit against which the Byzantines struggle, from what I've seen. Elite Fire Lancer looks like it'll be problematic too. Skirm Fire Lancer, I think, is a combo for dealing with Byzantines. And MBL somehow is still holding on and pushing back, but this Skirm army is going to be an issue. I don't think there's a way he clears that. More siege towers with elite Fire Lancers are coming in. Castle goes down, as does the wagon. Monks want some conversions on the Fire Lancers. They're getting the conversions. As the tower goes down. And there's the GG. ACCM will tie it up 1-1. The Koreans over the Byzantines prevailing in the Skirmisher War. And I think you can tell the difference right here, where all of a sudden, MBL lost everything to ACCM skirms. and never could really recover since then. Kept the economy close for a while. But in that imp transition, didn't get enough out of it to clear ACCM's forward towers. Korean's OP. GG. So, best of 7, so this has now shortened it to a best of 5. With ACCM MBL, who knows how long this can go. But that is a win for the Koreans and a loss for the Byzantines. Highly picked Byzantines, too, for MBL. And I'll get right back into the next game. And they both have Chinese as their first pick. Question is, will they pick Chinese on the same game or on a different game? Series could hinge over a Chinese mirror. Oh, I've gotten a gift sub to Dave. Thank you, whoever gifted that to me. I got some Dave emotes an hour ago. Yeah, this is an early weekday where everyone's streaming. So I'm glad to have everyone here who is here. I appreciate having you all watching with us. Still in the lobby, so they're taking a bit of a pause. There they go. And Vikings for MBL, Berbers for ACCM. Okay, this will be an interesting Civ matchup. I think I prefer the Vikings for this. Their economy is incredible. But can always have that weakness to a really strong late-game Berber cab spam, since they don't have halbs. Yeah, they have Chieftain's Pikemen with more HP, but it's not the same as halb. Alright, and here we go. Here we go. ACCM will be the Cyan Berbers down to the southwest. He will have duplicate blue carpets and duplicate yellow carpets. We'll have MBL As the purple Vikings to the northeast, he'll have duplicate red rolled carpets and duplicate of those red plus green carpets. Vikings Berbers, where whenever the Vikings are used, you are going to be looking at their economy. They are free wheelbarrow and handcart bonuses, giving them essentially 5 extra villagers with the instantaneous, not just eco boosts, but defensive boosts of being able to run back to the TC faster. Can matter quite a bit against early drushers if you're trying to run back to the TC and you have wheelbarrow early on. Can help you keep your vills alive. And what do we have? Mbl, he is laming. What is ACCM doing with this villager? That vill is very far forward and might be taken out by the scout. At least there is a hill. It needs 2 more hits. Doesn't get a hit on the scout. But what was ACCM doing there? His scout's forward too. He might have been going forward to try to lame. Oh, he's the Berbers. He is a speedy Berber vill. 5% faster in the Dark Age, 10% faster starting in Feudal. And what does wheelbarrow even do? What's percent? If wheelbarrow is 10% faster, then you reach wheelbarrow parity. Now, Giants are doing well. No, they need to get a good draft pick to stop winning. And yeah, there he goes. Okay, Berber Villager Rush from ACCM. Mbl, did he lure his boar? He did not. It's right in the black area. He didn't scout. Here's another one on the side. Might even lose a goat as the vills come forward. Mercenary camp doesn't need to have map-based troops. Why not faction-based? I'm sure you could come up with interesting things to do with it. Could be a cool map-based feature. And the Vill fight commences. Vikings feel as though they could be played skirm plus spear, how MBL likes doing. And ACCM will lame the lumber camp, wall it in. Oh, that is so silly. But it works. And if it works, it works. A maximum lame activated, indeed. And the vills will head over. Loom comes on the way for MBL. And has to do an early Loom. Worried about those vills and needing to fight them. Loom is in for ACCM. ACCM laming the gazelles. At the very least, he did not manage to take that boar. Although he could go for it right now on the hill. Will he go for it, ACCM? He's dealing with his own laming issue at the front. A couple of goats being taken. He's going to go for the Vill, but he can't block the Vill now that the Vill is Loom. No way that works now that the Vill has Loom. Vill would just attack the Scout. I don't think that's possible. Too close to the TC. I'll try to block it and be ignoring, but yeah, nothing going there. One Vill now. I don't think that Vill can do much, although MBL is hunting the boar at the time. And we're getting lamed. This is the Berber Villager Rush. Okay, where I said the African Kingdom civs were in good spots. Okay, maybe I was forgetting that this is maybe something that is too good for the Dark Age. Well, we'll see if this works out for ACCM, or if it becomes used in other stages of KOTD going forward, but I'm glad that they did cut down the Dark Age bonus a bit, but faster moving vills for laming can be extremely annoying to deal with. And MBL will do a mill on the backside of the berries. Awkward position for the mill. As more vills come forward for ACCM, and he is looking to play a vill fight. My question is, does he ever douche? Does he ever do it? TC right here, I think, wins the game because it hits the wood line and the TC. He's fighting on the berries. Can't run one vill who's trapped. Has to be extra careful of the scout HP. Lost the scout, and that's huge because MBL still has good HP for using his scout to block. ACCM will make a beeline for that weakened villager. Ooh, gets a hit on the scout. Nice blocking from MBL. And I think ACCM mismicroed that fight a bit, letting the scout get killed. Well, it goes right through the gate. Can't really palisade gate villagers that easily. And he's down 300 resources collected so far. Down by a Vil. It's a 1 OKD in favor of MBL. And MBL will give chase. Part of me feels that MBL is fine with having a longer Dark Age, because that means he'll have more farmers, and the more farmers he gets added in, the more benefit he'll get from Wheelbarrow as soon as he gets feudal. Might get chased there, so we'll have to use the scout to run some interference. Maybe wall the Vil in as he goes around. Where's the Vil going? Nilly! Moving that Vil the wrong way, but only takes 1 damage on the hill. I think Capture Age probably did some rounding there, but still no big issue. Barracks going up for MBL. Barracks goes up, and we'll have Feudal Age on the way for ACCM. Feudal Age on the way. It'll be on the way for MBL2. 8 farms for him, and 8 farms immediately that will gain the benefit of Wheelbarrow. What is this game? This is Berber's Dark Age. And ACCM will bring the Vils back. That 0.84 speed versus 0.8 makes all the difference. 400ths of a tile per second. Does this playstyle beat a good old Skirmore? I don't know if anything beats a good old Skirmore. Dark New. What could possibly beat a Skirmore? MBL, he's doing militia just to get ready for skirmishers. And go turn in their food. Does Aztec Wheelbarrow give... Oh, that's a good question. I had experimented with that once. There used to be differences in Aztec carry capacity if you played Deathmatch, starting in Post-Imperial. I remember that when I had tested. But it's I had answered that question for myself years ago, but it's been too long, I don't remember it at this point. Range coming up, and this will assuredly be skirms for ACCM. Maybe he can add some Genitors into the Skirmore. And 2 forward ranges for MBL. Men-at-Arms in. Doesn't have Arson yet, but that is nice and cheap these days, and has been very effective at pushing Men-at-Arms through houses. Archer comes forward, that'll push the Men-at-Arms back. I do like the cheap Arson, yes, I think that was a good change. Archer comes forward. And those Vils are trapped. Archers come to save them, though. Mbl still with that scout alive. Tiny bit of HP left. Oh, diagonal hit on the Vil. Diagonal hit. Pain of diagonal hits. Vil's on food difference. 18 to 13. Well, we'll look at the farm numbers here. 7 for ACCM. 9 for MBL. He still has berry Vils. ACCM finished with his berries already. Trying to get another lumber camp up. He's fighting a tower war against MBL on the front. And remember, those are Vils on food that have wheelbarrow for farmers. So extra efficient there. It was 15 to 3. ACCM just added some. Oh, we had a Berber Vil fight. I always enjoy one of those. Only over, not even. I've seen 25k plus ACCM. Remember ACCM Hera at the China land. Those games never end. Get to 5,000 0. I don't think you can actually get to 0 score. I don't think you can undo your score down to 0. That would be interesting. What is the lowest score we can get in AoE 2? And the mill will go down. This is not a Gajur's mill, but the men-at-arms will take out the mill. Imagine if ACCM wanted auto farm on or off, but then can't toggle it because he doesn't have a mill. The pain. In Wooloo Kingdoms, we had allowed for auto farm to be toggled in the chat box, or at least discussed that at one point. Oh no, MBL, don't run into the TC. You were doing so well, MBL. You're doing so well. Yeah, no heavy plow. You see skirms, it's lost for MBL. He has one skirm of his own. Look at this, 1 skirm, 3 archers for both players, and MBL's up to the castle age. ACCM is nowhere close, unless he's somehow clicked up. He has not. So he has a lot of farmers at least. 21 farmers, slightly more efficient as the Berbers. Won't have the worst food economy in the world, but will still be pretty far behind MBL in terms of his uptiming. Never seen MBL's men-at-arms doing the things your men-at-arms do, like running into TCs. I've seen a few players running into TCs with Army in KOTD. It's still it's a very tricky thing to manage, to be honest. So if it happens to you, oh my gosh, we have double barracks, and you know what double barracks means? That means we're not gonna see longswords. No, we're gonna see longswords in siege towers. And I guarantee we're going to see a workshop at some point for a siege tower. Now that MBL is going heavy into the long swordsman. See players do it all the time when watching Rex, not when they're playing against you though. You must be lucky to get arena then. Have players outside your walls. Arson armor. Man, it's double barracks longsword time. Good thing for ACCM is he'll see it. He'll see the flags on that barracks with his house. He'll be aware of the double barracks longswords. When watching your own Rex? Oh no, I'm sorry. I would assume you play arena and then you don't have any TC to walk into because the walls stop you. Started with Scorpions and CA, and it will finish with Longswords and Siege Towers. There it is. Squire's on the way. And there's even much walling for ACCM. The siege tower will come forward. Double, triple stables. Triple stables. Dead units had their skeletons on the ground. Hey, MBL. Age of Mythology is adding that as a battle pass. If you want to see how far the franchise has fallen. But I agree with you 100% that that is missing from AoE 2. Lagging a lot. It looks like I dropped a couple of frames, but it looks like it resolved itself quickly. So hopefully that fixes itself. Don't want to have issues like I was having the other day. Once you neglected your eco to make extra skirms, your elo rose by 500. The longswords are going to pop out at the base of the watchtower. The watchtowers defend each other. And the longswords will hop back into the siege tower. It'll keep rolling around. Oh, the siege tower could get in here. And that would be pretty devastating, I think. Oh, he's blocking the Vil and hops back in. He's saying, wait for us, you're faster than we are. And there has to be a house wall there. He could try to destroy the tower. Why even get squires? That way you can hop in the siege tower more reliably. Take a couple of steps back. Oh, look at that! The siege tower being used as a siege tower to go over the wall. There we go, over the palisade. Actually, this is very close to an opportunity. He could have... Oh yeah, actually, he could have placed his own palisade there with the foundation and hopped over it to get in. Nice to see them being used, but silly at the same time. I agree. And that's now 1, 2, 3 TCs for MBL, third TC on the way. ACCM still has the score lead, but I don't think that's realistic. 10 Vil advantage for MBL, 3,000 more resources collected. Handcart already in compared to not even having wheelbarrow for ACCM. And the economy will continue to skyrocket for MBL as ACCM lags behind. Let me know if the lagging clears up at all. Looks like it's better on my end now. Says I dropped 44 frames, which is much better than the thousands of frames I was dropping not too long ago. Okay, everything cleaned there. Monk wants a conversion. The knights run around. And palisades go up. Lower their HP is better for siege towers? I think the speed is the first thing that needs to go. Minimum score would require starting on the largest map size, spending the starting res on units buildings, and then deleting all. What is the cheapest unit we could have? I guess it has to be a villager. So one villager, everything else deleted, with resources having been spent. You can also bleed stuff away at the market, I think. Selling it. One karambit. And ballistics on the way for MBL. That's a conversion. And ACCM trying to raid with knights. Trying to get good numbers of Berber knights, but he's down by 20 vills, and I think he'll be hard-pressed to get knights to fight this many pikemen. I know knights usually do beat pikemen in the early castle age, but this is an MBL number of pikemen we're talking about here. Tower was never repaired and still is on fire, so that'll go down rather quickly. Bills will try to repair it, though. Let them hold if they can repair it. Actually pretty crucial that they do repair it, as the mangonel comes over. Wait, the mangonel comes over. And what is it shooting at? The Vills repair the tower enough that they can hop inside, and just in time repairing his ACCM. Nicely done. And oh my gosh, we have a Doubt TC, ACCM, fine, with the Knights finding MBL's TC. And getting a Knight Raid on the side, so he closed that Vil deficit up quite a bit. But now it's castle time, forward castle for MBL. Siege towers, max speed would be like the units inside it. You could at least hunt them with infantry, that way you could only hunt with cav. Which is bad with pikes inside. Monks healing up the pikemen. As a couple of monks go for a conversion on a pike. Another monk wants a conversion on a knight. And the castle is up. The castle is up. He's shooting down the knights. Shooting the ram. 90 HP left on the tower. Another TC, this time at the front for MBL. Still, there are knights in the back of his base. Chain barding armor on the way for ACCM. Trying to get to a Berber Knight Flood. And he's closed the Vil gap to 10 Vils. The res gap is still 5k. And MBL now has forward position with the castle. But perhaps ACCM has room to run around the castle. And get into some of MBL's eco. Dark News says it's over though. I guess that means it must be over. Monks will be healing everything up at the front. And all the Vils will go for a forward castle. Castle on the way up. The tower burns behind it. Double castle for MBL. And maybe he could have an option to stay castle and just push this game. Maybe add in a ram workshop or two forward. And try to push with rams. Another Knight Raid getting in. MBL completely not walled, and the forward castles are meaning he doesn't have much defense. He's also about to finish one of the goals in the back of his base. Wouldn't be the worst thing to be able to move Vils to different golds that are more forward, considering he's putting most of his eco forward. Try to take that gold, maybe. A couple of mangonels, but no ram push to try to dislodge the forward castles there for ACCM. ACCM finding a side gold and clicking up to Imp. MBL coming forward to a gold. And he will need to continue pushing with castles. Remember, Berbers do have bombard cannon and could potentially besiege the forward castles once they get Imp. Could do chemistry, cannon, and trebs. Don't possess the prediction power of Draken. It's only over when he's saying it's over. But for the other guy, you need the prediction power of metal. That's where the real prediction power lies. Knights all poked down as the crossbows come forward. Oh, a petard. Okay, that opened a house. Don't think the crossbows get much there, but a bit of room to hit farmers. Mbl's still up in Vils. He won't be close in imp timing, though. He's over 2 minutes behind. And that will give ACCM a nice ability to start trebbing out. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you very much. Thank you. And correct me on how to pronounce your name, please. Dugno. But thank you for the gifties. Appreciate the support. Thanks for spreading some love around. As I need to issue my warning that the Mets are in full off-season mode, and we lost Edwin Diaz to free agency. So I need to change my sub-alert. The G's silent. What isn't silent is this castle drop, as Mbl continues pushing right into ACCM's base and pushes the knights back. Oh, is the stream lagging slightly? Hopefully it's not too bad. Let me see if it is. Good for the Dodgers. Freaking Dodgers. Janitor is taking out crossbows. I don't know. Dunno sounds like a good way not to know how to pronounce it. Dunno. Mbl about up to imp, but he's gonna lose some of his forward position. Is ACCM gonna do this? I thought Mbl had this game won. 20 Vil lead, all the map control. But maybe staying in Castle Age wasn't the right play. He still has a huge eco lead with Handcart and 20 Vils. He retakes the score lead, but he's losing his castle. And Janitors are gonna be a mounted skirmisher, and we all know how good skirmishers are. We all know how good skirmishers are as Vils go down. And crossbows go down. Two-handed swordsman on the way for Mbl. Remember, they do have extra HP as the Vikings, 20% extra hit points. Won't be quite as strong as the Armenian line with Feriders. But now some more extra resources secured by the castle. Lots of extra golds on the map. Legit Janitors with about 10 hand cannons added, and Vikings have no counter. I think I agree with you there. They can do, what, their own skirms there that won't even have thumb ring? He can go siege tower. He can keep going siege tower, two-handed swordsman. ACCM will lose the relics he has. He is up 4-1 on the relics. Conscription and plate mail armor on the way as the Trebs go for the castle. And the Janitors, they change the color of their horse when they become elite. I always felt that was weird. That they shouldn't change the horse color when they become elite. But they do, and now they are forward. Your best available strat is the Trojan horse. Best available strat is the siege tower. Crop rotation and ring archer armor on the way for ACCM. And he still consistently is raiding Mbl, who has not been walled and has not been able to stop the raids at any point. And these units are pretty darn scary now with Bracer, 8 attack. They can take out Vils pretty well. Raid the gold, raid the wood, or sit on the mining camp. Either way, they're chased by 200 swordsmen. That's not going to stop raids all that quickly. Won't be the fastest killing of Vils, but we'll be there nevertheless. Can't help but feel... Well, it was the imp transition this time. ACCM managed to pull off a better imp transition. Able to get up and hold in time, the opposite of that previous game, where MBL tried to go imp, but too much Korean pressure. Vikings weren't able to apply that same amount of pressure. ACCM still struggling for wood. It does have wood in the back corner, but it could be restricted from some of his wood access soon. He does have to hold this castle on the side. If he holds that, then maybe he's okay. And he is... I clicked on the minimap. He is holding it. That treb goes down, and it does. He'll hold the castle. Alright, that castle now gives him wood. So, okay, he's not struggling for wood. MBL going to take some forward wood. Still try to keep pressuring the castles, but ACCM could even run away from this side of the map and move around and be fine. If I was an imp 1 to 2 minutes faster. Maybe he just got too enamored with long swords and siege towers. But now that the Berbers have camel archers, legit, what do the Vikings do against camel archers? You saw the strength of the Vikings as a civ, that early game eco, but now we're hitting the late game where what do they do? That's the question you ask against so many different army compositions, and that includes the camel archer. Mounted skirm expos. And now just mounted camels. I'll pick apart the vills. MBL at around 150 vills. He can't do anything other than siege tower though. Doesn't even have champion. Thumb ring on the way now for the camel archers. Plate barding armor. As ACCM can add in some hussars to start raiding or try to get towards the hussar line. Cheap hussars for the Berbers. Now that they're an imp, it is a 20% stable unit discount. It's a siege tower. Break dances for a bit. You don't want to know your favorite answer? I'm pretty sure the only answer for the Vikings is skirmishers at this point. I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to say, isn't it, Dark Noob? The skirmisher. And MPL is still forward, raiding with two-handed swordsmen. But I can't help but escape the feeling that they're just going to their deaths. Like Kev running to the rear. Oh, the knights are getting in on the wood line. The knights are getting in on the wood line. Siege tower. We have more siege towers. Yes. Siege tower manning the front lines behind all the barracks. Helping the skirms fight the light cav. Idled vills by the gold. And range is coming up for MBL. Knights coming around, killing vills. Knight goes down. Genitor's best unit? What if the most OP unit is riding a horse? You mean the missionary? The monk on a horse? That's it, missionaries and genitors. We need that someday. Spanish player with missionaries and genitors, you can do it. In a team game. Berbers Spanish on African clearing. That sounds like a combo. Cannon taking out some swordsmen as the camel archers continue mowing them down. MBL pushing back with trebs. Maybe he is stabilizing a bit. He's gotten a lot of raids himself with those two-handed swordsmen. And in terms of economy, he is up really far. Look at that. And 7,000 more wreath sources collected, but down by about 100 KD. Or more like 90 KD. Mangonel on a horse when? Well, there's a scorpion on a horse somewhat with the war chariot. There's a mangonel on a boat with the droman. There's the Treb on a camel. That's true. So Champion is in. And ACCM still trying to take control of that front gold. He only has 14 camel archers. Doesn't have all that many. Still maintaining a score and KD lead. Well, that is a lot of champions for MBL, but maybe that simply is numbers to be killed by the camel archers. The wood controls, now we're an hour in, start to become pretty important. As MBL will have a lot of wood access in this back right corner. ACCM has been chopping his back wood for a while. Bill's going forward to deal with the Trib. As the champions keep pushing, they will get into a wood line. See how much damage they can do even underneath that castle as the camel archers mow them down. And a hand cannoneer's out. Champions and skirms still chasing. Champions taking out the camel archers. Champions working out here. Don't think they should, but they kind of are. The Vil count pretty similar now, as MBL's lost a lot of Vils to raids. Anyone can keep track of what's going on. It takes a lot of knowing what's going on to know what's going on. This is a weird way to explain it, but sometimes it simply comes down to having a feel for the late game, to know how often you need to look at different parts of your base and make sure nothing's out of the ordinary. Another trip push from MBL. MBL who still could win this game. More dots of purple being cleaned up, as the KD continues doing well for ACCM. There's capped ram for MBL. Some dead Vils from MBL too, as ACCM gets a raid in. Well, some berserks to clean that. And keep adding skirms. Here, never stop adding skirms. So siege ram. Champions and siege rams. And this could be a good push. MBL could actually take out a castle here, maybe 2 castles in a TC. Gets into this area, that'll give him another relic too. There are 7 relics on the map, it is 4-2 in favor of ACCM. And here comes the ram push. Here comes the ram push. Ram's moving forward into the castle. Going for it. Siege ram on the way, a few champions pop out to deal with the camel archer. Ram's come forward. TC goes down. TC goes down. A couple of rams move over to the workshop. And that stable going down. Camel archers trying to clean this. That's a good number of camel archers now, but still struggling a bit to deal with the ram push. Ram's OP, look at what they just got through. But still, the castle stands for ACCM. MBL retakes the score lead though. And it's res collected versus KD at this point. Which matters more? That's true, MBL, 99 Vils, lost a few due to raids. And at the very least, he stopped the stable from going up from ACCM, but ACCM can throw another one up there whenever he wants. As the winged hussars, or not the winged hussars, the normal hussars with wings arrive. Skirm count, no skirms for ACCM, 26 skirms for MBL. And champions keep pushing. Movable object or the stoppable force? Honestly, ACCM should have lost half an hour ago. It's a miracle he's come this far. And that res collected difference still there for MBL. And I have no idea who's going to win this now. Yeah, I did think MBL had won this game earlier. So I was killing some champions. Oh, actually, champions killing some hussars, cleaning the raid. Remember when the game was a Dark Age lame fest with the Berbers? I remember that. Who has the Hussar saving more relics? That's true, it is ACCM with the Hussar saving more relics. Also with crop rotation. MBL didn't research that, only on heavy plow. So they're strong against champions. Should be strong against siege towers at least, and I guess by virtue against champions. MBL does need some crop rotation himself. Trebuchet goes down. And feels like MBL's raids are getting cleaned up now that he doesn't have as much gold for sustaining the champions as much as he did earlier, and has to go for more of a skirm composition against the hussars. And ACCM with his gold can be much more judicial in how he uses it, choosing to keep the camel archers in the back. Pikes raid with pikes. He had pikes in the Castle Age. Maybe he feels they're not an imp unit with the absence of Halb. That's true, it would give gold for killing Vils, that's right. That's absolutely right. This is what camel archers do. You get a good mass of them and then they kill everything, even the skirms. Even the skirms. The 4 base attack, they don't kill Vils that quickly. Should we nerf camel archers for that if skirms can't even stop them? Oh, that's true. Maybe we should. Oh, we have hoardings on the way for more camel archers. And ACCM back on top in the score lead, dealing with the champions, still a better KD. Feels like MBL isn't all that far ahead in res collected. And ACCM will do a good job of repairing the castle, even buying stone. And oh my gosh, all the camel archers converging now. Take these camels out here, put an archer atop them. And this castle with the ram push, will it go down? It's close and it crumbles. Thank you very much. Oh, the tag cheer for MBL, yes. The tag cheer. Doing 2 damage to a scorpion is a bit much. And maybe that was his last hurrah. Although, one good thing for MBL is there's only 1 castle left for ACCM. And ACCM's trying to save relics, it looks like. Oh, wait. And at the same time, where was the monastery? ACCM lost some relics. Don't even see where they are right now. Wait, they're on the mini-map. There they are. 3 relics back here. That's already a safe location for relics. He has to put him in another monastery again, behind the castle. Well, MBL now is the victim of raids. He is now starting to drop in villagers, dropping down to 100, and trying to pump out champions. Only so much you can do with champions. He does have 184 Vil kills, and chieftains must be helping with that. Oh, okay, good. He does have chieftains. I forgot which tech was which for a second. I was like, Bogsvagar? Missing. Well, it hasn't been going for arbs anyway. Why is he not pushing the middle castle? Doesn't have a gold mine left. I think the issue is that ACCM doesn't have trebs. And trebs are the one thing that will force him to take fights against MBL's slower army in ways that he would then lose expensive units. I think he's much more content to play the slow game, siege engineer, bombard cannon his way forward, and not push the castle right away if it means he doesn't have to take a bad fight so long as he can keep taking winning fights. Yeah, he needs the longbow attack, as you say, Baron. And treadmill crane on the way for ACCM. Cannon going for the castle, Treb going for the castle. And the castle will go down. And ACCM getting the relics back. That monk's making a journey, but we'll get all 5 of them now. And has hussars everywhere. MBL down to 83 Vils. And continuing to drop. More Vils going down. Making your own Viking ships of the desert, your Viking camels, through monk conversions. He doesn't have any now. Are you saying the Viking ships are the siege towers? Yeah, that makes sense. 1.3 speed. They're speedy. And it is now the reverse ACCM situation, as ACCM's up by 5k score. Masonry on the way. MBL's losing his final castle. Losing the final castle. Losing towers now. He doesn't have any more stone. And I think, oh my gosh, all these Vils will die when he only has 62 Vils left. This should end it. This should end it, other than he has a siege tower still. Other than he has a siege tower. Is he gonna make a play for the relics again? He could zoom in on the relics. Destroy the monastery. Trying to save Vils, but now he's down to 53. 52. And his eco is wide open now. No more castles. And slowly but surely, ACCM can whittle down TCs and the remaining towers and open up raiding avenues. Surely he doesn't know where the new monastery is? You're right, he doesn't. Oh, unfortunate for him. But fortunate for ACCM. And for the hopes of this game ending anytime soon. Hussar's killing some pikes on the other side. Bones 45, you are not too late, not at all. Even Dark Doob not resigning this late. MVL 57 Vils, 92 pop to 200. And maybe he's thinking it's late for ACCM. Maybe he's thinking ACCM is harder to play into the evening than it is for him. But there's the GG. And 2-1 lead for ACCM, winning Berbers over Vikings eventually. And when people talked about we thought MBL had won, I mean, look at the military graph at a couple of points. 68 to 18 military as they were up to Imp, but he couldn't push with that and wasn't able to do enough damage early on in Imp that by the late game, the Berbers could come out in front, and even ACCM with more res by the end, but that's when MBL lost all his vills. Civ win. Champions didn't cut it. They didn't. Not that game. Hopefully my internet is okay. That's 2-1 for ACCM. Let me give a win for the Berbers and a loss for the Vikings. Hopefully my Twitch Virginia server is okay. ACCM games are never late. They're over precisely when he means them to be. Alright, I need to go and run to the bathroom after that game. Well, stay tuned, we'll have Game 4 coming up next. Yes, Hera Barles is next. And here we are, game number 4. And Ringlore, thank you very much for the sub. Hoping for more pacifist videos. There are a couple more I'd like to do. Capture age, open please. There we go. Oh, MBL has changed his color. MBL has changed his color. Now we're gonna have ACCM as the Cyan Wu, but MBL as the Yellow Malians, appropriately getting 3 and an additional yellow rug by STC. Just for the sub-theme. Unfortunately, Bob, I had to turn off the sub-theme. Edwin Diaz signed with the Dodgers instead of the Mets, so we need to find another sub-theme. I'm very sad about it. Yeah, we'll need to figure something else out. I don't know what, because I really liked the trumpets. And I thought it fit AoE 2 pretty well. But Malian's Woo. Malian's Woo. I am crying too. On the outside, the inside, and all places in between, I'm crying. And also, look at how far the wood lines are from the TC. This is a proper game of Arabia. I'd imagine your Beto warriors would be great against the Jian swordsmen, if it comes to that. And Malian Camel should be good against the Huiguang cavalry too. So I actually think Malians have tools for this matchup. I like them here. Nope. Well, MBL has tools for any matchup, that is, when he starts to lame. This Arabia is anachronistically desertified. There's a lot of desert. The grass patches feel a bit splotchy in some places. But they do at least apply to the desert theme. Arabia was a lot greener in the Middle Ages. That's why we have Green Arabia too. Right? Do y'all remember Green Arabia? When you play on Vubli and get Green Arabia, and every time someone would have a different version of Green Arabia, you'd get a conflict, so you'd have to change the name. And over time, you had 10 to 20 to 50 versions of Green Arabia in your map folder. Arabia Verde. All the different variations you could figure out how to spell or translate Arabia. I know, Pig. Hello, Selson. Well, was it indeed greener in the Middle Ages? Interesting. So it looks like, did the lame fail? Looks like the lame then failed. As MBL just loses some scout HP. Does hurt to lose the scout HP and not succeed in the lame. But ACCM will be happy to recover his boar, and won't be too far of a delay. Might have a slightly later uptiming, but that's about it. As the barracks goes up, some militia come out and another house goes up. Climate was different in the Middle Ages, that is for sure. Recover the pig. He did recover the pig. ACCM, yes, pig. Ibex is being taken there from MBL, and he's going to go for a second lumber camp. Okay, splitting the lumber camps. Oddly enough, he could wall here and wall to the TC, and this wood line won't be all that bad. His barriers are towards the back. And if he wants to play Skirm Spear and forego all gold control, this isn't the worst map for it. It will be too late to wall up, though, as the militia come forward. He's up to feudal first. 21 pop up, and he tried to quick wall with the barracks, won't have it in time. But the militia and scout are there. The low HP Vil is managing to run and should get back to the TC. He was even thinking of fighting with it. And lots of idle time. Lots of idle time on those Vils. And the militia will go for a house. He didn't successfully counter lame, he stopped the lame. And now he will go on to gold. We'll want to chop those trees to open up the pathfinding a bit near the lumber camp and the mining camp. Well, it shouldn't be too big of an issue, mostly it's just one tree. And 4 Vils is a lot on gold. And maybe he'll do 2 more militia and then go for men-at-arms. One of those builds we've been seeing quite a bit in this tournament. Extra militia after the initial militia. And you have this 2 militia Dark Age opening, followed up by more militias into men-at-arms on the way up. The entire area was a lot more hospitable a couple thousand years back. That would explain why human civilization appeared in the area. A bit more of a fertile farming region. So, man-at-arms on the way with 4 together to apply pressure. MBL will have to react with some small walls around the lumber camp, and he might have to run from the mill. He can kill the scout. I don't think he can quick wall in time, but can kill the scout and come back and go for farms. This pressure will come in so early from ACCM that MBL won't be able to do horse collar before adding farms. At the same time, he's trying to stop the range. There will be a range follow-up along the farm. And with 3 Vils on gold, looks like this will be for archers to complement the men-at-arms. And MBL will have to start going archers and potentially even skirms of his own to deal with this. As the men-at-arms go now for the house, and another house goes up here for MBL. And the men-at-arms group up on top of each other, 2 of them right on top of each other, but walk away. There are a bunch of quite interesting historical developments based on climactic changes. More archers on the way for ACCM. Never have I seen so much fighting over a single house that isn't even part of a wall. You'd see that a lot with men-at-arms openings, fighting for houses. Bringing the men-at-arms back is interesting. I've seen players do this a bit. You bring them back, regroup with the archers, and then go forward again, instead of leaving them forward to deal with archers. Usually what I would have seen in the past would be men-at-arms continuing to wander around the base, but now players are being a bit more careful, keeping them alive later on. Fletching on the way for ACCM. Units is a lot to throw away, but in the past it wouldn't matter because the men-at-arms wouldn't scale as well as they do now. We don't have arson for them, but I guess it makes extra sense even for the Wu as they heal to bring them back. Downside is he doesn't have the scout anymore, and MBL will be continuing to wall. That palisade gate will be the weak spot, especially if it gets opened. MBL not even bothering to lock it. The Vils nearby are weak, so they have to run. And this gate is potentially going down. Although MBL, he has 2 scouts out already. He could try to wall behind it with houses, but he's there in time with archers. And he's focusing first the archers. Try to clear them. And then we'll chase the men-at-arms. And as the Wu heal, you have to kill the men-at-arms completely, and he'll get one of them. Late WK meta, not having towers be that strong and feudal makes it a bit more engaging. Even if WK beats DE and everything else besides the meta. Yeah, the WK tower meta was very oppressive with all the towers, for sure. I think there are a lot of downstream changes from that I don't particularly like, though. The fact that towers aren't as strong does mean various castle age transitions change. Okay, and there is a hole. Always a hole. And MBL is getting in. He's doing armor and wheelbarrow behind this, as ACCM needs to throw up a panic tower on the wood line. There is that hole. The archers get in, and won't be able to pick too many vills, but will have a ton of damage just by being in here and being able to idle farms. Oh, that is rough for ACCM. Thought he'd be fully walled. And a bit of a hole on the hill by the wood line in the house. That's all it takes. And MBL's in. He's just picked a vill. And he's also up by 4 vills. It's because of... Well, he's down by a vill, but that's due to wheelbarrow. So they tightened that up by 3 vills. And he needs one more pick, and he'll even things up and make up for the idle time. And there he goes. And Ezekiel's already ahead. And he's going to force even more idle time for ACCM. To find... Oh yeah, I made an entire YouTube video about towers in King of the Desert 2. My microphone quality was so awful back then, I can't even go back and watch it again. I should maybe do that for KOTD 6. And to maybe look through all the round of 32 games onwards and try to categorize the builds and come up with some stats on them. That could be a fun project over the holidays. I'll need to get some content for the Patreon anyway. I want to get more YouTube videos edited, and as soon as I finish the TTL maps, hopefully I have a sliver of daylight before Red Bull. I can lock in and get recording. Just came in face cam today, yes. We're going to be casting with Mbl later on, too. So I figured I'd use it. Don't know what exactly I'm going to do, because I think we have Vodka as an observer for the actual games later, but we'll see. So we have archers all clearing each other up here, and finally ACCM able to take out that army that was in, while MBL used that army for cover to get up to the castle age, and still has more military at home, so even though he lost it, he kept pumping. And good, healthy resource lead on his way up. Castle Age on the way also for ACCM. Around a minute slower, though. Am I going to Red Bull? I will go to Red Bull, but I'm mostly going to be casting a ton of it during January. I need to do the Twitch front page application thing, too. So I'm going to try to do that during the first Red Bullish weeks of January. And the vodka improves casting. I think that's a fact. Hey, if you are on the Red Bull ladder, Baron, I will cast you. I will certainly cast you. There's MBL up to the castle age. And we have Bowsaw on the way for MBL. And MBL needs to wall in front of the tower, maybe? ACCM might decide to camp that? No, he's not going to camp it. Too far away. MBL's army would have come over. Too risky to camp there. You can get behind this wood line, but this is walled up. MBL pretty heavily on the stone. And as I mentioned at the start, Gebettos against the Jin swordsman could be interesting. Here he comes over with crossbows for now, and we'll be starting the castle age with a TC, adding in a university, and thinking of an early ballistics. He'd play a 2K3 in Empire Wars.
什么？准备就绪。何种命令？
Men-at-Arms went down. ACCM will reach castle with a lot of res floating. Well, he will do a good old bod crow saw. And he will go immediately for the university. But that's a university while MBL has a castle and a second town center up. And with that 500 res difference, throw that into her castle, change your priorities a tiny bit based on having a better KD. And this is looking like we're going to have a 2-2 set. I think this is a good setup for MBL. I don't know how the Wu deal with Gebeto Warriors. I guess that Huiguang Cav have enough armor. Maybe they could fight them, but I'm not sure about that. I think the Gebetos are fast enough.
准备就绪。什么？
Remember, Gebetos, when you get squires, are faster than knights without husbandry. So it's actually really hard to fight them with Cav. They can't catch them properly.
何种命令？
Compared to crossbows or skirms. And we all know how pathing against crossbows and skirms goes these days.
什么？
So Gebetos make that even harder. Here's ballistics now. We'll be in for both players. And the one thing about Gebetos is they won't have ballistics. They take a long time to have, or they have a long attack delay. That's the term. Before throwing their... Is it a knife and axe? Before throwing their Gebeto. They do have 3 melee armor, yep, and then you can upgrade it at the blacksmith.
什么？何种命令？
So that might be tanky enough against Gebetos. I don't know how that corresponds to the low hit points, though. It's a knife? Alright, I'll trust Baron.
准备就绪。什么？何种命令？
Have you taught the puppy to use a Gebeto yet?
命令。
Is that a part of her sword fight training?
什么？准备就绪。什么？何种命令？什么？准备就绪。何种命令？
And crossbows are cleaned. It'll help even the KD up a bit. But the difference in eco is already established with the MBL 1k res ahead, extra TCs, and some good defense with the castle, his 3rd TC going up. And even with a bit of extra stone, thinking of a watchtower on that gold. Gonna leave it for now. Actually could wall up over here and be pretty safe. Think about taking that hill in the gold later on, maybe. But walling here, forcing everything to the castle, would make this part of the eco extremely safe. She does have a stick. Oh, nice. Ornlu's dog has a stick. Dash likes his stick. I don't know if he whacks people, though. I don't know if Ornlu would put up with any whacking.
准备就绪。
The D&D monk build? Do you mean the D&D monk build? No, he's not committing to the Gebetos. You're right about that. He has one of them, but just sitting in the castle. They are pretty good against mangonels, since they do melee damage against the unit that has 0 melee armor. As long as you micro them and don't tank a mangonel shot.
何种命令？
Which at this level I'd expect from the players. This is open. I don't know if ACCM would want to run in without taking the gate out first. But even then, he could be walled and trapped. It wouldn't be a difficult trap for MBL. So as soon as ACCM commits to running in, I think MBL would do a market in the hole. They'd at least force ACCM to break out somewhere else. Give him a chance to be chased. Should I wait and watch from the start? You can do whatever you want. Oh, thank you, Jorleaf, for the raid.
什么？
Thank you very much. Welcome to King of the Desert. That's the great thing about YouTube. You see, Mert, some people on YouTube will start from the beginning and put it at ×2 speed and catch up.
何种命令？
So whatever floats your boat, you have the options there.
准备就绪。
Couple of cacti. Helping MBL micro his skirms.
何种命令？
He'll be trying to take out the crossbows, using ballistics as best he can. And that is a shot on the crossbows for MBL. All of the crossbows down. Oh, look at that beauty right there. 2 mangonel shots and everything is dead. And they fade into the ground. Yeah. Lamenting the lack of skeletons. Behind this, ACCM does have 4 TCs, but still behind MBL and Vils, and MBL will be adding in a 4th TC of his own. Almost. Yeah, hitting the hole in the wall was an easy shot, and that was perfectly timed. And then hitting the remaining armies that ran away, too. Nicely done. Siege Tower. Oh, Siege Tower Gebeto. That would be a play for sure. Is it horrible now? I'd imagine that the Gebetos have to reload now. It's much worse than it used to be. But I think it should still be pretty strong. Here come the Gebetos. The Gebetos useful against mangonels. MBL lost a few mangonels though. Getting a bit far forward on the hill. Hill was a nice advantage for ACCM. Keep trying to push and see what he can hit with the mangonels. And it goes down, so does the other mangonel. Gebetos all go down. The Jin swordsman converted from afar. That capture age line on the hill. Look at that wiggling up and down. Those lines always amuse me. I wish I could turn the lines off. Sometimes I think they're a bit much. And ACCM, for the most part, lost that army. And losing an army, even in an even fight, when you're down in res is bad. And he's even super far down in KD. Gold shaft mining on the way for him. But MBL up to Imp. And now we have to figure out what do the Wu do at this point. I still would have liked MBL to have walled this at some point. That's one of those things that feels that as a caster, you're sitting back here watching from afar and you see more walling spaces than are easily apparent during the game. Something over here too, as he's outposting. Thought all they were rocket carts. Yeah, they predate gunpowder. So that's the thing. And upgrades here, infantry upgrades, along with arson for MBL, can be for the Gebetos. Could also be for Champ Skarls. And he will be up first and has the option to go into Bombard Cannon too. And fire archers queued for ACCM. I'll see a fire archer plus barracks units pikemen there. Don't know if Halb is going to be all that useful, although eventually maybe the Malians could go for light cav to try to raid a bit. Gebetos themselves, though, 1.38 speed. They are very speedy. Very fast indeed. We're terrible in late game. I don't think Attraction Treb Civ is terrible in late game. traction trebs are amazing, even after their nerf. They can't push buildings, but they still can push units. The nerf maybe moved them a bit in the right direction. But I still fear them. Mbl outposting on that gold. Maybe you need an army. Maybe Gebettos or something that can pick them off. Fire Archer, I think, should defend against Gebetto quite well. ACCM up to the Imperial Age. Do they get their bonus versus trebs? That's a good question. I think it's only versus buildings. Long range attack versus buildings. So I'm pretty sure that's no. It would make sense, but I don't think they do. Champion, Malian champions with the extra pierce armor for fighting the archer units. That's going to be the play for MBL. The Wu champions should beat Malian ones in a fight since they regenerate and have all the upgrades. Do they have champion? They do have champion, right? Yes, they do. And there is that Malian champion upgrade. They have all their blacksmith upgrades. Here come the traction trebs. But Gebetto's one of the better units, I think, at sniping off traction trebs. And MBL should be overwhelming the army on this hill and pushing that castle. ACCM doing what he can in desperation to repair, as the traction trebs try to take out the Gebetto's. But they are being pushed. Champion about to come in for the Malians, upgraded from two-handed swordsman. And this castle will be crumbling. There's a GG from ACCM, and we are all tied at 2 apiece after 4 games. Putting the best of 7 to a best of 3. That's 136 kills for MBL. And felt like once he got that Castle Age transition more smoothly, he got in through that hole, caused some extra eco damage to ACCM, and didn't look back. So GG. It is a best of 7, yes, best of 7s starting in the round of 16. Yes, indeed. Tied 2-2. And that is Malians over the Wu. Both players still with the Chinese remaining. T-West at 2 times speed sounds Gregorian. Highly recommended. I don't know what that means. Like I'm chanting? Like some monks? GG. Hello, Gabby. Hello. Nikov, Yo, ACCM, and MBL were all in the same quarterfinal bracket. The bracket of death. To be honest, all the players in King of the Desert, if you're at the level to be anywhere in the tournament, are dangerous. Viper Sato Sebastian, Tato, and Gabby all on one side of the bracket is pretty nuts too. That it is. We'll be back later. Finish work first. Well, good luck at work. And enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, Baron leaving the chat to go live, too. Let's see. Okay, they have launched. MBL is going to stay in the yellow. And it'll be Japanese for MBL and Georgians for ACCM. What are the chances we go 7 games and then get a Chinese mirror for Game 7? What do we think about Arabia Civs these days? Are the Chinese the #1 Civ? Are the Catans up there at #1? Or is the Chinese economy just that good? I love the AOM soundtrack. I do too. I do too. Have they been losing? I feel like the Chinese have actually been made stronger over time with the changes that have happened to their start. Bengalis? What about Bengalis? You know, that's true. Bengalis for the phosphor rushes have been pretty strong. And here we go. ACCM will be the Cyan Georgians, 4 of a kind with that red rug. And MBL will be the yellow Japanese. He's got 3 pairs of rugs himself. So Japanese Georgians feels almost as though we're watching a hybrid map. This could be on 4 lakes. And just out of interest, we will note that there are no ponds nearby for the Japanese player. There are a couple of ponds on the other side. This version of the map does not have any fish in the ponds. But I honestly wouldn't be surprised if a Japanese player were to have a pond in a back woodline somewhere that they could wall. Say if the maps were swapped and MBL eventually could wall this, that there'd be a fish boom eventually. Since they are more efficient than farmers. But it will be Georgians indeed for ACCM, starting with a Gazelle push. And he has a Rhino forward. So Rhinos on this version of the map, this African variant. Extra important to lure them in. They do have more food than boars, and you do not want to be lamed and give your opponent an extra Rhino. Brackets have been so brutal that retroactively justifies the group stage format of TTL. I do like the cutthroat nature of some of these brackets, but I did feel in the round of 32, and even in the round of 16, outside of MBL ACCM, a lot of the sets were kind of one-sided. The round of 64 I thought was pretty exciting with a couple of interesting matchups. But, oh, there we go. What did I say? You don't want to be lamed, and MBL comes forward for a Rhino and a pair of goats. We'll be pulling them back. Georgian always seems to go CA these days, which plays into the Japanese player's hands. That is absolutely true. the Japanese cav archers do have +2 attack versus ranged units except skirms, and that does count for enemy cav archers. So Georgians might want to go for the cav archers that heal over time. But Japanese cav archers, I think, in a cav archer versus cav archer mirror, tend to win. I've seen that quite a bit on hybrid maps. I remember distinctly a couple of Spiral games, Japanese Tatars, where even with the hills, the Tatars couldn't win against the Japanese. So house going up for MBL. As another Rhino gets lured in from MBL. And he should have a nice wall off with this wood line to the edge of the map, and can go across to his TC. He will still have a forward bore of his own, leaving him exposed to some counter-laming. But he will get that smoothly. Took 20 HP worth of damage on the scout. But that's it. And a barracks going up for MBL. Like Japanese against everything, they got so many possibilities. Cheaper eco buildings, Yasama, fully upgraded Arbs, Samurai, best halbs. The addition of bloodlines and the development of the cav archer meta significantly helped the Japanese from where they were in the Conquerors. Who wins this in a 2.5-hour trash war where both players are repeatedly falling to 50 vils? In a 2.5-hour trash war, I think the Georgians have a better economy. Although 2.5 hours, I think we're completely out of wood. And then we're at the Ruben Andre stages of who plays the late game of chess better. Barracks up before the mill for MBL. And as the Japanese, he will add in another lumber camp now and look to go men-at-arms after he clicks up feudal. So men-at-arms rush from him. ACCM did scout the barracks, so he is well prepared for what's coming. Already has the small walls around his berries, and will be walling in his mule cart in the rear, foregoing any gold control for the moment. And if you're Georgians now, you know that the men-at-arms rush is coming. How do you defend against this? You will be walled, so the men-at-arms won't get in, but they will have that early feudal age arson, and we've seen a couple of times in King of the Desert so far that the Japanese come forward with 4 to 5 men-at-arms, get arson, and break through your walls much more quickly than you're expecting, and you don't react in time. So ACCM is probably prepared for that by this stage of the tournament, but it has certainly caught players off guard before. We could get Siege Tower Samurai. Alright, oh gosh, imagine that. The Samurai zooming in on their Siege Tower just to pop out and then zoom in on their charge attack. So barracks going up for ACCM. And there is feudal age for him. 2 more walls going up, and we'll have feudal age on the way for MBL as well. As the goats have to come back. And the house goes up, and more vills pop out for him. And honestly, what is this build? Here I am thinking, oh, he's going men-at-arms. No, he's doing 1 militia, and now a spear. And ACCM will rush up a ranged before any farms. And be prepared to defend against men-at-arms that are not coming. So a complete debate from that barracks. And the archery range on the way up for MBL, and he will be adding in archers. But probably an archer-skirm spear mixture then, as he will continue playing skirm spear. And opening actually on the berries now. A bit of over-foraging from ACCM, he might need to notice and re-wall that. Certified spearman lover indeed. Going to spam skirms and spears. Plot twist there. I know, no one saw it coming. Skirms and spears? Oh, maybe he's just gonna go simply archers here. Simply archers. ACCM opening skirms. Still no gold control for him, so it will be skirms from ACCM. And there's the archer. Oh, look at that scout phasing inside the other scout. Like Jordy and Rowe right there.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგიმდეს. რას აბრძანებ? კეთილარს.
Yoini.
რას აბრძანებ?
Militia taking out skirms. Archer goes down. Scout gets a hit on the militia. What's up, hello, Bart?
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგიმდეს.
And Spears Archer is continuing. This is Straggler is part of that wall, a dragon tree. And MBL will go for the tower on the gold. Something he's been pretty early in doing in this tournament. Towers on the gold, if it's exposed. And he will look for a big wall down to the south, but that will take a while to go up. He will hope to keep the skirms out while that goes up. But it is a lot of walling for his vills right now. And if ACCM does want to run in, he will be able to. Or, no, he won't. Actually, never mind. 8 tiles of wall with 2 palisade gates. There we go. Never mind. MVL was safe the entire time. Kind of makes me miss the days when you wouldn't recover the wood if you built a gate over the wall. Over the unbuilt wall foundation. There he goes. Yeah, he'd be in trouble if ACCM were more on scouts, but then he might be playing the game differently with a heavier spear emphasis, where ACCM more on scouts. It's always hard to say. The thing he's doing would be less appropriate were his opponent doing something else when his opponent isn't doing something else. And that scout should go down to the archers, 2 HP left. And now MBL should be able to wall this in. As the archers come over. I have not watched that, Bob. Have not. MBL, only 1 spear for MBL, yes. Only 1 spear. Blacksmith and houses coming up for ACCM. As the archers come around. Now the gate going up, a couple of palisades at the front for MBL. ACCM is a bit closer to going up and he hasn't had a tower yet. That's true, better eco for him, but not by all that much. However, well, better eco, fewer res collected. Just managed slightly better for going up. MBL about to click up himself, there he goes. Slightly more idle TC time for ACCM, so he is down in vills, down in total res collected. But he is the Georgians, and with another range, this might be cav archers from him. We'll be in a position to add TCs and fortified churches and try to have a better eco as the Georgians. The Georgians, I think, from Castle Age on out, have the best eco in the game with churches, 10% faster work rate. But it does mean you've spent the early game without much of an eco bonus other than that mule cart you start with. I mean, Bob, we've seen Nations Cup. After Viper and MBL, the quick walling ability of the Norwegians drops off quite precipitously. Norway is right up there, along with the United States, in terms of most dysfunctional Age of Empires 2 nations, when it comes to 4v4s. And not even Gluttony can save them. That's true, we do have Phosphoro now. Maybe Phosphoro is the key we've needed all along. You can come up with some strats for us. USA B has been better than the A team in the past. I wonder if Phosphor would join a team. Next Nations Cup. We are going to have a USA Cup at some point over the summer. Ray wanted to organize one and reached out to me about it. So maybe. So Bloodlines and Bodkin on the way for ACCM. Your 802 Elo, that's the savior we need. And they are Bosaw, Bodkin, and Wheelbarrow all on the way for MBL. And Fortified Churches for ACCM. So second TC and the first church going up, church on the gold and on a good number of farms. More eco upgrades though for MBL. Wheelbarrow on the way, Bosaw in. Feels a bit smoother for his eco, but he also did a defensive workshop. And we'll be adding in his own cav archers now. Bloodlines on the way. And can move forward with the Mangonel to pressure. However, I do worry about fortified churches shutting down Mangonel pressure. Especially with the Georgians and their ability to repair. Yeah, still 1 TC in facing Georgians with churches, though. But he already has a good buffer of 1,000 extra resources collected so far. So might be able to hold for quite a bit. Could use some houses down there, maybe. And some extra defenses along this wall. As don't know how long this will hold up with feudal archers against cav archers. Hera and Barles are next, Miguel. They are next. These are best of 7, so they do take quite a bit of time. Nations Cup for the teams of historic empires. University on the way for MBL, along with his own monastery. And some cav archers and mangonels come forward. He's on a timer to do damage, and he doesn't have that big of a military lead. And still, Fortified Church is protecting the eco. That'll be the 3rd TC, and that one will be covered by a church. This TC covered by a church. And 3 churches up powering the eco. This area, not churched. But could be churched. Civilization Cup. People have tried that in the past. But not a very easy to pull off concept for AoE 2. Maybe you could do it for Arabia. Have some type of reverse draft where the higher seeds pick last. Then nerf Hera. Somewhat. He won by being the last to choose his civ. Maybe that doesn't nerf the players enough, though. Yeah, Vil's going down. But now ACCM does have to fight the Japanese cav archers. Ballistics on the way for ACCM. That's not in for MBL. ACCM closing the res difference a bit. MBL trying to get the fire staggered a bit from the cav archers. And we'll be picking these off. Nicely microed from MBL. Look at that, look at that. He lost 1 cav archer and cleaned everything. Very well done. And right before ballistics, too. He also has a relic behind this, but still is on only 1 TC. As, ooh, he gets a Mangonel and a Vil. Applying decent pressure, but I don't know if that's anywhere near enough, looking at ACCM's eco.
რასაბრძანებ?
Bill's going down. And TC here going up for MBL. He's 20 vills behind and will need to do some damage, especially against the Georgian eco. But I'm liking ACCM's position so far here.
კეთილას.
As long as he doesn't Titanic to some mangonels, and we have seen that so far. As long as he doesn't Titanic, I think he should be in a good spot to hold on. He needs to finish it off, but is with a great eco lead right now. He is tied the res collected and should be pulling ahead massively with the Georgians. Yeah, MBL did have an extra bore early. That's true. That's true. That did help him get off to the early start. But now Georgians are gonna Georgian.
რასახბრძანებთ? მზა არს. კეთილ არს.
And nice micro from MBL to get that hit. Doesn't finish the mangonel though. And ACCM getting a defensive castle up at the front.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
As the mangonels go down.
კეთილას. მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს. რასაბრძანებ?
House will go down. MBL closing the Vil gap a bit.
კეთილას.
As we move to the late game, the Japanese will have great halbs, and will be able to scale into cav archers better than the Georgians can. They will get full upgrades, and still have that +2 bonus. Town Watch. And I do think MBL should have the better army composition. And it's an eco advantage now. And if ACCM can turn that eco advantage into a smooth imp transition, he should be able to win. Or even into a late Castle Age push with lots of cav units, maybe. Trying to go Monaspas now.
რასაბრძანებ?
But I'm still wondering what Georgians' late game will have as their long-term army composition against the Japanese. That's true, ACCM has neglected Bowsaw, and the res collected are exactly the same despite the Vil difference. Maybe that gives MBL an opportunity to recover. Those mangonels need to shoot the skirms, and they're doing so. Okay, they're going down, but taking some skirms with them at least. And all the Monaspas go down.
ვითარ წაგინდეს.
And the cav archers will have to run away. But as they make their escape, they've done some damage. Forced ACCM into a fight. And ACCM wants a forward castle. There's an outpost there already. And maybe MBL does not yet have the transition to deal with this. Do the Georgians get hand cannon? No, they do. Of course they do. I guess Hussar hand cannon could be good. Should have great farms for Hussars. I guess that's you're looking at more the gold and the cav archer numbers start to run out a bit. MBL doesn't want that castle going up. I don't think he can stop it there. We'll lose a TC and that front gold. And he is up to imp though, but he is housed. Needs a few houses. And we'll be the first up. So maybe there's a world where he does a defensive castle and trebs this down, but his stone is very far forward, and right now will be attacked by the Monaspas. Where is his second stone? That is fairly well positioned in the back. Could surround that with mining camps and go heavily to mine it to try to get a castle somewhere. As he is up to imp, but imp without trebs. And the Japanese, remember, they do not have bombard cannon. And the ACCM getting a nice push into the front of MBL's base. This gold will be exposed. This gold already stopped by the castle. And this gold with just a tower on it. And can MBL take this fight? How will the skirms do? Will they get manganelled? Yes, they will. That was a good shot. Even took some HP off the skirms. The Monospas come over, but more manganells chase. Manganells chasing skirms is not what ACCM wants. Need some clutch Monospas to take out the manganell. Maybe Monospas can raid him to death, but maybe the Cav Archers can defend. They have Bracer, they have Chemistry on the way. The skirms don't even have their second armor. And the Cav Archers, with their imp upgrades, can start winning this fight, I think. And try to clean some of this, but MBL will face a lot of idle time. ACCM more idle TC, but MBL still far behind in Vils. But Res Collected, not that different. He's doing a decent job of keeping everything working so far, despite the raids. Monospas here, a bit afraid of the TC fire. So far, no castle, no siege. And maybe ACCM can keep his foot on the gas with the Monospa raids. And these three Palisade gates are weak spots. One, because they're held open. But two, because they are merely Palisade gates. Yeah, 33 to 24 military, and maybe MBL does not have the Cav Archer numbers he needs. But if he can get more Cav Archers, he could be okay. He needs to get more, though, and he needs to find a way to clean this. Armor finally coming in for the Archers for ACCM. And he has himself a huge villager lead. Now starting to pull ahead a bit more in res, over 1k more. Have Archers going down. What's the least Monospas? I think it's groups of 7 up to +4, so 28. Skirm is picking off the Cav Archers. And ACCM pulling ahead in score. Wheelbarrow on the way. Still in the Castle Age, though. And MBL, huge Vil deficit, but won't want to resign Imp versus Castle. Will force ACCM to finish him off. Raids coming in. More Monospas poking forward. Getting under the TC, killing some more Vils. Manganell shot on the skirms, MBL. MBL getting some nice Manganell shots on skirms. We've seen quite a few of those today. And down they all go. Yeah, and defensive tower is much better at stopping Arbalest raids than Cav raids, too. He's still trying to get his Cav Archer numbers up. 20 out with 9 in the queue. If he ever gets enough Cav Archers, maybe there's a world where he holds and can fight. But he does keep losing Vils. That's 50 Vil kills so far for ACCM. And MBL will need to keep expanding out to grab more golds. Handcart on the way for ACCM, improving his Georgian's eco. Fortified churches all over the place for him. Benefiting almost every single villager. There's a sneeze. And castle goes up. We'll have Ring Archer armor and Thumb Ring on the way for MBL. Skirms go down. And armor on the way, so he's working towards fully upgraded Cav Archers. Still needs HCA. And still needs Parth. Oh, he doesn't have ballistics! Oh, he doesn't have ballistics all this time! Does he realize he doesn't have ballistics? MBL, no ballistics, no. Oh, that more than kinda hurts. Look at right here. Can't hit anything as it runs away. Imp for ACCM. MBL sending his Vils forward. What's he gonna do? Oh, he has a castle foundation placed. But that's not gonna be a castle spot. No, it won't. No, it won't. And now ACCM's into the farming eco. Nothing MBL can do back here. And things are falling apart for him. This will probably be GG upon ACCM's hitting Imp from MBL. As the castle goes up and the monk wants a conversion, gets one. Castle taking out some of the cav archers. And lumber camp going up for MBL. Still defending with cav archers. Cav archers are a great unit for defending and keeping alive under your TCs. He's still down by over 50 Vils. And we have Svan Towers, Treadmill Crane. Everything for ACCM. He's on his way up still. He has some Vils on weird locations, doing 2 or 3 towers here and there. He takes out a ton of extra neutral res from MBL's control. Conversion comes in. Let's kill some units there. Yeah, Scorpion Towers time. Hello, Benchek. He said GG on Imp. This is MBL, though. He's going to wait for the Scorpion Towers to go up before calling the GG. Svan Tower versus Yasama Tower. Let's go. We need some Yasama now. Like masonry from ACCMs and hoardings upon Imp. Well, maybe even architecture for the towers. This is MBL ACCM we're talking about. This is a long one. And still no ballistics for MBL. 3 on wood. A struggle for him still, and he will go Trebs to try to take out the towers. Still a 50 Vil difference. ACCM at 200 pop. MBL struggling at 130. And that is a lot of skirms coming forward, pouring into his economy. Get outpost rush him now. There's Keep. Well, he's Spawn Tower rushing him at least. Vils did fight down 1 guard tower. ACCM needs some murder holes, it looks like. Murder holes, masonry, and architecture, and arrow slits. Last furnace, and he still has more Vils on stone. MBL's main TC now being destroyed by the Monospas. And we will have Kataparuto for MBL, but there's the GG. And ACCM goes up 3-2. Finding a way, finally, to take another lead in this set and put himself at match point. Georgian economy. MBL tried to stay 1 TC, even with that early Castle Age advantage, then could not match the Georgian eco, could not do damage to the Georgians. Even had a bit of a larger military, but wasn't enough for him to get an assault done. Did he get ballistics at the end? He did not. And GG. So game number 6. The question for the players now is, where do you use the Chinese? Do you use them now to stay alive? Or do you go Shu for MBL? And ACCM has Persians and Chinese. Oh, that is a scary Civ combination. Right there. MBL in the lobby. Oh gosh, my stream's dropping again. That's not good. I might go offline and try to fix that real quick. Or if it's back, then hopefully we're good. Hold on, let me go investigate for a moment and see if I can adjust something. Okay, I tried to adjust a couple of things, so hopefully the internet doesn't drop. Sorry, I missed the first couple seconds of the game. Was just checking on my router. Resolves itself. Oh, no, it doesn't. I might need to restart the stream. Hold on. I'm not muted. The voices. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm gonna have to restart my stream. I'm just gonna try to fix this before it gets too bad. As it clearly is having a slight issue, and I don't want this to continue. So I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We are back. I just changed my Twitch server, and sometimes this fixes it. But I do need to restart the stream when I do that. Hopefully we're all good. Anyway, ACCM will be the Cyan Persians. He will be to the southwest. He'll be against MBL as the Yellow Chinese to the northeast. And MBL is using the Chinese here. If it goes through Game 7, undoubtedly it'll be Chinese, probably against Shu then. Yeah, press F5. Press F5. First, you are first, yes. Yes. Alright, hopefully the stream is stable now. We don't have any more drops. I saw it was dropping on YouTube. So apologies, I had tried to resolve that issue and hopefully it's fixed. Press, I can type that on YouTube too. Press F5 for restarted the stream. There we go. Winter time in the US when I don't have fiber internet. My internet is not that good these days. So, we'll have a back gold for MBL. That's rather nice for him. And a back wood line he can go to later on too. He will start by taking the front wood line. That is where his stone is located. And he will have some forward berries. The game is paused, and I am terrified because I thought that was me for a second, but it is not. It is simply MBL taking a brief little pause himself. Probably needs to go and double check his hotkeys, check the tech tree. Go, make sure everything's okay for him. Package delivery being troubled by frozen streets. Also, so far after I changed the server, it's good. For some reason, and I don't know why this is, but I've noticed that I don't have New York available as a Twitch server for some reason, which boggles my mind why it's not available in my OBS settings now. And I need to change the server to other ones, and I don't really have a nearby one. Sometimes Toronto's available, but that's not available either. So I've swapped between Virginia and Ohio, which are not near me, but seem to be stable, one or the other. Why is capture age time not the same as in-game time? What do you mean? Capture age time not the same as in-game time. It is the same. Uh-oh, what's the uh-oh? Yeah, if someone on YouTube could tell me if the stream is running, that would be great. Yeah, New York is within, like, New York City is within a 45-minute drive if I don't have traffic. This is outside the city and in a more rural area, but it is not far away from civilization. I chose the Ohio server, and that basically means I have to go into the middle of nowhere through the wilderness of Pennsylvania to go back to civilization in probably Cleveland somewhere. Stream good? Okay, saying it's fine. Mit's running? Alright, thank you, thank you. So, we'll have first up for ACCM as the Persians, adding in the barracks. And could just be a scouts opening from him. Could be a skirm spear opening. Always hard to tell these days. Gold being the only real tell. With the blacksmith timing, and it will be a stable. Will be a stable for ACCM, looking to close it out with a scouts opening. MBL doing a barracks, and no gold for him. Probably will be a skirm spear defense. We saw this earlier in game number 2, it was. Was it game 2? No, that was the skirm game. Game number 1. Oh, the first game of the set, that is. Scouts opening from ACCM, where he committed to bloodlines and forging, but didn't do enough damage while MBL defended and counterattacked with skirms and spears. We all know how MBL likes his skirms and spears. Slower uptiming into a slightly better eco for skirm spear is his specialty, and there's the archery range, going up on the hill by his berries. And it has offered NY in the past tetracycline. I don't know why it isn't now. YouTube does a lot of things better than Twitch, and auto restarting is a nice one. Because Twitch, I lose half the viewers whenever I have to restart the stream. And it would be nice if that didn't happen on YouTube, the viewership didn't change at all. I don't know if that's a difference in how Twitch counts people. I would assume people don't leave and come back differently on Twitch than they do on YouTube, but maybe they do. Maybe it's a different culture. So Scout goes down. Another Scout does some damage, takes out the Vil, and ooh, 3 HP, and that Scout will run away. And more farms going up around the TC for MBL. Due to cold area, the carrier pigeon impacted. Oh, and thank you for the donation. Thank you very much. Let me Alt-Tab so I can read the message. It's too small on my screen to read it. Let me open up my Stream Elements dashboard. Thank you very much. Activity feed. Thank you very much for the tip. Forced levy. If there's a donation, I don't see a donation, but thank you very much for the tip. I appreciate that. This old MBL fully walled. Well, this is a map. Let's be honest. This is a map in the back. You're not gonna wall all that well. He's fighting with Vils. He does kill a Scout. Can't quite get a poke, though. So that's 2 Vil kills from the Scouts. MBL didn't commit to the small walls. And we'll be taking his berries now. Yeah, viewer count on Twitch is a beast on its own, that it is. Nope. And the stream is dropping again. I'll probably have to contact my ISP. I do not like these drops. Is that dropping again? It was fine for most of the day. Maybe I gotta swap the server back. Yeah, YouTube is having issues again. That's okay. Scout's just hoovering now. So I got time to investigate a bit. And let me try to restart one more time. Yeah, I'll try swapping the server back to Virginia, but it looks like that still might be having issues. Okay, it looks stable for now. We'll see if this maintains any type of stability or not. So our market going up. And we'll have some walls coming up for MBL. And so you can spam F5 again. Hopefully YouTube handles that. Market and Palisade Gates. MBL's been making great usage of the Palisade Gates to keep armies out in that previous game and now in this game. He can lock it while it's under construction, which probably would be good for him. As the Vil doesn't quite open it. Not locked, though. That's risky. Oh my gosh, how did that Vil... Now it's locked. Why is there a Vil on the outside? What happened to that Vil? Oh, the poor Vil. He can try to save... Oh, no, he tries to save the Vil, but he's going to lose another Vil in the process. Oh, poor MBL losing to the Scouts. As the Vils all go down, we'll have the Castle Age on the way and Fletching on the way for MBL. Now, Castle Age first. So he will be up first. Res Collected is dead even, but he's up first. Trying to hold behind his walls. ACCM, everything's super far away for him too. A few more houses go up. But equal economy is not what you want to be with the Chinese, even against the Persians. Especially when it's a land map and not a hybrid map, you still want to be a ways ahead. And the Persians, I think, should have the better army composition, other than maybe the Fire Lancers. Maybe Fire Lancers still are good for the Chinese in this matchup. And some houses coming up here for MBL. Has had the fewest upsets. It has felt that it's been pretty favoring the higher seeded players. But MBL ACCM, I don't know if that's an upset either way here. Does feel like ACCM's about on the verge of winning this game though and pulling ahead. Houses still going up. MBL will have to try pushing Persians before their eco gets out of hand, but like Persian TCs, that's the thing. Persian eco gets out of hand very quickly, and it might already be out of hand as ACCM's up 300 resources and looking to move on. So we have a range coming up. Padded archer armor, castle age, 69%. Gold mining, padded archer armor, all coming in for ACCM. And he's trying to keep this out. Only a few skirms so he can keep walling. Is ACCM going CA? Persian CA? He is indeed going Persian CA with the ranges. Oh, MBL, he's doing Siege Tower Fire Lancers. I said, what, Fire Lancers could be good in this composition. MBL agrees. ACCM was like, oh, I'll delete a wall and do a TC. Nope, you just let the Siege Tower in. They don't even need to hop over. Oh, they could hop over that palisade. Gotta double that up. And the house doesn't go up in time. The Fire Lancers are in. Fire Lancers are indeed in. And okay, if we're gonna get a Game 7 due to Fire Lancers, this is where it's gonna be. Here come the Fire Lancers in the Siege Tower, disrupting the eco. They've delayed the TC. More Fire Lancers on the way. They should be able to deal with the scouts there. There they go. How's that fight going? That's going well for the Fire Lancers. That'll be 5 dead scouts, 4 dead scouts, and the 5th just survives. The Siege Tower continues rolling around through the farming eco. We have 3 Vil kills for MBL. Oh my gosh, the Vils, they're going down. That's 6 Vil kills. And behind this, MBL will add a second TC. So, okay, this is how you come back then. Fire Lancer Siege Tower. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's working. ACCM's your all-time favorite, but you do like the Fire Lancers. I think that the Fire Lancer is one of my least favorite additions to the game. It is so OP. Oh, look at it go. I mean, MBL had lost this game, right? By every stretch of the imagination. He had lost the game, but now he's killed 8 villagers. And he's forward with a rocket cart and has 2 TCs of his own. He's actually ahead in Vils now. How is he ahead in Vils? After that disaster he had of desperately trying to wall to keep ACCM out. Now, ACCM still has the score lead. But those Fire Lancers will pop out and fight the Cav Archers. Or if they'll fight more Vils. Oh my gosh, look at the low HP of the Vils. The Vils are trying to fight. Fire Lancers hop inside the Siege Tower again. There's still a low HP Vil there. And that's another Vil. There's one low on HP. Down she goes. That's 15 dead villagers from MBL from the Siege Tower Fire Lancers. What the heck is this? And while ACCM, he's walled it in. He's finally walled it in, but remember, they are a ranged unit. They can shoot over that wall. Well, he's memed his way back into a potential Game 7. He's got another Siege Tower on the way. He's got a on the way behind this. One knight won't be able to stop that. Especially as the Fire Lancers stop the knight. Okay, Mangonel defense from ACCM. Finally takes out a rocket cart. Staves off the pressure a tiny bit longer. ACCM getting a good number of cav archers out. But MBL now has an 11-vill lead. He's killed 16 villagers. What the heck just happened? What just happened? Oh my gosh, my internet can't even handle what just happened. And normally we saw a Fire Lancer Rocket Cart Monk. Now we see Fire Lancer Siege Tower. That looks like we had a tiny bit of a drop there. Hopefully that stabilized. Mangonel tries to shoot and hit the Cav Archers. The Fire Lancers pop out and hit the Mangonel again. The Fire Lancers pop out, hit the Cav Archers and the Skirms. Definitely support reducing. I don't even think. I mean, 5 is still super speedy. Well, this is crazy here. That's some more idle time. At least ACCM now has a 3rd TC, but he's still down by 10 vills. And the MBL has a 1k more res collected now, and he's getting some rocket cart shots on the Cav Archers. ACCM! Oh no, disaster. Absolute disaster. Thank you, Phosphor, for making this meta. Is this even Phosphor? I feel like this has been... Ever since that change, that monks no longer convert them with... or from range with Redemption, and it became a stronghold or not, a sudden disaster thing. And it kind of exploded to the meta there. Phosphor and Survivalists have probably done it a ton. But yeah, Siege Towers has always been a meme. But now the meme has become the reality. GG, you're calling it already, LL? Oh, more Siege Tower. Well, the problem is, Game 7, ACCM has the Chinese, and he can just do this himself. How does MBL stop this with the shoe? And ACCM, remember, he already did this himself with the Koreans earlier. Should be brought in line with transport ships. So they have 20 garrison space? Oh my gosh. Well, those Cav Archers were brought in line with the rocket cart shots. Here's a castle on the way for ACCM, but there goes his military down to 5 army. Well, MBL memed his way to a Game 7. We are going to get a Game 7. You do really need to patch these things. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Double walls. There's still an opening there, I think. Rocket carts to take out the watchtower. No, watch the vills die by the base of the tower. 30 vill lead just about for MBL. Wheelbarrow on the way for ACCM. And I don't think there's much he can do at this point. What's he going to do? War elephants? Fire Lancers should counter them, I think. Tower goes down. The gold is exposed. As ACCM, he still has a gold. At least he has a stone, too. He has 2 stones. What's he going to do? Forward castles? MBL already making his own castle. So he can't really be castle dropped. No good way for vills to get across the map. Unless ACCM puts 3 siege towers worth of vills YOLO'd forward for a castle drop, maybe? But then what's he going to do? War Elephant against Fire Lancer? I don't think that's going to be a play. It's still a 30 vill lead. Look at that res difference. Ooh, rocket cart taking out the knights as they dodge back and forth. I'll have heavy plow and wheelbarrow on the way for MBL. And a castle now going up. Yeah, Siege Tower did win an unwinnable game. Siege Tower Fire Lancer. Okay! ACCM will YOLO the Vills forward, but they will run into Fire Lancers. They will run right into Fire Lancers. Just passing. There we go. Oh, they're gonna turn and fight? Oh, they can't turn and fight this. No, they can't. Oh, down go the Vills, the poor villagers. That's a Doubt Castle, and they don't even get to the foundation. Oh, no. Look at him die. Look at him die. Oh my gosh, they're being chased by a siege tower. 1.3 speed. 0.88 speed for the Vills. There's the GG, and we have a game 7 on our hands. ACCM will have the Chinese himself. But what the heck was that? Look at that military difference. Where one little Fire Lancer siege tower turned everything around. What the heck? Oh, this is so silly. How is this a thing? GG. Alright, let me just get the Twitch ads out of the way for a potential, or for a guaranteed Game 7. Not potential, guaranteed now. Game 7. And win with the Chinese over the Persians. But I imagine it's Chinese against Shu now. Does MBL go Gujars or Franks somehow? Against the Chinese? I'm not sure what the answer for either of those civs would be to Fire Lancers. I feel like it has to be Shu and Expo play. The EPC is going hard. And again, thank you once again, Force Levy, for the tip earlier. Don't want that to get lost with all the drops and restarts I had, but thank you very much. Oh, as my internet's dropping again. Frank full feudal? I feel like that loses to Chinese, though. Because the Chinese have bloodlines, and they can love the Fire Lancer transition. I mean, this one set has taken almost 4 hours now. I wish she's on YouTube. Okay. It's giving me a warning, though. Well, anyway, we're starting Game 7, and what the heck? ACCM? ACCM picked the Lithuanians? What? ACCM picked the Lithuanians, not the Chinese, the Lithuanians. What? Lithuanians versus Shu. He wants their skirms against the Shu? Well, the Shu's on the other foot now, it would seem. Think there are too many special castle age units you can recruit from a wood building these days? I would agree with that assessment, yes. I would agree with that. Okay, well, we're 2 seconds away. And ACCM is throwing his changeup this game. Alright, so ACCM will be the Cyan Lithuanians, with 1 repeated rug to the west. MBL to the east will be the Shu. He'll have a couple repeated rugs himself. And what? He didn't pick the Chinese, his very first picked Civ. He picked the Lithuanians. Lithuanians against the Shu. The Shu are a good archer Civ. The Lithuanians have really good skirmishers. Is ACCM simply doubling down on having good skirmishers? He's not going to have Fire Lancers. Here I am thinking, oh, he'll just go Fire Lancer Siege Tower himself, but no, that doesn't seem to be the case. Special units? Special units are referring to stuff like Fire Lancers, or Steppe Lancers, or Savars, or Slingers, or a whole bunch of other units that have been added over the years to the mainline buildings and not restricted to the castle. Yeah, that's true. MBL and ACCM, you expect a single game to take 4 hours, so no surprises there. Need up 50% unique units. Yeah. It's kind of disappointing sometimes that you end up playing more unique units than you do Age of Empires gameplay. That's the feeling I get, at least. But anyway. Forward wood line taken from MBL. We're not going to have any type of insta-drush from ACCM as the Lithuanians. He lured in the forward boar first. No laming for game number 7. And he is now pushing in that Gazelle from the back. Trying to get in more vills on the way, and he'll be luring in that back boar. Oh, Shravam Riders too, yeah. The Xianbei Raiders, right, that Huiguang have. All those things, they add up over time. The Grenadiers from the Jurchens. It feels like every Civ has 2 unique units now. In some ways that makes them feel less unique because they're somewhat forced. So very forward gold for ACCM. One of his secondary golds also super forward, but then one of his back golds is safe. Hello Pipa, how you doing? Over in the YouTube chat. Looks like the stream is stabilized a bit. As I say that, it starts to drop though. Well, it's not dropping to 0, it's dropping to lower thousands. So I don't know what that means. Hopefully it's okay. I'm going to cast the next set with Mem, so hopefully everything will be okay there. Vil being lured in, and there's the boar taken by the TC. And Loom on the way for ACCM. Few militia coming out of the barracks. And long distance mining 10 gold. What build is this from MBL? Long distance mining 10 gold for a 3 militia drush. A 3 militia drush with a mill in the Dark Age. Has to be careful of those sheep. Wait just a minute, has to be careful of those sheep. Oh my god, is there a world where MBL drush FCs for war chariots? He's doing loom, so probably not. Probably up on 20 vils. But there he is, early drush on the wood line. ACCM is going to lose a vil here. Ooh, very close. Almost got the scout, though. But does lose the vil. And 2 more vils low on HP. The militia are going to get back. Militia will get back. So 3 militia drush from MBL. We see the 2 militia just quite a bit these days, but 3 militia from him. All that extra food he has generated from the lumberjacks paying off. ACCM up to the feudal age. So feudal age for MBL, but much, much slower. He's working on getting walled up. Could even go for a second lumber camp. Could go for a stone mine. Needs to make sure he does wall all the way to the edge of the map. He does see that that's open. And he is going for huge walls continuing across to the edge here. Oh, is he going to do a circle of walls? I think you do want to go to the edge and keep the stone safe. Bill's going to straggler trees. No farms yet for MBL. Is he going to try to squeeze in a horse collar being up this late? So still has more militia in the barracks. His front militia got cleaned up. Only 1 Vil kill and lost the scout and the militia. Lots of idle time there. Oh, forward Vils from ACCM. Forward Vils with skirms and spears going forward. Could the forward Vils run into militia though? Could they run into men-at-arms? Mbl, what is he doing with his feudal eco? He needs farms. He doesn't have the food to wait for horse collar. What is going on here? Militia in the barracks still. And he's going for a tower. But this could be a huge mistake as here come the militia. And the militia are there to fight off the tower. MBL can go for his own tower in defense now. ACCM has to wall this up, but good timing there. MBL, he's clicking the man-at-arms upgrade, and he might commit to it. He'll send Vils forward to fight. More skirms coming forward for ACCM. Remember, the skirms and spears for the Lithuanians move faster. ACCM will get everything walled in around that tower, but MBL's tower does go up in time. And he has to be careful of defending his own tower, because MBL could try to send Vils forward to rush it down. MBL's tower isn't walled, but risky to do that, though. He doesn't know what's coming from behind. And MBL could always pull some more Vils to fight if he needs to. Guten Tag, Xander. And the men-at-arms are still forward. There's double bit axe from MBL. And every upgrade he adds in is slowing down a fast castle. So, crazy and messy game so far, starting with the fact ACCM picked Lithuanians instead of Chinese. And MBL's up by 300 res collected so far. Is there something bad about the Chinese shoe matchup? What is this Civ matchup? Ooh, as the man-at-arms goes down. So, okay, 2 men-at-arms left still, hoovering around on low HP. Could still try to get into ACCM's base, but ACCM has a lot of skirms to defend. Tower fight for both. And they might need to repair at some point. Let's look at the stone situation for MBL. He has stone in the back if he needs to mine it. He has stone in the front that he is mining. So he has lots of stone, and it's crucial for him to keep this tower standing so that it protects his main gold. Does not want to lose the main gold. ACCM with a hole in the wall, but not worried about that at the moment. There will be men-at-arms getting in on his berries, but they're low HP. Just going to idle the Vils for a bit. ACCM will have to turn and fight. They're the stronger Civ. Maybe they are. The skirm and spear rush for the Lithuanians is their strength, and so far MBL has managed to wall it out. And yeah, doing pressure, but doing pressure against the civ that does have that food plus wood eco bonus. Yes, that was nerfed in the patch. It doesn't give me the percentage there in capture rate. It was nerfed a bit. But still not... Still Lithuanians not benefiting beyond the 100 food with which they start the game. And a bit of a T90 farm there with a gap. Not auto-farming, at least. Stronger until the late Chai come out. The latest skirm, I think, is a really difficult combination to deal with for pretty much any civ. Another tower for ACCM, but MBL there, he's able to Vil fight down the other tower while doing another counter tower himself. Will send more Vils to try and rush this up. Has to manage the Vils and dance them to keep the full HP ones near the tower. But this tower is defended by the gold. The tower going on the gold from the other side, though. MBL should have a little sliver of daylight from which he can mine to the left. Fletching already is in for ACCM. MBL has to be careful with his Vils and their HP. But right now, MBL, no access to gold. 1 gold forward, a 2nd gold all the way to the back. So he could go out and try to do a clandestine mining camp out there. And he didn't wall. He didn't wall by the tower. And now he is in desperation mode trying to get the houses down. And he gets them just in the nick of time. I think he needs to wall over here somewhere too. Yes, he does, but he's aware of that. Those speedy Lithuanian military units coming forward. He will attempt to stonewall behind this. There's a hole by the lumber camp. And ACCM is breaking through. I show the scouting. ACCM didn't find the other gold for MBL. And MBL did actually find that gold. So he's doing everything he can to wall this up. But it's now encroaching and getting closer and closer to the TC. MBL with a res lead though, but 15 to 2 military. He has gone for a stable and scouts. He is not going for skirmishers. And if he can do scouts, he might need to commit to upgrades here. Remember, the Shu don't have bloodlines. And they only have forging, so not the best light cav transition. If it comes to that. Is he going to market himself up and defend with towers? I feel that maybe this has to be forging now if he wants to fight, especially with the presence of that spear and all the towers. Sending the scouts out. He's trying to do a tower. Tower is maybe a bit late. The skirms will get some damage. Bills go down. And the scouts holding this off for now. Market going up, blacksmith going up, MBL trying to do his feudal age buildings. We'll need to finish one of them. He's not finishing the market. Can go up, but doesn't have the res yet. ACCM doesn't have the res either. Res collected. ACCM has now surpassed MBL with all the idle time he's caused. And what is that on the outside? That is ACCM with a spear. He is aware of the fact the gold is out there in the back for MBL. And scouts take out this Vil from ACCM. Down she goes. And a spear comes around. Looks to poke the scouts. MBL will jump the spear. Gets poked in the rear by the second spear, though. And ACCM is up to the castle age doing horse collar. That's a lot of farms without horse collar. But needed them to get up. And this tower will go down by the looks of it. Only 1 Vil, so couldn't retaliate in the tower fight. But ACCM will do what he can to hold on to this gold position. and not let MBL move out towards it. Spear gets some pokes on the other side, and a tower will go up for MBL. Skull is not always worth it. It's not. It's not. It's tricky. But you do feel it in your eco when you don't have it. Here's a Vil going down. He'll get some more walls up over here. And some skirms keep hoovering around. Vil goes down to the tower. Tower will keep the spears at bay. Well, if you need farms first. Yeah, you do, exactly. So spears going down to tower fire. Needs the 2 towers to cover each other. Skirms can hit the Vils, though. And this will be a tricky fight for ACCM where he might lose military if the 2 towers go up and MBL has scouts in position. That's 5 scouts. He can do light cav, but no great upgrades for the shoe. He's going to add armor. Armor will not matter against feudal skirms. It would matter if castle age upgrades come in. Well, it only matters slightly on the hill. I'm playing 4 hours. This has been 4 hours. But that's what you expect from these players. Oh, YouTube freezing there. Hopefully that's back. Twitch now dropping again. Ugh. The weird thing is the game for me is running perfectly, so it seems like a stream issue. But if there is a brief drop, hopefully it's back. Like Kev on the way for MBL. Spear goes down. Vil's trying to wall up. Or then we'll be making a joke about the union of the 2 towers. So TC on the way for ACCM should go up. He's getting a night out. And a couple of Huiguang Cav for MBL. Seems okay on Twitch. I don't know what else I can do. I upgraded my internet coaxial cabling the other week. And that seemed to fix the issues for a while, but then I had a power outage the other day. And since then, it seems to have consistently been having these mini drops. I don't know if there's anything else I can do to look into it. I will have to try to figure that out over the next few days. While also streaming. It was fine for a good while today. I don't know if maybe just using the internet for a while causes issues. So, light cav from the rear will chase after the skirms. Oh my gosh, those attack noises sound new and out of place. Listen to those swords twirl around from the Huiguang Cav. My ears aren't used to those. Okay. Looks like YouTube is hopefully back if you try refreshing. And now the 2 towers again defending each other on that hill. That is still a crucial hill as MBL does not have access to that gold through all those walls. And he needs a quick house wall here. Does get the walls up in time. Keep the knights out. That monastery needs to be finished for monks. He has a score lead, but things are looking messy as ACCM has more res. Vil counts are even. And ACCM still pressuring. He has more military. These Huiguang Cav, maybe they could even take a fight soon if they get a monk. A bit of healing and a conversion. But he needs to take the fight soon. And maybe ACCM can force this before MBL is ready. The towers will be close to the fight when it happens. Can you two-hand a sword from a horse? I have no idea. I've never tried. F5 fix for you? Okay, F5 might fix it. Cav hitting the knights. They go down. Here's a successful conversion. And it just went down again for me on YouTube, but looks bad on Twitch too. And there is a castle going up for MBL. And more res for ACCM, pulling ahead in Vils. And MBL still struggling to gain access to his gold. Monk comes over for a conversion. We'll have another castle going up for ACCM. Yeah, 4 TC versus 2 TCs too. ACCM has added in TCs behind this. We'll have a castle on the hill for him. And he wants to end the game with that castle on the main gold. He says, okay, MBL, you have 1 gold. Well, I want your main gold. MBL hasn't found the gold in the back. I'm sure he'll be able to scout that, though. It shouldn't be too hard for him to find. ACCM didn't see that either. Players do have to be aware there are more extra golds on KOTD Arabia. Several, looks like 4 extra tiles of 3 gold. And that can help change things around in the late game. 4 relics to 1 as well. Monk wants a conversion on the knights. Has the ladder started spawning more neutral gold? I've seen Ladder Arabia just goes out of sync, so I haven't actually played it in a while. Could be the case that was updated. Feels strange that ACCM is being so aggressive when he is the one with the bigger boom. Well, that's what he wants to keep MBL's boom down, and he's doing a great job of it. He's managed to get ahead by 30 Vils, keeping MBL on 2 TCs, and keeping his Vil count ahead. Greg Cliffy calling the GG, saying it's over. Saying that it feels over. Vils in the tower doing damage to the knights. And more Vils going down. And this is feeling better and better for ACCM, who after 7 games didn't play the first picked Chinese and decided for the Lithuanians. And potentially anticipating the heavily armored Huiguang Cav as the latest ignoring armor. Even with relics behind it, could be nice. And he has 5 relics. He has 5 relics. He's been picking up relics as the Lithuanians. An attempted defensive castle from MBL, but 5 relics for the Lithuanians. Oh, that's going to feel so, so nice. Yeah, he didn't need the Chinese, it looks like. He didn't need even more Siege Tower Fire Lancers. MBL Vil queue is wild. He's got 10 Vils in the queue, but not enough TCs to produce them. Can maybe get a TC on that gold still, but oh, he still hasn't seen the gold. 1,000 food in the queue. And here are the Lechai. The Lechai should do incredibly well against the Huiguang Cav. More attack than they have even, too. And they need armor, and they still need their attack upgrade. They can still get 1 more attack and get to 13 plus 6. So 19 attack, ignoring armor against a low HP unit. Oh, that's sick. Look at him go, look at him go. That castle denies the gold from MBL. This castle will deny MBL's remaining gold, and even ACCM scouting the gold out there that MBL still hasn't. MBL will have no map control and no gold access. This one even covered by the workshop and the rams, and ACCM will look to end with a ram push. Can delete those walls and go for that castle while keeping the Lechai over here. Or can just go for that castle. Some white feather guards. Not even white feather guards will be enough here. There's the ram push. That'll force the pikemen to engage under the castle, where they will be easy pickings for the Lechai. Everything going down. There's the GG, and ACCM will do it. He will win 4-3. Congrats to ACCM. 103 kills for him. What the heck was that Civ pick? The Lithuanians. It worked against the Shu. The Shu? No answer to Leche, I guess. No answer to latest skirm. And he made the game messy. He took MBL's map control away, and he made it work. MB dead. He saved himself with Siege Tower Fire Lancers. In game number 6, but ACCM will win game number 7. Thanks for the cast off to work. Have a good day at work. I'm gonna hope my internet calms down. And a Civ win! Of course, of course. He's never made top 8 before. So, no Chinese, but Lithuanians against Shu worked out. Alright, so the next set I'm going to co-cast with Memb. Let me just give him a shout out. He's probably going to interview ACCM. I'm going to take a quick break myself. And I will be right back. So this will be Hera versus Barles. Let me see if they have a draft ready. Does YouTube have problems? I don't know. Sometimes Twitch is better, sometimes YouTube is better. Really, it depends. Masty James is playing against Moore. Let me see if we have a draft. We do have a draft. Alright, and I will be right back. Alright, chat. Gonna be co-casting the next set with Mbl, so just give me a moment. And I'm gonna be joining him.
Now, T-West is going to be coming in a moment. The series are about to start. Gurjaras and Burgundians. Mr. West, it's about to join me. I believe he's in the camera already. Let me check. I hope he's here. Oh my goodness, professional West. How you doing, Mr. West?
I'm tired. That was a long set, Mbl. That was a long one. I'm good. I'm hyped for this.
I want to finish the stream already, you know? But we have another series. But what do you think about the last game? How Mbl didn't wall that forward tower when he left? When he recovered, he lost the hole there.
I don't understand that game, Mbl. I don't understand ACCM not picking the Chinese, but I mean it worked for him. Everything. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
But honestly, till that moment, Mbl was ahead.
He was, right? You see it in the resources too, and you felt that the shoe had an eco bonus, but still, it's a. I'm not sure what the shoe do against late chai once they come out. Once they ignore the armor for the Hui Guang.
That's for sure, but the advantage there, Mr. West, was that he was ahead in the economy. He needed to get there, you know, and that was the advantage, really. You know, so let's see. We have Burgundians and Gurjaras, and I want your thought into this matchup because it's two civilizations that we didn't see in the crazy long series before. Oh, look at Barles with the hair. I never seen like this. That's nice. Good looking, Mr. Barles.
Yeah, helps him out, I think, right? Keeps him warm for the winter.
Burgundians and Gurjaras. I want to do many things at the same time. I want to talk about the Siths, about how good it's looking, you know. My goodness. Anyway. Waiting for the start, and here we are, Mr. West, and we're gonna have the POV together. As you know, let me just put this in full screen. And game number one, Gurjaras and Burgundians Hera on the left, Barles on the right as a red. And I want you to tell me which map is better here. And obviously the favorite should be Hera, but Barles is always a dangerous player. Last time they faced 4-3 in Warlords.
That was Warlords
for Hera.
Right, my chat was reminding me about that earlier. I feel like Barles had a really good set of tournaments at the start of the year, and is probably looking to replicate some of that success now. Definitely a player who's more attuned for some different maps than Arabia, I'd think, for the most part, though. If this were, say, 4v4 BF, 4 Barles versus 4 Hera, then I'd actually favor Barles. But here for Arabia should be Hera's wheelhouse.
Okay. Let's see what is going to be, if you are going to be right or not. Please tell me, guys, because we all have different levels. The sound with West and me is good, guys. We have the good volume. Let me know if it's all good and I don't have to increase him or myself or whatever. Anyway, is Burgundians a little bit slow here, and that it's like giving the initiative already to Hera with Gurjaras and being aggressive?
It might be, but I've seen so many different playstyles on this map that you might be able to get away with a Civ that's a bit slower. Maybe you want to stay in the Dark Age, do your eco upgrades. Barles already has double bit axe. I see some players kind of wait until they go up to feudal. Some players do it early, and he's done it early. And maybe you could wait around, go for a more defensive build with him.
I think Gurjaras is also, I don't know, I think that is a civilization that I have learned to appreciate it. Like, I feel that it has many answers to many things, and many civilizations. Don't know what you think about that.
I think it does. I think the hard thing is going for multiple answers at the same time. If your opponent is going heavy for crossbow, you can go Shravamshrider Skirm. But if you start needing to do Shravamshrider Camel or several different compositions, it's usually weaker than crossbow knights from other civs.
Yeah, but have you seen all the day how it work Bengalis elephant archers? I mean, it's not the same, but why people is not doing more elephant archers? Because when you do them, I mean, it's not easy to stop those tanky elephants. Like, really not easy.
It's not. Well, once you get a lot of them, it's really hard to kill them. And if you don't have a good monk civ, then it can be a struggle. The Burgundians, though, they have pretty good monks for the most part. That can always be an option for them if they see the elephants.
I'm checking the map, and I think I like Val's map a lot. Look at the big woodland on the left of the town center, goal at the back as well. You know, when Vodka is going to show you, you can see that's like two woodlands almost together. Oh, and he has the Hera gold there. So
H for Hera.
cheating. Val's has the H for Hera. So Hera is in problems, Mr. West.
Yeah, we've seen some boar laming. Maybe that's a gold laming right now, stealing the H from Hera. I mean, look at Hera's map. He has no gold in the back. He'd love to have an H in the back of his base right now.
Okay. Let's see what it's going to be. Because... Okay, gotta be careful. Look at the Lumberjacks. And 40 seconds difference is normal, right? You expect Gujaras to be up quicker.
Yeah, you usually do. You do. So good. 2 Vils of a difference there. Like I was saying, if you're going to do that double bit axe early on, you're going up slower. But we've seen those 20 pop-ups still be useful. Even on this more aggressive map.
Okay. 8 Village on wood. On 1 Lumbercam only. Still with the Barak. Balz love... This is why I think, he can do the job, but Balz love to have his economy, right? He's not that kind of player that's going very, very aggressive. But Hera is also a crazy player in late game, so it's complicated, no? Like how to beat Hera if you are not that kind of super fast player. Maybe with some castle aggression?
Maybe. It feels if you're not confident against your micro against Hera, though. What do? There's always going to be some point in the game where you have to take a fight and he's going to out-micro you.
Okay. Some gold, so he's going to go probably archers. That camel is in kind of danger spot. 3 on gold, so they are not going to scouts. Both of them are going for an archery range. But in this situation, Burgundes is always better with the economy. Already doing both, and he has scored Scholar. He's doing the Flemish militias. I like it.
Oh, we've seen that before. We saw Leary doing that in one of the earlier rounds. It should be a good counter to any type of scouts or camels.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's going archer, so we'll need something else, I guess. Okay. 4 on food, 1 farmer. Look at those berries. Got to be careful now. 1 second ILTC, 11 seconds Balls. And he's moving. Here he's moving the sheep. You saw how Mbl all the day was telling me that he's never doing that, but Hera doing this. What do you think about that? I like because the sheep are there. Maybe now is good, but for the later game, I think Gujaras has no echo bonus.
Yeah, it's a short-term boost, and if you move 1 or 2 sheep, it doesn't hurt you too much in the long run. But early on, you can try to get ahead from it. And if you end the game early enough and you're not going late game, then yeah, it works out.
Okay. Thank you so much for that support, man. That's because you listen Mr. West voice that is amazing, and then people start to support. People like your voice, West. Did you know that? I like to.
Oh, thank you. I like the support. I love seeing King of the Desert support too.
You think, Mr. West, that if I didn't like your voice, I will invite you to co-cast with me? Of course I like your voice, man. Yeah, man. Amazing.
I don't know, maybe
All
maybe
right,
you didn't like the voice, but you just invited me for the webcam.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Anyway, 32 population, 32. Look at those. 26 villages for both players. Doing the arches. He has the skirmishers. Hera economy looking good. Bal's economy also is going to be looking good as well. Resources collected for both. Pretty much the same. And Balt will be Wastelage. I mean, how they are playing is going there. What is going to be the approach in Castle Age? Especially for Burgundians. Because for Gujaras, it looks more or less that it's going to be crossbows. But just skirmishes if you are Burgundians here?
Maybe. The question is, can you ever use Cavaliers as Burgundians against the camels of the Gujaras with the way? So maybe it does just become skirm versus crossbow? And Hera might be content just to boom if he sees skirms and try to get an eco advantage.
Okay. And in terms of the boom... Oh, he's doing fletching even. Look at Hera. He's going to go up to Castle Age so fast. So fast. Well, still, when you are doing all these upgrades, then the economy will also start to explode for Burgundians soon, but timing and momentum, it was probably going to matter here. Look how fast it is, and Hera is almost having already the resources in minute 14, 40 seconds.
Well, he doesn't even need to use the market. 4 farmers, he's taking those sheep. And you were talking about the sheep earlier,
sheep?
That's what you get.
Yeah.
That's what you get, 2 left. He's not going to have late game.
What?
He's not going to have the sheep late game, but now he's taking all of them.
Not 2, 0, all of them.
0.
0 completely. Okay.
Okay, well, he doesn't need the mill then.
And he's 52 villages with 1 second idle TC, sick and brutal economy. Really?
Oh, that's what you expect from Hera. Absolutely clean build. This is perfection from the Gujaras so far.
I mean, don't take me wrong. Like, it's doing skirmishes that it costs. Balles has done. Voso will borrow, and he's having good economy. Like, if you check, he has even more resources collected. I mean, more or less the same, but more resources collected. But he's not tapped yet to Castle Age. And we have seen how many times the timing is important here. But can he now clean everything with those arches? I guess so, no?
I think he can. There aren't that many skirms forward. He's caught Barles in a position where he was ready to wall and defend for the most part, but he has no aggression and no way to punish this super fast uptiming.
Oh, he's even doing the armor. It's needed the armor. It's not too much of an investment here.
It slows down the Castle Age time for sure.
I mean, the truth is, he has 4 farmers and now he doesn't have any food bonus. So if you think about it, Hera is with a very tight economy now. Like he's doing Vodkin, Voso even. Well, he will start to keep doing farmers. It's fine, man. It's just fine. He's gonna lose all this, but Balles is up to Castle Age with the same population right now than Hera, and this is a camel rider.
Yeah, he will lose everything here. And look at that now. Hera cleans everything and will have their army to turn into crossbows whenever he wants.
Okay. Also has to be careful here. He's doing a town center. And now the question is, what is Balles going to do? Because he has his skirmishes, but I mean, he can outboom now Hera. Hera is going to have the second TC. Burgundians is going to have heavy plow, gold mine and upgrade. Don't take me wrong, Burgundian Seco is fantastic, and usually this is the usual gameplay with Burgundians. You are not going to be quicker to castle than Gujaras. At least as you don't do anything and then just fast cast it. But look at the walls. I mean,
stone walls.
Why not? You know, just do it.
Thinks he's playing Black Forest right here. Stone walling up and might just add TCs and boom. Then he says, okay, maybe Hera can get a second TC. I can get 3 TCs. I'll have a better eco on the way up. Already pulling ahead in res collected. So maybe he can still get a boom if Hera can't afford crossbow or can't afford early pressure after this.
No, I mean, Balles Echo is really big here. This is a camel, but the skirms are there. Huh? He does have crossbows, so it's Vodkin, but no crossbow upgrade. Then another camel is already starting to be tricky, so he needs to go back. He's doing the list skirmishers. And Balseco is gonna be fine, in my opinion. I mean, this Burgundians is fantastic. The problem is that if you don't have the initiative, Hera will get all the relics. No?
Yeah, and as the Burgundians, you do want the relics, right? You do get the extra food bonus from them.
But look what
Hera...
he did. Look what he did. He canceled the Elite Skirmisher, doing the TC, and now doing another Town Center and the Monastery. Then with 3 TCs faster than Hera, Barles is fine.
If he can get the relics without investing into the skirmishers, he's in a great spot. But he wants to make sure that he doesn't give free relics all the way to Hera. As long as the ones on his side of the map, he has 2 really easy relics outside of his walls he can just grab. And if he grabs them, I think he's okay, and it'll be 2 to 3.
I'm thinking about what army in the late game for both, if they are going to go for this. You don't have Barles with Gurjaras. I mean, what will be the composition here? Because I don't dislike the composition for Burgundians, Mr. West.
You want to rely on camels at some point if the Burgundians go cav. Other than that, I think it definitely can be a struggle. The Burgundian hand cannoneers are so good with their extra bonus damage. When you don't have arbs, it can be difficult to deal with them.
So bombard cannons, hand cannoneers halves. What Gurjaras can do here? Not easy, in my opinion. At least skirmishes, then it will be fine. Doesn't have ballistic. Population is very similar. 7 villages behind, yes. But he got wheelbarrow a long time ago. That's why resources collected is still more or less the same. He's doing squires, but the squires for 4 Fleming militias is worthy. I'm not sure. Hera has 2 relics and he's doing the 3rd town center. But Barles
still has
still
a bit of
having a
an
good economy
advantage.
Go on.
Yeah, he still has a Vill advantage from having that early 2nd TC. So great build from Hera, not getting punished for the uptiming.
But he's going to catch up, Barles. He has already 3 TCs. Look at the village number. It's almost the same. He's already also getting a relic, Barles, as well. And he's going to get probably the other one on the right. And I think it's just 5 relics generation this time. And look at those skirmishers. Barles is completely fine at the moment. And he's mining quite some villages on a stone. He might have forward castle or something. But now, scale Barden armor. Into what? Camels? Riders? What is going to be?
Looks like, I mean, it has to be camel riders, right? As if you're the Gajurs. You could go Shravamsh riders, but I feel like that's tricky against the militia, even with just the skirms out. Right now, Hera has to stay in his base because it's crossbow versus skirm, and he needs to do something to complement the crossbows.
Ooh. Look at the upgrade. Mr. Where's the stone-minded upgrade? Is Barles going to go aggressive? Like a
has the map
castle?
control.
No, Mangonel. Yeah. And he's starting to have an army that is better than the Hera army.
Yeah, and if Hera's going to add in siege, then maybe Barles has a timing window before the siege comes out where he can try to get the castle, if not forward, at least in the middle of the map and control all those extra golds. If you look right down the middle of the map, there are a ton of golds right by the hill.
He's even doing ballistic.
He wants the castle.
Wow, he's investing a lot. Crazy.
Yeah, and we see all those neutral golds, all of Hera's golds are forward. All in that one area of the map. If he gets a castle there, I think it's going to be really tricky for Hera to keep playing. And Hera needs to win a fight before the castle can come up. He has a narrow timing window here, and he's doing foraging for it.
Yeah. It's sending a couple of monks with also 2 Flemel militia. Those monks are going to help a lot. He's going to have ballistic. Those schemes has ballistic. He's going to take 1 monk, yes, but those schemes has got ballistic now. Still, Hera's micro is really solid, plus 1 armor for those. But population, with all that being said, it's still very, very close, Mr. West. Very close.
That it is. Hera not quite able to engage. He has his own monks now, and that Mangonel will come forward. And Barles has the stone for a castle now. The question is, where is he going to place it? How far forward can he push it if Hera's going to force a fight when the castle comes up?
He's going forward with villages or not? Yeah, it's going forward into a hill in the middle of the map. Not a, as you mentioned, not a super crazy forward, but not taking any risk. He's going to go more forward. Maybe more villages. Oh my god, that hill is lovely with 2 goals on that area. And Hera is doing is a chicken or not? What do you think?
Ooh, he's not forcing the fight.
Castle?
Barles is getting the better
it's a
castle.
Chicken castle, right? Yeah,
he's not
a better
fighting.
castle. Do I play the chicken or not? Or is not a the
Barles out of position though.
Properly.
He's out of position.
But his migrant
Does he have the timing?
Yeah. He sold a few villages. He needed more villages. He needed more villages, but the schemes are so good if he's able to micro. The Flemish militias are gonna do the job against that camel. He need to make the damn castle, but he's not doing it. He's not many villages. Why he sent it only 6? I don't know. Population is still almost the same. He's gonna send now another monk behind this. The castle is not going to be up. Unbelievable, man. Why 6 villages only? Come on.
Only 6 villas.
It's about
No.
castle, man. 6
No.
villages for a forward castle. And look at the difference. If he did this castle, it's on the way to Imperial because Burgundian's economy is amazing. But he lost everything because he sent it 6 villages.
Only 6
Mr.
villas, and
West.
he could have even done it on that hill farther back and probably still gotten it up.
Yeah.
He wanted it there, and he didn't send the villas. He didn't commit. And 88%, he can't even delete it to get the stone back now. Hera's castle does look like a chicken castle now. He could have gone for it himself, but he was being extra safe there, making sure he was going to win the fight. And he's not up to imp yet, so maybe there's still a chance for Barles to do a castle or somehow get vills out there. But all the map control he wanted, he does not have now. There are 3 golds on that hill. Hera's controlling them now.
Yeah. The problem, I mean, that was a throw by him. Like, it was his
Absolutely.
mistake. Because 6 villages, I'm sorry, but 6 villages is so greedy. You know, obviously it's hard, less your economy that if you send 15, but now it's the problem, you know. There's a siege tower, okay. And now Hera, with that move, playing conservative there, it worked out very well. You know, he has only 1 village on goal. He has a stone to drop another castle. And what is in that siege tower?
Is it vills?
Do we know
Is he
what
going to
is
finish
there?
it with vills?
Can we check, Mr. Vodka, what is in the siege tower?
6
Villas,
vills
man.
again.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
6
put 10
villas
vills in
it. Deja vu, man. Deja vu. Unbelievable. Anyway, more skirmishes and monks. I'm telling you, if he didn't make that castle, he was in a very good position. I mean, he's not even dead yet, you know, because he's going to make another castle. He's coming with the skirms. He has to be careful. Yeah, it's in Imperial. Just look. I mean, and Burgundians is amazing. He has not too many villages on goal. What is he going to do? Careful. And the population difference become from that doubt castle, let's say. He did the castle now, and now what? Well, he's gonna go back, send back those monks, but surprise, the castle is there. Another one, but he's not letting that. He want to make that castle. I mean, if he's able to do that castle that is 80-something%, oh, that's nice. That's very nice,
Yeah, that's
actually.
good.
Village different. West is 9 villages difference only. He was in a
That's the
very good
difference in the
position,
castle.
really.
Oh, and there goes
Yeah.
Hera. He wants a castle on that hill, too. Oh, there goes the siege tower,
he's
though.
Gonna make it. He's gonna make it. He need to
Only
make that
6 vills.
castle. He really need to make. Well, but now he's 80%. Now it's not the same, and he's disturbing him. It's coming. He's gonna make it or not? Come on, man, finish it. Finish it.
Oh, the camels are
He's
on the
gonna
wrong
finish
side.
the castle. He's gonna finish the castle because he's doing a great job. He's doing a good job. This is a great
gets
castle
it.
now by Barles. He did it. He make it and now force him to go away. Imagine if he did it before. And population is much closer now. Amazing move by Barles now.
Yeah, now we're getting into
Sick.
Imp. Now we're getting to that composition where we can start seeing halves from Barles. We can start seeing maybe hand cannoneers, something that makes the camels less effective. And as you mentioned, not having that easy Arbalest transition right away from the Gajurs is going to be tricky here. There come the barracks.
Well, Burgundia's army, if he's able to get the composition, is better. And he has now the same population. This Barles is a crazy player, man. In a good way. You know, like, just look. He was looking 20 villages behind. He catch up already, Mr. West.
There he goes. He has that extra TC. He added in the 4th TC and now a 5th TC even too. So he wants to have a good eco here, keep everything protected, and get the halb transition.
Did he make the chemistry yet? I don't think he did, right? Barles?
I didn't see it, so I don't think he did.
Ooh, if he's doing a 3rd castle there in front of those traps, I wouldn't mind it. He has the +3 for the skirmishers. Chemistry already there. He has to be careful. Oh, bomber
there he is.
cannon. So he did it, and he's coming. He's coming to make a castle. That castle can be amazing. That castle can be amazing for Barles. Oh boy. Oh boy. This castle is brutal actually, because where's the map control now for Hera? No map control anymore. He needs to make that one. The bomber cannons are coming. He's to attack with the bomber cannons to the unique units. Those Chafran throwers are great, but the army he's doing now, Barles, is super, super cheap.
Yeah, and he's fine to lose it if it gives him the position for that castle. He's ahead in the Trebor, taking out Hera's castle. And that castle goes down. Hera, where is he going to take gold? He has one more gold spot in the north, but even that's kind of exposed.
Yeah, well, let's see. Yeah. He's taking that castle. Look at... Oh, it's raiding. He's raiding with the Custelier. Look at the score. Look at the score. He's gonna be able to defend his 2 castles here. Might kill the traps, might kill the bomber cannons, but might lose a lot of army. Mr. West is repairing. He's repairing in the last second. He's repairing, and he's not losing the bomber cannon. What the hell is going on in the first game? What's happening in King of the Desert today? West!
Oh, he has pikemen. He has pikemen now, turning them into halves. They were just in time to keep the Treb alive, too. He's repairing everything. And Hera has to keep repairing that castle. He can't lose it.
Check the population, because right now, Barles has 20 population more, and the crazy Polish player is in a great position to maybe, only maybe, to don't make a caster curse, take game number 1.
Well, he just picked off a cannon. It's looking good for him as long as he gets the halves to protect his siege. The castle keeps the chakrams away, the halves keep the cav away. And Hera has 73 vils on food. What's he gonna do other than just full light cav now?
Well, maybe try hussars, but he has halves, and this is another castle. Barles is just trying to get whole map control. Okay. Halberdies and skirmishers plus 4 armor, and another trap. No, that castle is dead. It's gonna go down. Yeah.
He's out of stone. Hera's on 0 stone.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh really, boy. Yeah, Hera has no stone. Hera has no stone. He has the gold there. Look at the food.
Guard tower even from Barles.
Well, to get more army, but he got him there. But still, that was a compliment, you know, to try to take the gold. But he's coming with the traps. He's gonna kill another castle. He's full halves. And the good thing is that Barles is fully defended at home. Check
his castles everywhere.
Mr. West. Yeah.
Castles, walls, TCs.
If he's doing it, because he needs to do that. Oh man, this castle is going to be down. The castle is gonna be down. Ooh, you more villas, man.
Or
it's
villas,
happening again, but
the
he's raiding.
halves.
Well, he's raiding. He's raiding with the halves. He has to be careful. That castle, but the halves are coming. He will make that castle eventually. And now the bomber cannons, you need to micro like crazy. He has Custelier sticking the bomber cannons. He's doing a lot of damage. What's happening in this game? Look at the score!
They got the relics.
West is sticking the relics. He's killing everything. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, King of the Desert. Barles, after a doubt castle. Look at the TC. He's doing a romantic one. 2,000 food in the bank. Raiding a little bit here. Okay. GG has been called. Barles, take game number 1. Believe it or not. What the hell was that? Holy
there we
crap.
are. Well, that was Burgundies. We talked about that right from the start. What do the Gajurs do late game if they get that halb transition? And Barles got it at the right timing. I made it interesting with the castles. That was a very, very risky 6-vil castle that at first didn't work out. But he tried again with the siege tower. It worked. The siege tower again comes in clutch.
But Mr. West, that was epic, man. That was epic game by him. You know?
That was beautiful.
Like seriously.
Beautiful game from Barles.
Yeah. Well, you see this, and then you fall in depression if you are, the score is not, well, I put here a 1-0, guys. Sorry, guys.
You're too used to it.
I'm used to it, you know? So, no, it's for Barles, you know? It's the habit. I mean, apologize, guys. Sorry, Mr. West. Apologize. I'm used to
Hera wins too much.
winning, you know? So,
it's an S-tier tournament, too. Right?
It's like,
this is a
what's
big one
happening,
if Hera doesn't win this set, right? If he gets knocked out by Barles early on, this is a big set for Hera, as every set is with the streak he has going on. Right? This isn't an A-tier tournament that he can lose like he always does. This is an S-tier tournament for him.
Anyway, guys, next game will start in a moment. Let me just put the players waiting here. And they started game number 2. Barles, Japanese. Hera, Persians. But now, the approach he did before, it shouldn't work, right? And I'm telling that it shouldn't work because Persians here, insane economy, right?
Indeed, indeed. We've seen that so many times, how good their economy is.
Okay. We're gonna start in a moment as soon as my beautiful observer tell me which is right now. And I just need a minute. And since you are here, you take over the casting. I come back very soon, Mr. West.
All right, so we're going to have Barles here as the red Japanese over to the west. Already scouting with all of his sheep, getting some good scouting at the back of his base. And then on the other side, we'll have Hera in the blue Persians playing to the east. A couple of houses to the back, and with a pretty big opening to the top left of his TC. No wood line for miles there. He'll have to play to the bottom right at the start. There's a big hill where his stone and his far wood is. And Persians, Japanese, feels almost like we're playing a hybrid map with these two civs. But we'll take the early boar lore from Hera, making sure he doesn't get lamed from the forward boar. And should get that in nicely under his TC, no pressure for him. And with the Persians having an insane economy, faster working TC, they're going to have to deal with Japanese halbs, though, for a civ that usually does like to play pretty heavy for cavalry. Pretty clean eco so far for Barles, too. Getting the lumber camp in the back, the cheap lumber camp for the Japanese. And finding his sheep in the back. Always important to find the sheep. I'm always impressed at how much players get scouted these days with their initial scout and their sheep. 3 minutes in and he's seen pretty much everything there is to see near his base. And same thing for Hera too. Pushing in some of those mouflons from the corner. And both players going for the pushes. We've seen a lot of laming this tournament. Barles does have a forward boar. Hera doesn't strike me as the type of player who's going to lame all that often. Not going to have the Mbl playstyle from him. And pretty peaceful Dark Age for these two. We'll let things get set up. And the question then for Barles will be, does he want to go for a drush, for men-at-arms? We've seen a lot of different openings from militia. When players going straight feudal for men-at-arms, or for opening with 2 militia in the Dark Age. Sometimes transitioning to add in extra men-at-arms after them on the way up. And Hera moving out to gold, so he is thinking of going for men-at-arms at some point. Or a militia, if he just wants to drush. And there's the early barracks from Barles. And the Persians, of course, do have the very good early bonus for the extra food and wood they start with, so they can get the early drush out. And for the Persians, maybe it's advantageous to try to fight as early as possible before the Japanese get all their extra attack speed bonuses in the feudal age. They can fight militia versus militia instead of men-at-arms versus men-at-arms early on. Might be good for them.
I'm back. Mr.
Right, there you are.
West. Did you take care of the channel properly? I believe you, because I trust you 100%. All right. What you were talking, guys, we did what I missed. The goal seems to be a bit tricky for Barles, but Barles is going with militias already, and Hera will go up, as expected, right? Crazy fast. Oh, wow, but mining gold.
Mining gold? Yeah, he went up to gold pretty early. Pretty early for an 18 pop-up to be mining gold. But Persians can do it with their eco. 2 militias forward. And so what do you think about this build? We've been seeing quite a lot so far in the tournament. You open with 2 militia, and later on you add in 2 more for men-at-arms. A bit different than the classic 3 men-at-arms build we'd usually see.
It's being very powerful, right? It's being very successful, I will say. It gives you a lot of map control initiative into the game. You can see how But the problem is, did he see the mining camp? Did he see that he's mining gold? I think he did. So now Barles might be happy in the sense that he's not going to get a scout on his base. He knows that his opponent is not on berries, so he's going to be an archer opening. And then he's going to have, well, time to disturb him a little bit. Hera might see those militias, but he has the heal advantage. He cannot really attack properly there. That's why he's going around and not trying to disturb him. Yeah, he's trying to go for the berries. Maybe he's going to sit down there, and now Barles is going to go up.
Yeah, that hill helping out Hera a lot there. If Barles were to attack, Hera could turn an attack with the hill bonus. So it wouldn't be the best use of the HP on those militia. Barles is going to want to save them for later.
That is scout. Yeah, that's what shouldn't happen. Heal advantage. He's going to have the second villager, and Hera is going to try to kill that villager. No, he won't kill it. It's close to the TC. Yeah, but why?
Too close to the
you
TC.
have only one villager on goal. Why you don't make exactly what Hera did? Those two palisades. You see? That's
Yeah,
what
maybe
he
he's
needs to
thinking
protect.
he's close enough to the TC and he doesn't see a drush that he doesn't need it. Because at the end of the day, the scout just lost a bit of HP attacking the Vil and didn't really accomplish too much.
No,
There's that hill.
Don't go. Yeah, but don't waste there. You are coming with 2 militias more. Now he's going to have the spear, and obviously the archers from Hera are there. But now Barles is going to get the initiative here. You know, obviously the archer is going to be there, but there's also the scout that is full HP. He's trying to go. Just look how he's hiding his own scout, as you can see, because he's not yet up. Persian
You have
Seiko
to
is
be really
just
careful
so
with
good,
those scouts.
West.
You don't want to expose it to the feudal scout.
Yeah, but he's up now. He should do now Men at Arms. Yeah, sometimes we see the spear, but seems he's not going to scout. Men at Arms are going to happen. He's on the berries, but he's bringing another 2. Look at this. Now he has to split his reinforcement. The spear has the hill advantage. It's not great. The scout need to micro. Let's see the micro, how it's going to be. Now the mechanics in this approach is so crucial. But that the scout is there, and he's going to try to kill the archer. No, he can't. It's 3 archers now. Need to go back. And the skirmishes are coming. But Barles, playing aggressive, Mr. West.
Yeah, and so far it feels like Hera anticipated exactly this build from Barles. And he prepared to go straight up for archers to deal with the men-at-arms, and try to be up fast enough that the men-at-arms weren't able to do damage by the time the archers were ready to defend.
Okay, let's see. You see, they call me cheater because I gave the victory to Hera, man. What can I do, man? I mean, I feel bad for Barles because he did an incredible game. Just look how crazy is this game. Like, he did a doubt castle and he still won the way he did. If he didn't do that doubt castle, he will have demolished him then. Right?
Yeah, that doubt castle made it interesting. That certainly made it interesting.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can tone down the castles a bit and keep playing that well, because I want to see Barles at that level.
Yeah, but while he's going away now, you saw the timing is terrible, terrible timing. Where he's going now? Well, he's not going to lose it. I think he's not going to lose, especially because Hera doesn't have fletching. Okay, need to make a house there. But he's trying to attack. Oh, he's going for the goal. I like it. Counter-attack. Well, if you are doing skirmishes, you don't need now to mine goal. You can still have fletching if you make blacksmith. And he's trying to counter-attack into Hera. So Hera can be in problems there. Because on the left is his wall. Oh, he has the skirms. He's still producing the skirmishes. And he's coming. I like this. Look at the gold.
Right on the gold.
Oh boy.
And the way Barles walled, he does
fletching.
not have any gold access. So he's going to want to keep the pressure up to try to get Hera to bring his army back.
Fletching is there. Fletching going to be there. The archers are there. He need to move. Let's see now. Barles' reaction. Need to be really quick. He's there with the fletching already, so the skims are going to do the job for sure. He's creating chaos. And army numbers, the same. The list, I would say the same because you have one more because of Persians TC.
Yeah, that'll keep climbing. Basically. That'll keep climbing for Hera. The longer the game goes, the better the TC bonus.
Yep. But well, that's Persians. It's what Persian has, right? And idle TC Barles, only 5 seconds. Hera, 29 seconds idle tone center. Whoa. Okay. Well, I don't know how this is going to finish, but so far, the first 2 games, pretty sick. Is this a pause, right?
Yep, this is a pause. I know. I always worry myself that something's dropping, but it is just a pause.
I'll say it 1 second. I have lag, so it's lag from Barles. So go. This is what I can update you really right away, live time, because the admin is with them, so he knows everything. All right, 43-46. Skirmishers doing the job, but Hera has now a lot of archers, and he's starting to make scouts. That can be brutal. Scout and archers, and with Hera's micro, Mr. West, not terrible. And now he knows that he's there with the scout, but he's having the hill advantage. So what should be the answer here now for Barles? Well, for now, I will do a tower in the goal. Otherwise, he will never be able to take goal.
Yeah, he needs to secure a gold for himself, and he has the timing advantage. He will lose this army, but he managed to make Hera come all the way back across the map and secure the front of his base just by presence of the army being back here needing to clean up the skirms. And he will clean it up, but wasn't able to do damage with all those archers. And as you said, tower right on the gold.
Well, but this is the beauty of Persians. Even if you force your opponent with Persians to invest, it doesn't really matter too much because you still have great economy. 500 resources more, and Barles 0 echo upgrades this time. I think he did too many upgrades in the previous game, and now he forgot about those. He's now doing double attacks, okay. The tower will be up. Yeah, I mean, it has to be, no? But let's see. He has the tower, it's fine, you know. But now look at the resources. Persians is insane, seriously. I think the only way to make it work is to have too many units or even going forward. If you play kind of standard, the echo is just not even normal. Look at the amount of archers Hera has here. Like seriously.
That's crazy.
That's why the tower is a must. Yeah, it's so many.
And Barles was so far forward, he wasn't able to bring his reinforcements over to the other side of the map, so Hera won that fight without really taking any losses. It's an 8-2 KD. And Barles needs to find a way to hold that pressure until he can match the numbers again.
Yeah, but if he tried to match the numbers, he will never go up. So he's trying just to be greedy, in quotes, and go Castlage, because Hera is already up. Don't take me wrong, Barles is doing the right thing here. Now he's gonna lose some value on the wood. Let me check. Didn't. He see it. And now he's up to Castlage. So, according to the situation, macro from Barles, fantastic as well. Really good.
Yep, it is, but now you worry Hera, he's up faster, he's the Persians, he has more res collected, he has the better eco, he's killing one of those animals out there, and he has a huge army still. He's going to have a very smooth transition. He can do whatever he wants, be it knights, crossbows, adding TCs, doing a workshop. The map's under his control, and he sees how far forward all those golds are from Barles.
Gonna lose a village here, maybe? Maybe not. If I was Barles, I will do a second tower here on the goal. Seriously. I mean, buy a stone, maybe a second tower, because... Yeah, well, but he has a market, no? He did the market or not? I think he did. But you need a second tower there.
So yes, he did.
He need a second tower there. That goal is so exposed, and with the army numbers, it's pretty sick. I would do a second tower. I mean, it is an investment. Yeah, because that hill is crazy, and you can always make guard tower here. Yeah, let's see. He has so many skims. That's really good. Skims are +1/+1. That's nice. And now crossbow upgrade. So Barles is now having good amount of skims. Okay. He's not going forward, and he's doing crossbow, Vodkin. Barles is holding well. I insist. That goal is in real danger. I know that the house are gonna help there. The palisade as well. But that goal is, oof. Still, Castlage, it's also there for Barles. Gonna make...
Now we ask how aggressive. How aggressive is Hera gonna be? Will he follow this up with a workshop? It looks like he's coming forward simply with knights and wants to use knights against the skirms. And then might decide for a workshop or if he wants to add TCs at home.
Well, Barles is gonna do list skirmishes with Vodkin and Ballistic as well. And I think those scouts won't achieve too much. He can do the job there. No. is doing the armor already. Pretty sick. The knights are coming. You need to wall. Because if the knights are going to be inside, that's going to be a real problem. Yeah, and that's a problem now.
Oh,
One
you can get
bullet
the wall
down.
in time.
He need to wall that one. Yeah, okay, he did it. +2 and ballistic, but those knights are kind of trapped. You need to wall now again. And the good thing for Barles is that his opponent didn't make yet a second tone center. He's going all aggressive. The knights still have only +1. Now doing the +2. Ballistic is on the way. Okay, the spears are coming. Need to go back to don't lose more. He's gonna lose another. No, he didn't. But how do you stop those? Well, for now, it's snowballing. He didn't wall. That just look how not walling one with the house is snowballing the game a lot for Barles. Now, still population is similar, and ballistic will help a lot, like a lot.
It will. And as you said, the good thing is the Persian player still is only on 1 TC. They're not taking full advantage of their faster working TCs with a big boom. It's full on knight crossbow.
I'm surprised about that. Why he's not doing extra tone centers? He's investing a lot. Chamber
It's all about that forward gold.
Husbandry is coming forward. He's coming forward. I'm telling you, a second tower on the goal and guard tower if you can. Because if he's coming now Hera forward and push that goal, then there's no way to come back from Barles. Monks are great, but that goal is not really efficient. He has few spears. The knights are now +2 and husbandry, so it's a problem. It's a real problem.
And the hard thing for Barles is we can see Hera's on 1 TC. Barles has to feel that from the upgrades and the pressure. He doesn't know for sure exactly what Hera's doing at home. He doesn't have any scouting forward anymore.
Yeah, but the schemes are coming. I like a lot the second TC he's doing, Barles. He's going to be holding. The population difference is not that big. He hasn't had ballistic, but now the schemes are going to be there. Perfect tone center there. And the problem is that those are a lot of knights. He's going to have monks already or not? He need to repair that house. He will. Oh, is that open? No.
No, he's good.
Okay,
he's fine for now.
Going very aggressive. But population is closer than I suppose it should be at this point. Right?
Barles is keeping
With
touch
the
with the Persians on their villagers. But look at the res difference entire time.
Yeah, well.
That's 2,500 more for Hera. It doesn't even feel like he's done anything all that different other than being Persians and being a bit more aggressive. Barles has been defending, had some idle time here and there, and it's added up.
Well, but for people that is in the stream, Persians TC work faster from Dark Age, even faster from Feudal, and even faster from Castle Age. That's why right now, the resources collected is pretty sick. But, Barles is still in the game. Look at the village. And he has 2 TCs now. And
yes, and
with
he can start
Bosa
pulling
now,
ahead in
even
bills.
better upgrade. Missing wheelbarrow, that's true. Okay, but the knights?
It's a lot of knights.
I insist. Here, a second tower, and also I insist, a guard tower here, it will help massively in this situation. Don't know what you think.
He does have the university, so guard tower, especially against the mangonels.
Oh, God.
Off. Well, it would be useful at keeping the mangonels away, and there he goes. So maybe he's liking your suggestion too. Even if he doesn't get the second one, guard tower is so much better against mangonels than watchtower.
Well, he's being very conservative, right? It's only 2 monks. It's true that he doesn't know. He has to be careful. The second tower, I insist, it will be absolutely brutal here, and especially now that he's on 2 TCs. He's still... Well, is Hera doing this 1 TC approach only because he felt that in late game, Japanese are better? Because Japanese in late game are better than Persians, in my opinion. Or not.
Maybe he feels that. I think it's a combination of not wanting to go against the Japanese Halbs late game and just seeing all of the golds and seeing how much pressure he can have with this hill. Yeah. He doesn't want to give that hill up and let Barles take it.
Yeah, but now it's so many knights. He should kill everything now. That tower is not an oath. How many monks? 2 monks only. He's gonna kill everything. It's over, guys. Like, this should be... yeah, he's repairing the mangonels. It's not an oath defense. It's crazy amount of army. Hera going super aggressive. Wow. GG has been called. And look at that APM. It's disgusting, man. I mean, seriously, man. Brutal game here. And you know what? I like it because many people say, and you might listen, and he's defensive. Well, not in this game. Crazy aggression by the Canadian, right?
Right. Ever since he was he read the opening of the men-at-arms, defended it with the archers, and once he was confident that he cleaned up the feudal army and had the army advantage, he decided to play full aggression.
Yeah, he did a great game here. Whoa, that was fantastic, actually. Let's check now. Well, they started, man. They are not like... Did you see... Do you know why also ACCM and Mbl take longer? ACCM was taking every series 5 minutes, every game.
He needs his breaks.
You know, he needs his breaks.
He likes his
While
breaks.
these players are going right away.
Super late at night for ACCM too to be taking breaks, but he helps them out sometimes.
Okay. Well, Hera Chinese, Barles with Wei. So Hera is not joking around. He's picking all the best civilizations.
He's not going to leave the Chinese unpicked.
Oh, Barles game crash.
Okay, it happens.
That's why here that they are not playing. This is the guys, for your information, this is the live cameras. They are right now live cameras. You know, because the draft is live and so on, but in the in-game or in this one here, players waiting, is with the 2 minutes delayed. So they are going to start a game in a moment. They have to wait at, yeah. And then China and Wei, which one you prefer here? Because Wei can be very, very dangerous.
They can be. I have seen so many Fire Lancers from the Chinese, though. I've nightmares from those Fire Lancers in the siege towers. I'm never gonna pick against a Fire Lancer civ these days.
Okay. Let's see what it's going to be. And I want to say thank you so much for everyone that is watching. I'm gonna bring you here. We have over 4,000 viewers. Almost 4,500 combined with YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget to thumb up, it's very important. There is a lot of viewers over all the channels watching, and I think, Mr. West, this is gonna get better and better because this is round of 16. But Thursday quarterfinals, Friday quarterfinals, and I don't know if you know, T West, because I've been checking always Twitch, and I have to remind to the viewers that if you guys have several channels open, we are losing viewership because Twitch doesn't count the viewers when you have 3 channels open, Mr. West.
Okay.
And if you don't have the channel open in the main tab, it doesn't count as a viewer. Because, you know why? Because of the ads.
They change how they count views all the time.
Because of the ads. They're paying for the ads, and then if you are not watching the ads, they don't pay, you know? So that's why. Anyway, that being said, Barles versus Hera, Wei and Chinese. Hopefully it's not crashing now anymore. There are 40 seconds to start. Wei can be insane if they mass those Shanghai riders. Because if not, what they can do against China?
That's a good question. It's all about having an eco with the extra vills they get and trying to keep pace with the Chinese. If they can keep pace with the Chinese eco in the early game, I think they're in a good spot. But Hera is so good at the feudal ages. We'll see if Barles can match that again. Hera was perfect in countering those men-at-arms, and now, what do you think the Wei want to do in the Dark Age against the Chinese? I think in the past the Chinese were a civ, you could try to pressure early on, but nowadays their Dark Age is a bit smoother, and players are much better at handling early pressure with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wei economy has a lot to say here with all those eco upgrades. And in Dark Age, well, just play standard. Because I was facing all the day a Pickerboy Wei. I know it's another level, you know? But, man, if they go full 1TC with these Shanghai riders, those units are unstoppable, man. Like, they are so strong. I mean, I don't think even with the skills you can stop them. So I don't know what Barles is gonna prepare there. Remember that this civilization has been banned a lot as well. But well, we all know how good China can be. And on Hera's hand, oh boy, Mr. West.
Yeah. Well, we also have Chinese for Barles for later on in the set, so he's still saving them. Hera using them pretty early in this set right now.
We have the goal at the in front for Barles. What about the map, Mr. West? What do you think the maps? How good they are for both players?
Ooh, I'm looking at the golds for Hera. He has one to the left, but the rest of them are forward. And Barles, his two main goals are forward too, but he does have one in the back by his wood line.
Okay. But
I like that gold
I
in the
think
back.
it's very important if he explored properly. Yeah, but I like, for example, Hera berries for China is terrible.
Yeah, all the way out, nowhere
and
to
I don't
wall
know
them.
how important can be. Yeah, all the way out. Yeah, you cannot wall that. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for organizing QTDC's greeting from Switzerland. Mr. West, since this is now slow, and now they're talking about this. Since you are being around forever, I wanted to talk about when I was called to host this tournament to replace the LAN event that everyone knows that it was going to be happening. I was not sure 100% because, I don't know, it's been a while and for me it's been a lot better than I expected, the tournament in terms of gameplay and everything, I forgot how good and refreshing Arabia tournament can be.
You forgot Arabia.
Seriously.
You forgot how good you could see different variety when you have different civs used, even on one map, when you don't see Hulks every single game.
Yeah. Well, because we have had, for the first time ever, the random bans, so that is bringing a lot of civilizations. It's true that obviously there will be some civs that has to be repeat, but there are like 20 civilizations banned every time. Up to 20, 15, 20, that's a lot, and many times can be all the good civs being banned. So I think that helps a lot to see also the phosphorus strategies and many things that we have seen.
Yeah, I think it does help when you get deeper into the civ drafts for longer sets too. Now in the best of 7, you have to prepare more civs because you have to play more civs if you go all 7 games.
And you know what also, Mr. West, even if we don't think too much about this, there's many people that is hardcore viewers that they just like AOC.
They do like AOC. And I think people really do like the changes to the maps with the resources being just a bit farther out from the TCs. Makes it feel a bit more like that AOC timing of Arabia, where the maps were far more random and you didn't have the resources in safe spots every time.
Well, that's why the games are being better, honestly. I think that the mass is one of the big difference, Now they're pushing, obviously, because you cannot change completely the meta, obviously, and people is super fast now, and you can see how both are just pushing now the hunt, Hardcore viewer, look at my, well, I say hardcore viewer, and then Magundite 170 months subscribed to the channel. Do you think that's hardcore?
That's pretty
viewer?
hardcore.
Well,
that's a long time. That must predate King of the Desert 1.
Yeah, no, be sure. He's been forever in my channel. He's VIP in the channel. So yeah, good timing, Magundite. Good timing. But I was telling also, because I have seen few people telling in the chat, Mem, this is the only tournament I watch. Because there's some people that love to see the LAN events, the show that is created in event like Red Bull and so on. But there's just people that like to see Arabia or AOC, as I'm telling you, and they just love just the games, For sure, the cameras are extra, is a bonus, but I'm sure that those people will watch the tournament even if we don't have the cameras live, for sure. They will watch it, They watch because they love the game. Like we all
Absolutely.
do. But now what we want to see is what is going to be. It's going to be a scouts from both? Now?
It could
doesn't
be.
feel that they are doing early Barak, right?
I did really like watching Hera in his first round set against Mbl, where they both went double, triple stable scouts every single game. And when you have two civs that don't have camels added in anymore, because the Chinese no longer get camels, I think full scouts can still be a really strong strategy. Especially if you can't wall up completely, and they've gone for some pretty big walls already. We'll see if they go for stables along with their barracks.
Very forward, by the way. That Barak is gonna make
Wants
the
to keep the
Barak
gold
now.
safe.
It's the stable. He can see it. Both are doing similar builds. Oh, well, though it has scholar for both, but you can see the difference with the economy. 300 resources collected more thanks to the early advantage. But now that's catch up thanks to the bonus. We see with Wei very often to do this. Echo upgrades into some spear, and then when you can, then you maybe make the stable. But then maybe it's a bit late in the sense that your opponent is going to have few scouts, and then how you catch up those numbers.
Yeah, then it comes down to taking good fights with spears against scouts. Then you just want to make sure that you're not getting overwhelmed by scout numbers, and you need to clear the army at some point, and if you can do so cheaply with spears, you're feeling pretty happy. If you don't, then you can struggle. I think we saw that in that MBL ACCM. I think that was game 1 where ACCM, he had a lot of scouts, but then overinvested in feudal and didn't do much damage with them. So there are ways to play against the scouts, but it's really tricky.
Don't remind me about the MBL ACCM. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be, for the first time, a little bit... Well, I don't mind too much who qualified in general, but knowing MBL and after how he co-casted with me on the day and so on, I wanted MBL to advance today, you know? Because also for him, he's big and also he has a job, he has been working, so I feel bad. Obviously, it's nice ACCM because he's a beast, you know? But that's... Yeah, people many times ask me, hey, who are you supporting? I mean, I don't support in general anyone. I don't support, I mean, I don't mind who, but I wanted a little bit more MBL to qualify today, you know? But if I say that, how you guys are still asking who won? If I say that, who you think he won? Come on, guys, don't be Sherlock. Okay, 2 spears, he's gonna wall now, and look at the population, Mr. West. It's
a slight lead for Barles on the Vil count. And that's a lead over the Chinese who have all those free vills at the start.
It's great. Yeah, because Hera is having idle TC, and he's walling now like a beast. He's walled the whole map. This game is going to go for who's taking the best decisions in Castle Age. Like 100%. Oh, that's a villager down? No. It's not going to lose it. And?
Or will he?
Oh, he's going to lose that one. That was dope by Hera. Oh my god.
Oh, that was a mistake from Barles, though. He left the Vil out.
He's avoiding. Yeah, he's avoiding all the arrows. Did you see that? Beautiful. Okay. Gonna mine goal. And now Persians. Sorry, it's Persians. China. Sick economy civilization. Vamos.
Oh, well, I mean, they remind you of Persians with how good their economy is, right? But then so does the Wei with their free vills.
Where's the scouts?
Oh, is he gonna get another Vil?
Don't lose another Vil here, please. Oh, that was greedy by Hera. His micro is great, but this time it didn't work. We'll borrow now for Barles. Oh, but don't put the low HP Villier there. It's fully walled now. He's gonna lose a Villier again? No, the spear is there now. But stop using the low HP Villier. That's triggered me a lot. Anyway,
I know. Low HP Vills every time on that house.
Now Hera won't do any other unit and will go Castle Age faster than his opponent. But Barles will be fast too. Look at the amount of farms he has too. You know? It's being annoying with that one, but he has few scouts. Why he's not sending one scout back to kill that one? He has 3, man. Come on.
And ranges for Hera. So if you're the Chinese now, you're probably anticipating eventual Shenbei raiders from the Wei, so it could be Cav Archers. How do the Cav Archers do in that matchup against the unique Cav Archer? You could think maybe just skirms,
He's doing
too.
Archers. He's doing Archers.
Or crossbow.
Okay. Missing the goal. Obviously, Hera is fast, quicker, but that's expected, right? The worst in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so. Well, as time goes on, the Wei are going to get even more free vills once they get to the Castle Age 2. And their eco is going to start kicking in more as the game goes on.
Okay, he's sending the scout here now. And that scout is in the damn hell. He's so annoying, man. Really annoying. Okay, so now how you defend this? Because obviously the timing advantage is there for Hera. Barles is having wheelbarrow, and then he got also another village, so it's gonna be very good with the economy. And it's only a minute. I think this is good for what you want to make with Wei.
I think
No?
it is too, because you do want a bit more eco to go for the Shenbei Raiders compared to the crossbows. So maybe a bit slower is perfectly okay for Barles. He'll get the extra vills once he gets up. Get the Cav Archer unit started added in. And Hera
mining
looks like he
upgrade,
just wants to
another vill
defend.
here.
It's a lot of vills on gold from Hera too.
It's gonna be defensive, not gonna be an aggressive approach this time.
I wonder if Hera has room for TCs right away.
Well, if he's not going forward, you don't need a tower to defend. But he's gonna have the army numbers. He's having 6 archers, while now you still need to make the numbers with the Shanbai Riders. Is he not walling there? There was a Valier walling or not? Okay, fletching now. He's walling, he's doing knights and probably he's gonna go 1 TC again.
He could.
Possible?
I mean, we do see a lot of different approaches from Hera based on different situations. And if he wants to go 1 TC and feel successful with it, he'll keep doing it.
He's doing Bodkin. Now the question is, if he's having a lot of archers now coming, shall he make a tower on the goal? Because this is gonna be very tricky position. The gate is gonna be broken easily. There's also a small palisade there. He's having University coming. He's gonna start to
very
make
aggressive.
Shanbai Riders. Yeah, but with fletching, and he need a tower. I mean, he's doing town centers. I don't like that. Like,
Oh, that TC, is that
he's
denied
doing
by
so many,
crossbows?
but he's gonna be focused on the goal probably. You know, he's probably not gonna go there even. So he's gonna focus on the goal. The scouts is still forward there, and now those crows. Okay, the Shambais are there, but he doesn't even have. I don't understand this. Yeah, and now you don't have gold. Well, he has a lot of gold in the bank. Okay, Vodkin arrow. Okay,
Go to the back.
he can make a town center there. Okay,
I don't think you
you
want to go 3 TCs, though. I think 3 TCs is a huge investment against what Hera's doing.
何种命令？
He sees all those crossbows.
Yeah, but these weak walls, I don't understand. You know, he has the second town center. He has the Vodkin arrow. Let's see how many Shambaras. He has 5. It's not an oath. Yeah, I don't understand. No houses or anything. This is a disaster, man.
Right between the
It's gonna be
TCs.
an oath, those Shambai Riders. No, I don't get it. This is a bad play
Oh,
by Barles.
no.
Seriously. No, it's not good play. I'm sorry.
That's GG there. That's all the vills gonna go down. Oh no,
Yeah,
how many vills are
that's-
there? 13, 15 plus. Oh no,
But why he
Barles.
did- But why he did this? I don't get it. Seriously.
There's nothing left.
This is, I mean, Hera did what he has to do, but Barles could do a lot better in this one. No? I mean,
He
I think so.
he committed to the house walls, but not fully. And the one palisade little sliver between the TCs let the crossbows get in. And I mean, nothing
If
all
he
that
just got-
special about this, just
yeah.
crossbows.
Yeah, if he just got the house walls, he was going to mass a lot of crazy units, you know? He's still 5 villages behind only, and he lost 10 villages. Imagine if he didn't play like this, you know? This is so weird gameplay, especially for a player like Barles that is a very methodic and solid player, you know?
Yeah,
Anyway,
it
he
felt
still
like he was
Army,
hoping that he'd be
okay.
able to defend with walls against the crossbows and that they wouldn't get in. But weird when he didn't commit so hard to the walls. He was hoping that the TCs would deter Hera a bit too, but didn't happen.
He maybe was overconfident. Well, someone say in the chat, I hate when they don't try it 100%. Well, if you know Barles, you know that he tried 100%. That's absolutely incorrect, you know? But I think he was overconfident, honestly. Yeah? Anyway,
I mean, Hera makes
let's
this look
see.
easy, right? He makes the exact
Yes.
right call, and that makes it look much easier than it is. A bunch of things had to go right. He had to go right through that palisade, right through the TCs, and hope that Barles didn't have any army that he hadn't scouted, but everything worked out for him.
Yeah, he's still spamming a lot of Shambai Riders. In the north, I think there's a hole. I don't know if you're gonna see it. Go to the north, please. I think that's over chop in the wood. He could have gone,
the
but
wood
he
line.
didn't go inside because the TC is so close. Yes. Yeah, but now you're gonna see how pity is that he lost this amount of villages because those units are insane. Let's see now with the bloodlines. The crossbows are going to go to the damn hell. Well, no, because he has no ballistic. And now?
Now we see the power of the Shinbei Raiders. Terra had a tiny timing window to do damage, and he did it. Barles is still in the game thanks to that unit, and it's hard for the Chinese to fight that with just crossbows.
Yeah, but I insist. If he did the house walls, he will be right now the same village than Hera, and with probably a lot more army as well. So let's see. He has to be careful, of course. Imagine these units also with ballistic. He's not doing it. He has to be careful. They are so fast, so it's even dodging those with ballistic. The goal in danger, but he has another goal at the back. Still coming with more and more. 64 population 76. He's gonna break it there, again. But it's coming again, and he will kill again all the archers. Yeah, all the archers are going to be down. So I wouldn't be surprised. You think he's gonna keep booming, or he will try to go forward aggressive? Look at those.
Well, now Hera's up by 15 vills, so if Barles is gonna do something, I think he needs to be aggressive.
One thing very important: he does have ballistic, and he does have the armor. So I mean, if the units are really good, Hera is just doing amazing, and it's very snowbally because it's 2 TCs versus 3. I think that's open. I'm just giving a gamble there. I think there is a hole there. Let's see.
There might be. The range is a bit of bamboo there. It looks a bit confusing. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
There's a hole, man. He's doing ballistic now. The archers are coming. You know, those Shanbai riders. Okay.
Yeah, now Barles wants to use the riders in the middle of the map to make sure Hera can't get his reinforcements forward, and eventually come back and clean those crossbows, but even just standing there, idling the gold, the front farms, they're doing damage.
I mean, it's happening in almost any map, but in Arabia even more. If you have a real bad decision, that was a real bad decision, it's so hard to come back. I mean, it's possible. It's not impossible, you know? But especially when a civilization with this great economy like China is so tricky. And now Hera is just sit down on 3 TC at home, still booming. He has no ballistic. Kill the monk. Kill the monk, man. It's not.
And crossbows there, they still have numbers for that fight even. That's going to be an okay fight for Hera. Oh, Barles is going to lose everything.
Yeah. He's many numbers. He can call it now. I mean, yeah. Like, seriously, I cannot understand what happened in the approach when he was coming with the archers, man. He didn't even house. It was weird. Don't you agree? Like, I don't understand there.
It was very greedy in the approach to try to go no army for the Shinbei Raiders and immediately go for the TC and not house wall. There are a lot of things that all happened at the same time there for Barles, and Hera took perfect advantage of it.
Yeah, and now Barles China. And what do you think it will be a good counter for that Chinese speak that Barles is speaking now? From those that Hera has. He has Malay, Armenians, Italians, Malians, Romans, and Tatars.
I feel like the Malay are a good enough civ that you can play a competitive game against the Chinese. I mean, another option for Hera could be just pick any civ you want that you don't really have another matchup for, and just try it against the Chinese and try to win a game and not use a civ. And just hope that Barles uses one of his best civs.
Well, he's picking Romance, and Romance is in this one with not the best percentage of wins, as you can see. It's on the 44%. Guys, we have a statistic. We have a lot of things here going on. Amazing. Amazing.
Now we take a look at those stats. I mean, yeah, I think you must be pretty happy seeing Dravidians at 0-2 overall, knowing how you like the Dravidians that much. But yeah, Romans Chinese are an interesting matchup.
Yeah, both great echo, but I think Romans, well, if he's not against gunpowder units, might not be a big deal, you know, like, I think Romans struggle a lot against bomber cannons. If there's no bomber cannons, you know what I mean? Like,
That's true. I think that Romans probably would have had a better matchup against Chinese before the rocket cart change. And now that Chinese get heavy rocket cart, they at least have a unit that could deal with Scorpions better in late game. Still expensive for a 1v1, but gives them another option even though they don't have cannon.
I still think that Romance is a civ that it needs, in my opinion, to have the initiative, you know? The initiative to keep going, you know? But let's see what is going to be. Yeah. Because they
have a great eco.
Game number 4 about to start, as you can see. Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
but they are not having the greatest results in the tournament. You have seen. Don't forget, guys, that tomorrow we have the last day of round of 16 with Doubt versus Heart and Tatot versus Sebastian. What about those series, man? My goodness. I mean, now in the round that we are in the tournament, you know, we have
Tato Sebastian is a really interesting one, I think. Tato, of course, has a long, storied history of AoE 2 success, but Sebastian's still young, and Sebastian did win that Sax Arabia tournament the other year, so he's very well experienced at Arabia at a high level playing in tournaments. So that's going to be a really interesting set. Doubt and Heart, I don't know what to say about that. Doubt's doubt. If he has a good day, he'll be competitive, and we hope he has a good day.
Exactly. Yeah, but he can have a good and bad day in the same series, like it was against Vivi the other day. It was like, you know, like, what the hell was the first 2 games? And then he win 3 games in a row. What? My goodness. Anyway, we're back now into check the map. And the map here for Barles, Chinese, it has wood at the back, gold on the left, another woodland that is covering that area, you know, and the berries are in front. Okay.
If he can wall to the back, he'll have a lot of wood in the corner, but that's a pretty big wall for him to pull off. I think it's actually, if he wants to do a quick wall early on, really hard.
If he's where Vodka is showing there, it's not too much. It's not a big gap, but you need to explore properly and explore all the area. If he does, that's a very good setup map. While for Hera, he doesn't have any woodland at the back, so this can be tricky.
No, but his stones in the back, his golds are in the back too.
That's true. Yeah, but all the woodland is kind of forward, except that one on the right that is far from the TC. You know, let's see, difficult map. But what is Hera going to do here with this beautiful civilization in terms of economy? It's going to go militias. Hera is not doing many militias quick, right? What is this?
Not that I've seen. No. We've seen different play styles in this tournament. We've seen Vinchester do militias every game, and we've seen Hera basically ignore them, just go feudal and react.
Yeah. Depending with the civilization, scout, archers, kerms, whatever. He focused on for a good reason, his build orders, right? And it works well for him for so long, Mr. West. Like,
and sometimes that's more important. At all of them in the past few years. But sometimes the build orders and the clean eco. How many do we have a count? Do we have a number? I don't even know what the count's up to now.
Is 13 in a row?
13?
Tier tournaments? I don't remember the numbers, you know? I don't remember the numbers, you know?
It's been a while, but you know, he has had a couple of losses here and there, not in the S tier events, but in the A tier events. So it's not like he's been completely perfect. We did have Yo in Medieval Masters over the summer getting a win, and in fairly standard settings too. So he's at least been pushed, even though he has that streak. Oh yeah, Barles not going to wall up by the top. He's instead going to go for a very, very careful wall to the edge of the map, I'll say. Maybe even more walling total. but trying to keep it a bit safer, a bit less far out to the side.
Okay.
Hera, meanwhile, not walling at all.
Barak already. Hera is gonna go stable, and that's why Barles has been walling a lot, because he thinks that he's gonna come malicious, but then he forgot who is he playing against, and he's not usually going malicious. He's just gonna go stable, and he's gonna start to spam farms as soon as he can. Is it stable or it's an archery range? Maybe now we're gonna see it, and then it's an archery range, and I have to shut up for the rest of the series. No,
That's
it's
stable.
a stable.
You're good. It's a stable. Hera still really likes the scouts play, and it leads to a really smooth economy where you're adding farms early on to keep your scouts producing.
I mean, he controlled them like crazy, right? Look at the walls he's doing. I mean, it's felt that there's a lot of waste and idle economy, but if there's one civilization that maybe you can do this, is China. Because of the extra village, the extra resources you get, so it's great, right? It's okay. And he want to be, since he know how good Hera can be and how fast it is, well, like this, you're safe. Completely safe. Doing double attacks, one spearman, and he want to trust into China economy, I believe.
Exactly.
Archery
Safe
range?
into the economy. Range, and probably just spear, maybe even a skirm defense, then spear skirm.
Okay, but I don't like it a lot. You're giving the initiative to Hera. Well, I mean, China Echo is brutal, so maybe it's okay. And he's fully walled now.
Yeah, you still are forcing Hera to do something against your economy. It feels like if you fully wall and play evenly, you're going to be ahead. So you're still hoping that Hera feels forced to do something.
No, but he's failing with the quick walls. It's now yeah, I mean, he's taking damage. Yes, but just look. We were talking about how good could be the walls, you know? Imagine if he explored properly. That huge wall he did here on the left, it would be a lot less wood just walling till those forests, till the edge. But well, he didn't do that, and now the scout, with the spear, he should be able to kill it. I mean, he will kill those scouts. Those scouts are dead. Don't you think that is a mistake, what Hera did here? He's kind of suicide, those scouts.
Running them in. Well, he wants to be annoying and get some scouting info. There's not much else he's going to be able to do with the scouts if Barles is full walled. And I don't know if Hera is the type of player who's going to follow this up with a forward tower and try to break the walls. I feel like Hera is going to play more of an eco approach and just try to boom and figure it out in the castle age.
How you feel about seeing Chinese without horse collar? It feels bad to me. I was talking with Daniela in the previous series, like a cheaper upgrade, also especially with China, that is fantastic. Just make the upgrade now. You make all the farms and then you don't do it. Ouch. Well, he's sending archers, spear and archers. That the scout is going to be able to take it. Nope. It's micro like a god. And now, let's check Hera base to see if he has an archery range. Well, he's on the way to do it. But this is the difference that Hera has most of the times with the opponents. Now he's doing the horse collar, by the way. Can we check the farm count already? 11.
11.
And then
this feels more old school from Hera.
8. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You go for
Why
the
you say
archery
that?
range, but only after getting 11 to 12 farms up. That doesn't feel like the very fast scout into skirm build that we see nowadays. This is more old school AOC styled Arabia, scouts into archers gameplay, scouts into skirms.
Yeah, but with a different. Roman's economy is amazing. Look at the resources already. It's crazy. It's almost catching up the resources collected with Balts, with Chinese. And that's happened with few civilizations, maybe Romans and Persians. No more. Not at this stage of the game.
Not at this stage. Some of the civs, like the Wei, maybe even the Malay, if they get a clean boom, can catch up in the castle age. We haven't seen a human economy so far, but I think players really don't like playing the 2 TCs in these settings.
No. I mean, I don't think that human has been ever picked during the tournament.
I don't think so.
Don't think it has been picked. I mean, we have the statistics we can check later. Anyway, 36-38 population is doing the market. What that means? He's gonna sell the stone pulse and maybe go rocket carts and lancers approach. 1 TC?
Could be. I mean, the Lancers with the siege towers, I don't know how to stop those, man. Those have been crazy through every game I've seen them. So if that's his approach...
Well, you don't stop it.
Go ahead.
You don't stop it. But Hera's economy is absolutely in another brutal level. He didn't make fletching. He's having 5 schemes only and now a couple of scouts. He lost some. And you can see he's on the way to castle. Its Barles is not too far from going up. Especially if he's selling the resources. But, okay, he buys some food. Still slower up than his opponent. He's not selling a stone. But now... well, I mean, China is fine. It's just, what, a few seconds? 30 seconds? 40
30
maybe?
seconds? 40?
Let's see when he click up.
Maybe a minute. He's selling a bit of wood.
Still,
and there he
Look at the
goes,
food, man.
but...
we
About a
still
minute
have
behind.
another Billy in the queue. All right. It's a minute at the end. It's a minute at the end. It's worth it 5 villas more. Maybe. But he doesn't have army right now. So the question is, what is going to be the approach now? He's going to make a stable. He's going to make another barrack. I think it's going to be Lancers and Siege Tower. It feels that way.
And what is the approach from Hera? It looks like he's still adding some skirms. But skirms are going to be tricky to use against Lancers. Remember, they don't get a bonus
Double
against
stable.
Lancers like they do against the Pike line.
Double stable against Lancers? Okay.
I don't like that either against Lancers. It helps against the Siege, but not so much against the Lancers.
What about full long swordsman with romance that you get +4 if you make the +2? Wouldn't be better?
Oh, I'd like that against Lancers. Okay, could we see Siege Tower
No.
Longsword against Siege Tower Lancer? Is that the play?
Well, if he wasn't doing the second stable, yeah, but he's doing the second stable, it's definitely not gonna happen. We're just talking about it. So let's see. Thank you, Black. All right, +1 armor for Barles. Gonna make the
So we'll be
gate.
the Lancers.
Now gonna make few houses. But this is what I don't understand. I mean, you see that he's hitting you here. Just don't wait till the last second. You already lost the previous game for being greedy. So just make the houses. Look at the resources he has, Barles. He has a lot of resources right now. He's
Oh, yeah,
ahead
he's
again,
floating wood.
300 resources because it's crazy good economy. And now it's gonna be nice and least skirmishes. But I believe that we're gonna see a siege workshop right away or not.
Oh, we're seeing the
Or
Lancers
just
right away.
Lancers. Okay.
There's the
+2
workshop.
and siege workshop. Let's go, man. Let's go. I like this strategy a lot. I'm not getting tired yet. Maybe I will in the future. But
Not yet, okay,
but
okay.
not now, you know? Not yet.
You're still enjoying the Siege Towers.
Because I feel that it's very hard to stop it. And then
Absolutely.
people have to find out how to stop it, really, you know? And
We'll see if
they're
Hera
not
can.
finding it yet. Well, if there's someone that can be very, very powerful to do it, this is Hera. Okay.
And I'm interested in how he takes a fight now, because Skirms, Knights, feel like both of them should lose to Fire Lancers if the numbers are there. And right now it's only 2
he has no
Knights, so I don't
numbers
think
yet.
that's too...
Yeah, but
He's diving the TC.
He's losing the same way that the previous game. He's not walling the node, and now he's just gonna try to trap it.
Oh, no.
I don't know what is happening with Barles tonight with these kind of situations, because that was a lot easier to stop it. You know, now you need to put the Lancers there, and obviously if you don't have any numbers, you're gonna lose. The gold miners need to go back. Why he didn't make the houses again before? I don't understand. Seriously. It's the same as the previous game, with different units, but the same mistake.
The same thing
I
not
don't
being
understand.
walled.
Seriously.
And part of that's the build order
Like-
from Hera, as you were talking about, too. He's up so fast that maybe 1 minute of an uptiming difference is all it takes to be able to get through the walls.
Oh, but
Still
he didn't
cleaning
wall.
this.
I mean, he has he break it inside. Just look, he's gonna be able to maybe clean it because they are very strong units and +2. But he's not wall and it's palisades only. So well, now no. He can't go with those. He's gonna break in inside and this is gonna be over. Sadly. Yeah, man.
And all the Knights flood in.
It's weird. It's weird that Barles is playing that way because the idea is perfect, but then the execution is not being great.
Yeah,
Sloppy from Barles.
So
That's
many
the word.
little
Very
things
sloppy.
that go right for Hera again.
Yeah.
Breaking in at the right time, like forcing the run under the TC. Barles maybe getting a bit overconfident and thinking he could defend with the TC against the skirms, but couldn't pull it off. And also the great call, one TC again, one TC double stable knights, just like that Persians game.
Now he's doing the second Dolcente, but now the siege tower is powerful, but not when you have only 3 fire lance. I don't think he has mass more than 3 altogether.
No, he hasn't. He keeps losing them. The knights got in early enough.
Well, it's still crazy that he still have more villas than his opponent, even lost in 5 because he has 2 Dolcentes earlier. Now he's gonna make another house if he's not blocking himself, which he didn't.
He gets the house up.
Not anymore. He's gonna convert now a knight or not? He didn't, but he didn't lose the monk. He's gonna now lose the siege tower. It's so many knights, okay. And the snowball is now real. I know that he has 5 villas more, but the problem is that Barles is unable to spam army. He's gonna wall that now, okay. But look
And
at the army
what can
numbers.
Barles do
It's
here?
sick.
What can he do here? He has no army to defend this. Hera's everywhere. He's investing everything he has right now into trying to take losing fights, and he's losing the Fire Lancers. That's 10 Vil kills so far for Hera.
Yeah, now he's gonna kill more. Yeah, it's disappointing because he has played 1 game perfect. The first one. Then
He
the
did.
other games, I'm sorry, but he's doing sloppy mistakes. Mistakes that you don't see on Barles and pretty much in almost anyone, you know?
Yeah, but sometimes
now
I
he
feel
just
that
needs to-
playing against Hera, everything that Hera does is so smooth and so perfect, it forces you to make mistakes like that. And it might seem like a simple mistake, but against Hera, everything becomes so much more complicated.
Okay,
3 to
but I
1.
disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that was very simple, you know, like he was there with the schemes and he just didn't wall. He didn't have a house, you know? He didn't have a house and, well, he break in and then it's over, basically. I don't know. I want to know what people think in the chat. There's a lot of people in the chat, so maybe I'm wrong, you know? And, yeah. Well,
I feel that it's the type of
it
thing
is
that can
what it
sometimes catch you by surprise with Hera's timing. We've seen that a few times with the Japanese men-at-arms. They do arson and they break in faster than players are prepared to wall. Sometimes it's like that. You break in so fast because of the build timing. When you watch Hera and you watch Lyri, that's what always stands out. The clean feudal builds they have, they're not using the market and they're still up faster than everyone else. And if they're up faster, they're in the castle age faster, they get the knights and everything just a bit faster, sometimes it catches you off guard. And maybe you're right that it is simple, but if you're not used to it, sometimes it's hard to do the thing that is simple.
but Barles is not used to it. It's a 2.7k. The question is, you
Maybe.
have wall in an arena format, in an arena way, the whole base. That is the hardest part. And then when you see that he's coming, you just make
See the simple
in that
thing.
area because he wasn't
Right.
raiding around. Just make the houses. Just make the houses. He needed 3 houses, no more. 3 houses, and with those 3 houses, he was fine. I think
It feels that way, right?
Four-
It feels that way.
Yeah.
The hard thing is doing that while you're playing the game against Hera. I think that's where the struggle can come. You're against Hera, and it's simple when we see it, and we see, hey, put down 3 houses. But for Barles to come up with that, while it feels like against someone else, he's probably okay playing that greedy approach, and he probably doesn't face that same pressure that he does from Hera. Because I know
I'm gonna
Barles, right?
refresh
He
your-
plays Black Forest. He's used to stone walling, fortified walling the flank all the time. If anything, he should be fine. But
it's fixed now. The video, let's see, because you were delayed
it?
with the video.
oh, was it delayed? Okay. It might be because I'm using the OBS virtual cam. Maybe there's a slight desync there, but hopefully it's good.
Then you are delayed. I think you are delayed. Yes, it's true, but still, the thing is, I don't think I have seen 4 fire lances together.
No,
4 fire lances
Not at
together.
all.
You know,
needed them in the
I
tower.
think the maximum he did was 3. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna keep going, guys, with game number 5 in a moment. The most important is that you hear us completely fine. We are not in front of the camera match. And we have now Barles Lithuanians, Hera Armenians. Armenians is a civilization that I think, if I'm not mistaken, only him make it win in the tournament. Let me just check. Armenian has 2 victories. Maybe there was another. 2 victories, 5 losses. You know, not the greatest. You know,
Armenians
not the
are
greatest.
tricky because of the churches. We've seen churches be great on a variety of maps, but for them, probably not on Arabia. Even the Georgians don't have the best win percentage, even though people still favor them because of how good their eco is. Armenians are a really interesting civ, but they don't have any of their hybrid map bonuses for Arabia.
Okay, let's see what it's going to be now, because in 40 seconds this is going to start. Players are there, as you can see, getting the headphones. And after Barles won the first game, the last 3 games, I will say that has been quite clear. Don't you think? Thank you so much for that one. Canadian
I think it has been.
I think it is that.
But I also think that first game was pretty clear from Barles. We've seen what Barles can do, and we hope we can keep doing more of that.
But this is why, I mean, don't take me wrong. This is a compliment for Barles. When I'm telling this, is because I really believe that he's capable to play a lot better. You might be right in the sense that when you play against Hera, you might feel already the pressure to be playing against the champion, you know? Which is also something that happen and can make that you are not playing your best, you know? But Barles can play a lot better than the last 2 games. Do you agree with that or not?
I think so, definitely.
Yeah, and someone in the chat say, Barles, no, 100% it was his mistake. I think that's why he's not feeling great there right now. It was frustrated, like, oh, come on, how I have done that. I will have a lot better situation. But guys, game number 5, King of the Desert 6, with Lithuanians and Armenians in the house, as we were talking. And with that 40% bonus efficiency that it get this civilization, and then Barles Lithuanians with the extra resources that you start. But in terms of economy, in the long run, Armenians will be stronger, no?
Yeah, I wonder if Barles has some type of fancy build with the Lithuanians 100 food. We have seen a couple of times in the tournament players go for that really early drush. So Hera at least has to have that in the back of his mind that Barles might go for it. Okay, look at Hera's map. Look at that gold. Very far forward, and another gold to the right that's kind of in the back, but also pretty far away and hard for him to wall. That is tough for him.
Let's see what is going to be the approach in this one, because it could be anything. I wouldn't be surprised that we see another scout opening by Hera. Why not? Could be.
Yeah, Armenians can do that. They'll have a pretty good eco for it with their mule carts.
I would like a lot to see finally long swordsman in feudal, man. But it gets to be very expensive, right? That's why people is not doing infantry with Armenians. No, I mean, Armenians never use that advantage like Burgundians doing the cooperates 1 H ahead, but obviously it's not the same with the military. But I was expecting in this version of KOTD to see a little bit more of that with Armenians.
Well, there's no siege tower in the feudal age, unfortunately. Maybe they need that too.
Well, yeah. But if you go skirms and those long swordsmen, how are you gonna stop that in feudal? I mean,
it's hard.
Obviously, maybe
I've
if
seen
you
it.
wall and then go on.
I've seen it. I think the tricky thing about longswords is that if you stay feudal for a long time, eventually skirm numbers actually become useful against longswords still, because they do 1 damage, but you get enough skirms doing 1 damage over time. If you have to be really aggressive in forcing fights with the longswords and forcing your opponent never to get a good mass of archer units. If you can force that, they're great, but if there's any chance that they wall and defend with a few towers, it's a big risk.
Okay. Let's see what is going to be. Oh, Age of Empires from Italy, West is joining the party. Nice.
Welcome, everyone.
Okay, Barak. Yeah. Bienvenuto. Is that correct? Is that Italian? Maybe
I don't
not the
know.
best pronunciation, but
I don't know
is that.
Italian.
Well, I'm asking to them. Mr. West.
Okay. I can
Anyway.
help you with the German sometimes. The Italian's a tricky one for me.
Grazie. Yeah, I think it was right. Benvenuto. Well, more or less something, you know. My wife wants to go to Rome. I own her a trip there, so you need to tell me what time is the best to go, because the last year we wanted to travel there, but there was a lot of renovations in the city, and then we decided to not go. Anyway, back into the sometimes it's on real life stuff, Mr. West is what it is, you know.
Yeah. So what do you think
Up
about this? Now we
Hera.
have the barracks, 2 militia coming forward, just like we saw in that Japanese game earlier. 2 militia and longer Dark Age.
Well, I don't mind with Lithuanians if you are able to go up in a very decent and competitive time, because if you give time to Hera to wall a little bit or to go whatever, and that whatever might be archers, but right now, maybe he's not expecting this. And he's gonna get Hera off ward?
Will Hera go for the Vil without Loom? He will.
Oh my god.
Loom's on the way. He's going to get the Vil, isn't he?
And I'm asking again, why you are not walling that one? Oh, well,
Oh,
this is
does he get the scout?
not terrible. This is not terrible. Like, taking the scout this early is a high value, honestly. I don't dislike this for him, because now how you defend against the Drafts, you will need to wall a lot. So it's not terrible. And if you go now skirmishers, I don't know what you think. I mean, obviously, ideally would be to don't lose anything, but taking the scout is very nice.
Yeah, as long as you get the scout, I'm not too upset about losing a Vil. I think losing 1 Vil to clear out a scout is actually great. And what is Hera doing? Is he doing a stable?
We're about to be there. It's a stable. It is a stable, as I told you, but now it's going to come with more militias. So Barles is going to go infantry, and Hera is going to go scouts, because he loves to go his farming and his economy, as we saw before. Okay.
And now
Well,
I
this is
ask,
gonna
how
be solid,
quickly
but
does
that-
Hera add the range? Right, we saw that game earlier where he added around 11 farms before he got the range up. Now it's going to have to be faster to get an archer unit out to deal with the infantry.
Well, feel like not, because he's doing horse collar, so it's going to be
maybe
more
not.
complicated right now. He's
adding
doing farms. It's not. He doesn't care. He's not afraid. I mean, the stable is so close to the TC, so he can repair if he want. The scout is going to be bye-bye. No, it's only 5 seconds. He will go to a hill, and yeah, he will be able to compete now. Going home again. And now men at arm. You know, you see the stable. Instead of men at arm, I will have sent a spear right away. And then I do the men at arm upgrade after. I don't know what you think. Oh my,
I like that too.
Oh my god. Oh man, but he lost a militia for nothing.
That hurts.
Yeah, you
that
agree with
hurts.
the men with the spear, right?
I like the spear.
Yeah, and his
Yeah,
house at
especially
Barles
with the stable.
is not. Yeah. His house at Barles, as you can see, is not playing clean like the first game, because right now he lost 1 militia. I mean, let's be honest, Mr. West. You want to beat Hera? You cannot play very good. You have to play perfect.
You do. Absolutely perfect. Because Hera's going to play perfect.
Yeah, man. Exactly. He will try his best. He will play his best for sure. And like now, well, the spear is there.
And here comes with men at arms. Okay, there he is, the upgrade
My
in.
daughter
Hera
just
not
came
walled.
to say goodnight, guys. Okay. Yeah, it's 3 villains more for Hera. Why? Because Barles got 22 seconds idle TC. He lost 1 village, and he also made Tone Watch. Tone Watch is great to have, but this early to be 2-3 villages behind is not what you want. And he did Tone Watch because he was forced, because he was housed. So Barles need to put some pressure. Why never send villages forward and do towers, especially in this situation? Well, it's not good to go towers against Miracle Civilization. You can move. So, yeah. It's not a real option, right?
Yeah, that's true. It can still be annoying, but Hera has a lot of back wood lines too, so the mule cart just goes to the back.
True. True. How is going at home? Well, that's one scheme that is gonna go down. The spear as well. So still 3 villages more. And it's looking so good for Hera now. Really, really good for Hera. Okay.
He adds more farms. Is this a situation Hera might be tempted to add another stable and go more scouts? Because Barles isn't walled. Hera can see that. And small walled, but not fully walled.
Okay, it's doing a scout, it's still fully walled, but that's the problem now. Hera is starting to have 100, 200 resources more. Remember, double with task or scholar, but double with task, 40% more efficiency. And I want to see on Hera's base, but okay. It's putting sharp pressure. You're going to take the house, but that house doesn't matter because the berries are completely on the other side. Okay.
And Hera keeps adding more scouts. How many farms is Hera up to now? He has 19 vills on food. And that
oh my god.
Look at how smooth that economy is. 17 farms.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly this is his trademark. You know, it's his trademark, Mr. West, don't you think? It's his trademark, like, his farms are crazy. I mean, you just see the tone set and you notice that he has a crazy farming going on. And now those scouts will clean absolutely everything. He's one spear, but he's gonna commit? No, he's gonna try to go for the hill. He's going around. Just look how he's microing absolutely every single unit. And when I try to kill the spear, and now...
That's perfect from Hera. Didn't take the fight too early, but he didn't kill the spear.
He's not that great battle for
Never
Hera.
mind, never mind. He lost a lot
he lost
there.
Quite a lot there. No, that wasn't a great trade. He lost a lot, actually. He lost really a lot. The good thing is that he has a good economy, but there he lost everything, basically. The hell?
I thought he had gotten that spear right away, but must have not had all the any upgrades on the scouts. So that is a big investment. And finally, Barles, with a military advantage, able to apply some pressure. And Hera has to do that range now, worried about that gold.
Okay, let's see the scouts there. Skirmishes and archers. Got to be careful. And gonna wall that now. Hera is committing now a little bit more. I thought he was going to go up quicker, but no, he's doing more army. Because Barles is still doing military, which I like it. Remember that those spears and schemes are faster. That really helps a lot. I like what he's doing here. He hit 3 times. Great micro, actually.
Ooh.
Well, that was good again for Barles. Okay. And resources are looking very similar. Population the same. Attacking now on the goal and defending at home. Now Barles is playing better. You know?
Now he is.
He did the problem with the village in the start that put him behind with the economy, but now he's playing like we know Barles can play. Yeah, he has more army. He's playing like Byzantine styles, right? Well, makes sense. Skirmishes and spears, they are great from Lithuanians.
They are. They move faster, and we've seen skirms and spears a lot this tournament, too. It feels almost like the Age of Kings days with how many we're seeing. But we've good control from Hera to keep adding more scouts. And I wonder what type of fight he's going to take finally. He's trying to split the army up. Get the spears.
He's doing the armor, he's doing the... Yeah, he should sell a stone and just go up.
And I think Hera regrets taking that fight early on now, 100%. Imagine he had 5 more scouts that he'd get upgrades on. That'd be a completely different fight compared to what he has to take now. Downhill, worried about the gold vills.
He's up faster. Imagine if Barles come now forward and make a charge there. Please do that. I mean, I mean, you have army. You have really good army that you can do the job. You have a lot of army here, and I think he should do that. I don't know what you think, Mr. West.
Barles Lithuanians here. Hera's the one with the churches.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Well, sorry guys.
Okay,
I
I'm sure he would like
kill
it, but-
Hera, you know, you know.
You
So-
just want to see Hera lose that badly.
Exactly. I mean, I want the game that they keep going for the game in 7. So I want the Lithuanians get all the units. What the charge?
Give them the churches,
the
the Shenbei
everything,
Raiders.
you know? Yeah, man.
You give them
Yeah,
some donjons and
unbelievable.
sergeants too.
Yeah, now I understand why he keep a bit quiet. Poor T West. He was. What is happening to Mem? Is he going crazy?
I had to think there for a minute. I had to think for a minute there.
I noticed that you, but you. I don't know if you were just being nice with me or just an ass, because you are like, okay, man, keep telling it again. You will see, man, when you notice that you are talking about Lithuania. Anyway, it is what it is. So he cannot make charge, but what he should do then is to boom. He feels more comfortable with economy approach, I believe. And right now, he cannot do anything else than economy because he lost everything. Oh, double stable. A monastery. Grab the
stable.
relics. How many relics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 7 relics map again.
Yeah,
No,
and
it's
look at the
5,
back
right?
of his map. Look at the back of his map, though. 2 relics, super easy for him to pick up.
Yeah, but he can see it. Did he explore that, Mr. Vodka?
Yeah, oh, he didn't.
Negative.
Oh.
Negative. 0. Disaster, man. Disaster. Well, that's open. And now the scout's going to go in. It's
They're
open
weak.
there between those 2 houses. I mean, he's doing knights. While now, Hera is doing extra TCs. I believe he will do a charge himself to make some monks. That's open, man. Oh my god. Seriously. Okay. But now he's gonna explore and know what his opponent is doing. So if you wanted to surprise with the stables at the back, not anymore. Right? Extra town center. Solid, but this is open. He's gonna be able to kill some villagers there. The knights are there.
Oh, the villas are
Don't
weak.
lose villagers, man. Yeah. He's gonna lose 1. Yeah. He's also killing. Oh.
Oh, he's in.
Ooh, he didn't notice. He lost already 2. Gonna take 3rd. What happened? That knight didn't kill HP.
That knight needs
Let's
some
check
more.
again. That
Needs his
knight is
pathfinding
weak.
checked.
Yeah. More stamina, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
he got
another one
tired. He
down.
needed a break.
Okay. No, now he's killing, you know. Oh my god, that knight has killed 4 villagers already. Only that knight. Yeah. Okay. That's solid. That's very, very solid.
And 3rd TC now for Barles. And he really needs to find those relics. The Lithuanians, it's so important for them to get that extra attack for their knight line here. And if they do, I think it's going to be a struggle for the Armenians. They'll have the good halbs in the late game, but still, if Lithuanians get their attack, they'll have a good opportunity in late Castle Age to go knights.
Yeah, not having mobility also on a map without mobility, you know, you can make light castle, even hussars later. But Hera is coming with 4 knights. He's doing his knights as well. I mean, he's playing like if it was an Armenians, right? He's playing with military, but with mobility, with knights, instead of going only trash units, he's going knights himself. And we all know how good he is controlling the army. He's doing it now, skill bar and armor. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I like that he's killing villagers, but at some point, if you kill villagers, but now, just look. He's not killing anything now. He's getting trapped. What the hell? Oh my god.
Oh,
You see
those
what
poor
I'm telling
knights.
you? You see what I'm telling you?
Those
What
poor
see what I'm
knights.
telling you? What the hell is going on? Man! The Mucat is there. You cannot see it properly because of the mod that the vodka has. That's crazy. Okay.
Oh, that Mbl card is crazy. It's because it's not perfectly aligned on the tile, so it's tricky to get the pathfinding around it sometimes. The knights just couldn't fit past there. Oh, there's the relic, though. There is the first relic from Barles, and I hope he gets the second one. It's right there for him above his base.
Okay. There was no path to kill that villager because it was stuck. Score is still almost the same. Population very similar too, with more economy now for Barles. Resources collected the same. He got 1 relic, Barles. He need to find the other relic at the back. Will be very important. Look at the quick walls by the Canadian. Man, pretty sick.
And more TCs. More
Don't
TCs
send
for
us at the
Hera.
back. This is the hand card now for Barles. That's great. But he got no knights right now. He has 2 knights, while Hera has 9 knights. And if he's breaking into some hole, how he's going to defend? He has definitely a better boom. He's not mining a stone. I would love to see them maybe a castle, and then the unique units can be great. But Hera also have few monks as well. And he has already 3 relics.
Those warrior priests are great to have against the Lithuanians.
Yeah.
It's so great in picking up the relics early and not letting the knights get their attack.
They're like champions, man. They're so strong.
They are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but he still didn't see the relic at the back. He's crazy. He's not exploring it. The Hera has crazy amount of army. Crazy amount of army. Seriously.
And it's been like that every
Amazing.
game. Hera with knights getting map control and having a ton of map presence. Pretty much every game aside from the first. He's forward, he's taking the map control. And even if Barles has more eco,
Check his
Hera still
economy.
feels like he has a chance to raid.
His economy is going OP, man. It's not being... But I like that he's not being greedy. He could be like tempted to, oh, I'm going to go up to him because I can go. But no, he's still doing army. He's still doing his economies. He's not playing greedy. You know, playing good. But though, it has 8 villages more still. He has quite a lot of light gas, but his opponent has so many knights and is still doing more. Okay.
You know, there's a hole. There's a hole.
Okay. He's gonna be
Look
able
what
to
Barles
kill or
needs.
not. Yeah, but that's the thing. Now he can go inside himself. No, he's going home. Okay. I'm surprised. I mean, you have been breaking there, and now it's gonna take a while for you to be there. But guys, Hera is on the way to Imperial. The one problem here is that he does have like 100 villages, boom, you know. But Barles doesn't have a stone. You mind if he got like in the previous series that there was a moment where ACCM was behind to Mbl, but then he started to make so many units and killed him in castles, and Mbl was in Imperial faster, you know. Remember that Japanese game,
Right.
Mr. West? So. But Barles cannot do that at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Imperial
What's gonna
Age
be
for
the
Hera,
transition?
Ballistics on the way. What do Armenians do now? They probably want to go into Halb, surely. But
He's
Halb
gonna
and
do
what
Cavaliers.
else?
But with the knights he has, he's gonna do Cavaliers. Why not?
And yeah, that's good. You can get some early imp pressure with Cavaliers if Barles isn't up fast enough.
Oh, he's gonna save it. Yes, he will.
Oh,
Still same population. And Barles has more resources collected than his opponent. More resources collected for sure. He's still with the score lead. Better population, but... All right, it is a chicken castle. Do I play the chicken castle or you like that castle?
that's...
Oh, he's raiding.
It's an okay case. His
And
back's
he's
against the
defending the
wall. It's on the
monastery.
main gold. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, we will forgive him. Uh-oh, he's gonna lose that army. He has some problems here.
Is
And-
that castle even safe?
Okay. Do you think that now is okay castle? That's a okay castle from Hera.
That
Doing a
is.
castle on his face. The other is doing a chicken castle. He's not even with Botkin. He will do the castle, and that castle can give him the game. Well, Barles
give him Trebs.
is
He's
on
imp.
the way to Imperial. Yes, it's on the way to Imperial with 30 villages behind. But with 30 villages behind, he managed to have double the army. How is that even possible? Well, controlling the units better and maximize his economy, I guess. I
And
don't know
spending the
how,
eco on the
Mr.
units. Spending eco on
Mr.
the
West.
units,
Yeah.
focusing on imp and the timing, and he's ready for Trebs. It's around 3,000 to 4,000 more resources for Barles, 30 vills. But Hera has the timing, he has the map control, and the Trebs are going to start popping out of that castle sooner rather than later. And castle in the TC, Barles has to hold. He has army in his eco. I like this from Hera. I love his perfectly managed boom to have military and the timing and the army everywhere he needs it at the right moment.
Yeah, population is still better for Barles, but it's not a meme, I like to say, but the timing, the momentum is massive for Hera right now. And if you take the castle, which I don't know if it's gonna happen, because it's only one trap, but he's gonna do another, you know, it's so complicated. It's really complicated.
Yeah, it would be one thing if he were Imp getting Trebs and didn't have this army. But he has so much army that he's not going to lose the Trebs. There's nothing Barles can do to pick them off.
Yeah, and Barles is doing light caps. When his opponent has Cavaliers, yeah, he's not the best Cavaliers in the world, but still, Cavaliers over light caps? Cavaliers anytime.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then Cavaliers are all throughout the eco. Another castle going up.
Oh my god! That castle is disrespectful, man!
Hera wants to end it.
You know, it's an amazing one. It's a castle to end the game. It's absolutely fantastic. Just look at the village number. Okay. And Barles that is still with more population, but not for so long. The Trev is going to be down. Yeah, but not this one. Plate Barden armor, but it's still light caps only. No knights. There's still one relic there that he didn't take it. It's crazy. This one is, in my opinion, the best game Hera has played in this series. Because Barles was doing fine. But here, Hera has played really, really good. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, and Barles had a good opportunity after that bad fight where Hera lost all the scouts. But Hera, at every game, it feels like he manages it perfectly. He has the eco and the perfect read on how much military he needs to pressure Barles and break in.
Really amazing. Really, really amazing. This one, fantastic. I don't say that the others were not fantastic too, you know, but in this one, oh boy.
This is what he had to figure out. He had that forward gold. He had all those knights and that forward pressure from Barles. But even with that, he figures it out. Yeah, that's what you expect from Hera.
There he was a happy Hera. There was a happy Hera for sure. And I'm going to talk to him and I will be right back to you in a moment. Okay? Because I want to see what this beast... Hello, beast. Don't make like you don't know. Don't make like you don't know who is the beast. You know that is you. Hello, beast.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations. Are you more chill now, more relaxed? Because the only beauty with the cameras is that we can notice how hard this game is in the players. You know, I mean, obviously people watch you on your channel and you are with the camera, but it's not the same when it's tournament, right? Not the same like rank. Tournament.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think in general, competitive AoE2 is like very intense, especially at the highest level. But when you put in the context of a tournament, especially on a map like Arabia, where there's a lot of things going on, you don't really have like a chill portion of the game, so it's very demanding and definitely quite tiring. But I think that's the fun part of it as well. Super intense, super fun.
But we're gonna do something that you like it a lot because we're gonna use the same system as Warlord. Well, let's analyze the games a little bit. And see what happened in game number one. What happened in game number one? Because it was looking very smooth. You also denied a castle. And what happened there? Is just Burgundia's better civilization than Gujaras? Or what do you think?
Burgundians are a very solid civilization. I think it was a mistake for me to let him get it in the draft so late. But I don't know what happened exactly. I think I had the exactly perfect situation that I wanted. Like everything went my way, I felt like, for the first 30 minutes. Then I had the castle, as you mentioned, killed a few vills. But I think I underestimated his fast imp timing, and I think I made the wrong units in imp. So I went unique unit. I should have went something like Skirm, Henkenir. Would have been a lot better. So I think that was like kind of the main problem that I had. Also should not have let him finish that castle, as you can see. I think that was a big mistake as well.
Yeah, the gun powers, and then the siege. Well, then from there, Burgundians, as you can see, it kind of recovered the economy, and then, well, with 3 castles in your face, it was game lost.
Yeah, I think this is what Barles does well. He likes to have forward position. He likes to spam a lot of infantry, a lot of cannons. That's kind of his comfort zone as well. So he did a really good job to finish off the game. Didn't give me a chance to come back and whatnot.
Okay, it's only the first game. It's a best of 7. Don't think you were so worried, like, okay, first game. No?
Yeah, it was okay. It was not a big deal.
Okay. What for me is not okay is Persians. I mean, what is this civilization, man? I mean, the economy they have is not even normal. I don't know if you feel it like this because you were going 1 TC and you will see now in the game how with 1 TC doesn't matter. You're still ahead in echo, even him doing 2-tone centers. Just check it out and tell me the process. Just look at here.
Yeah, I mean, Persians are one of those civs that just get ahead for free. It's kind of like Chinese. You notice a lot of the really strong civs in this meta, you just get so many extra vills for free from the start of the game. And so as you can see, I'm up like 2-3 vills the entire game. That snowballs. I always have like 1,000 more res collected. And I stay on 1 TC so I can go full army and punish his forward gold. But my economy on 1 TC with Persians is actually not even that bad. So it feels like a very smooth civ.
I mean, not even that bad. You have millions of knights. Millions of knights, 2 mangonas skill in the guard. Just look, when you commit, you were waiting to have probably the exactly snowball amount of army and then destroy him here.
Yeah, exactly. So one thing you have to be careful. I know the fight looked like very one-sided, but if I went in too early and he gets 2-3 conversions, he can actually hold and win the fight potentially, and it can get a lot more complicated. So I want to play it safe and just make sure I win when I do take the fight.
When I interview someone, I like to focus in the winner and in what you do good, not in what the opponent is doing not the best, let's say. We're going to see here, that you are picking here some values, but wasn't here a bit sloppy from Barles? He needed to make houses in those palisades if you're doing this strategy to get the mass, because he never got a mass. I don't know if you agree with that.
So I think what happened is,
pushing.
I don't know if you guys paid attention to it. Yeah, of course. But like, I denied him to see the ranges of what I was doing. Like, I denied him to see the crossbows. So I think he realized late that I was going crossbows, and then he didn't have time to fully house all the front. So I think that's kind of like one thing that made it a lot harder for him, me hiding the transition for as long as possible. But yeah, I think here it was a very greedy approach from him. He probably thought I was booming and he can get away with it, but I didn't want to give him a free game, so I attacked him.
But it's kind of, I don't say it's completely expected, but we all know that this way civilization, if you let them go 3 archery ranges and spam, the snowballing with these units can be very, very dangerous. So you have to do something, no? I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. I think it's a good sift to pressure, because if you let him get a free game, he'll have a lot of extra vills and whatnot. But I think what went wrong for him is that he was probably expecting me to go fire lancers. That's kind of like what most people are doing.
Good point.
Lancers, siege towers. So he probably thought he had a lot more time to get them going. So it's unfortunate.
Okay. And in this one, is not also similar when you were going to attack, like, because he wanted to do here the fire lancers, but you never give him time to mass them at all.
Yeah, that's on purpose. So basically, like, I think the fire lancer siege tower is completely broken. In fact, I'm very critical of the fact that we still have this in the game. I think it's making a competitive AoE2 kind of look silly. I'm not going to lie to you. Not a huge fan of it. So I just wanted to make sure I'm attacking him as much as I can, make the game hard. Because when the game gets hard, then putting the lancers in the siege tower and taking them out, it's very clunky and very difficult to do. So that's kind of like the idea behind it. I think I surprised him a bit with that.
What I'm surprised is that they're using now that much the siege tower. I know that they are a bit cheaper, but they have been around for a really long time, and now it's been started to be used more. Why is that?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of it being cheaper, but also the fact that we have fire lancers now. So like in the past, you have nothing to put in it. Like, what are you going to put? A longsword? It doesn't do much. But the fire lancer with the siege tower combination is really, really deadly. Like, in my opinion, actually the fire lancer is the more problematic unit. Like, the fire lancer is extremely strong, and extremely cheap to spam. So I think that's actually the more problematic unit. But the siege tower just accelerates the fire lancer and lets you do crazy things with it. So that's where the strong combo kicks in.
Post the highlights here, Vodka. I want to ask something about the previous game. Can you post the highlights, Vodka, please? It's possible in the previous game to make it work if you were not going knights, standard infantry for Romance and +2 that make +4 for yourself? Like going yourself, siege tower, and long swords against those fire lancers. Is this a possibility, or you don't want to tell me?
No, it's okay. I think it's a possibility, but longswords take longer to get to. So that's why I wanted the knights. It's not like a secret or anything. Like I think longswords would be a pretty good option, but they just take longer to get to. And then monks for him become really strong and whatnot.
Okay, let's keep going. In my opinion, I don't know how you feel about your series. I think this was the game that I enjoyed the most, in the sense that it impressed me more from you, because I think your efficiency here was like 100%. You will see now how you have a lot less villages than him, but you managed to use your resources like crazy, having everything, and then your transition to Imperial. You will see now when you notice even the resources collected by Barles, and I don't know how you feel about this game.
Yeah, I think this game, I actually made a few mistakes early game. Didn't protect my gold like I should have, was a bit late to my range. But overall, I think I did like the right idea. I think I did the right things. But I have to say my map is quite tricky to defend. And this is a big factor with King of the Desert Arabia, which I absolutely love, by the way. But when you have a bad map, it makes it so you have to do things that are weird. You have to either tower or you have to play more army and feudal age. It forces you to adapt a little bit. So it was a tricky map, and I made some mistakes because of it. But overall, I think I did the right options, the right things.
Yeah, you can see that you are having already only 2 villages more. There was some raid there, but your army numbers were always much more than your opponent. And at some point, resources collected is going to switch. He's going to have a lot more villages because he was doing many town centers. How is it possible to do that? That's why I'm calling you Beast.
Yeah, I think he had some really nice raids early on, and then he also went 3 TC, so I was in a very rough spot. I don't know. I think economy efficiency is something I always try to do 100%. Probably comes with experience a little bit. But yeah, I think I needed to do some good efficiency here because I kind of got raided a lot early on.
Okay. And you're going to see how now you are starting to have less value than your opponent. Barles has here 3,000 resources more than you. 3k resources more than you, but you were still in Imperial much faster and drop a forward castle. That's where I think this is. Just look at the numbers. Your efficiency is, well, close to perfect here.
Yeah, I think he was like playing extremely greedy here, trying to get to Imperial Age. He has 4 TCs. He wants to play like a big army comp. I think that's like way too much, especially when you have that forward hill. So definitely a decision-making error there from him. But it happens. It happens.
Well, the game was over at this point, and we got Hera in the quarterfinals already. In the quarterfinals, Hera, and you are going to be waiting for who there? Who you want? Who you think?
I think it's Hart versus Doubt. I think it's going to be hard. To be honest with you, I think it's a miracle Doubt made it to top 16 as well. I'm kidding, obviously, but I can't help myself. I have to. No, but I think Hart's the better player.
Don't keep talking now, because now I can't focus. Hera. My English is so cuckoo if you say this kind of. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay, no problem. So yeah, I think Hart's the favorite, but I think Doubt. I think the meta favors Doubt. To be honest with you, it's like Mesosiv's got buffed.
Really?
Cav Archers are still in the meta. Yeah, Eagles are cheaper now. So I think the meta favors Doubt. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can actually manage the upset. But on paper, I think Hart's a much better player and should be the favorite.
I was afraid that with the change, with the map, and with the last patch, we were going to see a lot more Eagles. It's true that there's been some bans, but there's been also times that it's not banned, and people is not going too much for that.
I hate to beat a dead horse, but I think it's because of the Fire Lancers. I think the Fire Lancer civs are just countering Eagles so insanely hard. Like basically Meso civs used to be like very dominant on Arabia, but now you have civs like Vietnamese, like Chinese, that used to be even with some Meso civs, and now the Meso civs are completely dying to Fire Lancers. So yeah, Koreans are now like, before like Koreans would hard die to Mesosivs, now they probably beat Mesosivs more often than not because of the Fire Lancers. So I don't think people realize how impactful the Fire Lancers are as a meta shift in high elo and in pro play especially. But especially with the Siege Tower, the Fire Lancers, in my opinion, completely decide the meta.
We have a lot of bans. That's why we put many bans, 10 random bans and 5 per player. So if you think about it, it can be banned all the Fire Lancers.
Yeah, but man, the thing is, there's a lot of bans and there's also a lot of like DLCs. So like, in my opinion, I did the math. I need like 15 bans to have a fair game. Like, no cheese, nothing like overpowered. I need 15 bans, and then we're playing for a fair game.
Be honest, then. You prefer to ban Bengalis, let's say, to avoid a potential fast castle for 10 minutes than the Fire Lancers? Would you
Yeah,
prefer
exactly.
To play,
it's like
you know what I mean, right?
100%. It's like I have to decide between the guy having phosphor options. I have to decide between the guy having like really overpowered stuff like Byzantine, and then I have to also decide between like the Fire Lancer Siege Tower. It's like there's so much cheese in the game right now that I don't even know where to start with the bans. So, thank God we have a lot of bans, or else I'd be Siege Towering every game myself. But it is what it is. I think the majority of civs are fair and fun to play, but there's some that need to be taken out for sure.
Okay, guys, as you can see, Hera love the Fire Lancers, love the cheesy strategies. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, as a caster and organizer of the tournament, I enjoy different stuff, but when I have to play against those things, let's move on. Okay? So I can understand what you mean. I can understand what you mean.
Yeah, it's for everyone.
Hard.
It's like it's like you like to watch it, but you don't like to play against it, or you like to do it, but you don't like to play against it. I don't mind the diversity. I think it's fine, but I think the Siege Tower especially, it's just a very gimmicky for me. I'm not a huge fan. I don't have the strongest feelings in the world about it, but I think it's just a bit too strong for what it is. But overall, I think it's still been a really fun tournament, and I think the 1v1 Arabia Spirit has been incredible with this new map as well. So a lot of positives to focus on as well.
Well, thank you so much for obviously participating in the tournament and then do as you do. It was very nice interview, half podcast, because these last minutes have been a podcast, And good luck in the rest of the tournament, even if you don't need. But I'm gonna tell you, in the next round, I'm gonna remove wood from your map because you are unstoppable, man. I'm gonna make you that you are gonna have only one wood line. You're playing so great, and I don't know how you do it. I really don't know how you do it, because to keep this concentration all the time, I don't know how you do it. Seriously, it's impressive, and well, congratulations for that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Wish you the best with the rest of the tournament, and I'll say bye-bye to the viewers for now as well. Hopefully see you guys next time.
Take care. That will be quarterfinal Thursday or Friday. We'll see soon.
Yes.
Take care, Mr.
Bye-bye.
Hera. Bye-bye. Guys, this is Hera. Mr. West, I don't know what you think about. He was talking about the Fire Lancers and everything. Anything that you want to comment here?
I think the Fire Lancers are really strong. I think what really makes them strong is you give them to civs, not just the Chinese, where they lost camels and have a trade-off, but to the Vietnamese and the Koreans, who gained them for free, basically. And as Hera said, now civs, where they had bad matchups, like the Eagle Warriors, they win, and they win really hard with the Fire Lancers.
And this is how it's looking the brackets. Hera versus Heart of Doubt. Tomorrow, Heart of Doubt. At the bottom, Diviver versus Tato Sebastian. Crazy, man. Round of 16, Tato Sebastian. What is this, Mr. West? Tato Sebastian, round of 16, is probably a sick one that could be quarterfinals or whoa.
Oh, we have a lot of good players these days. I mean, everyone in the top 8 potentially. Even including Doubt, we'll even include Doubt there, but everyone in the top 8, it looks like, with the potential to advance there, is a crazy good AoE 2 player. And Tato Sebastian, one of them goes home in the round of 16. I don't know, do you have a prediction there, Mem? I'm tempted to say 4-3 for Sebastian. I'm going to give some confidence to the young kid.
I think Sebastian in Arabia might be favorite over Tato, to be honest, because Tato is more creative, which can be very nice, but Sebastian is still more meta player, and maybe in Arabia that's gonna be better. It's true that with this Arabia, maybe it's gonna have some room Tato to dominate. I don't know if Tato has been ever in quarterfinals in King of the Desert, which is hard to really think about that, right? And then Hard Out, I don't know. Let's see. I think Hard is definitely the favorite, but we hope to see the best out tomorrow. Mr. West, hopefully we cast more together. Thank you so much for joining me today in the last minute, because I'm going to tell guys that He came. We were going to cast tomorrow together, but we made a change in the last second, and he's always here to help me, which is always great. Thank you so much, Mr. West. The comment on the channel is there, so people have been following the channel, so they can follow if they want. And tomorrow more, Mr. West, you will join me more if we need it. I believe that you
Awesome,
want,
of
because
course.
you are going to be covered and you love this tournament.
I love seeing good Arabia. I love, like you said, those people out there who like seeing the AOC stuff. I like seeing the AOC stuff.
I wanted to say that he was the first one that messaged me after knowing that we were back in King of the Desert. He messaged me on Discord and said, Memp, I'm so happy and so hype that King of the Desert is back. So recognition here for you. I mean, I have told you in private, but I wanted to tell also here public. Thank you, Mr. West. Let's go, because it has been a very, very long stream, right? Take care, man.
It has been a long one, but that's what happens when you get ACCM and MBL, so see you later.
We're still here. No, we're still here. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry, we're still
staying?
here. Okay, I thought that we finished. Yes. We're still here. It's been crazy series, the first one, the longest in the tournament for sure. You know, I just wanted to change because I want to go to Mr. West. I'm dead and I need to dinner, because here is close. What time is it in your country? What time is it for you now?
Oh, it's 5:30 p.m. It's dinner time. It's good. It's early.
It's great.
Still.
It's great. It's dinner time for you. Yeah, it's almost midnight. It's almost midnight here, and I'm going to dinner. So, dinner now. My goodness. Take care, okay? Thank you, man, for joining.
All right, see you.
Okay, guys. Well, as you can see, guys, I think today.
All right, so we're ending there with Mem. So apologies for the lag today. I know that I've had some internet issues that have cropped up towards the end, like the second half of the stream, which is, I don't know what I can do. I'm going to look into those and see if there's a solution I can come up with. Like I said, I had a power outage the other day due to a snowstorm, and ever since then I've had streaming issues. It's very weird internet issues because it's not a complete drop, and I'm not like dropping out of the stream completely, but it is lagging. I'm not dropping from the game at all, but I will try to investigate that a bit more. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and tuning in. I'll end the stream now and find someone to raid. I know we've definitely been lagging a bit, but we'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully as slow as a Teutonic night. That explains my internet. Back in the day, you'd have to go elephants as the Vietnamese. Oh, that's a good point. Anyway, we'll find someone to raid. I don't know who's streaming right now. I'll find someone on Twitch, and I'll end on YouTube and raid someone. So, again, apologies for the lag. I will look into that.